Hello, and welcome to SkepTalk, the show that I genuinely forgot was happening a minute ago because Aaron, Jimmy, and I have been talking about things for so long that when Aaron was like, hey, by the way, it's 6 o'clock, I was a little bit surprised at why he told me that. I'm Forrest, and joining me today is the lovely and handsome Aron Ra. How are you today?
Well, lovely and handsome is not the way people have described me recently, but it happened once upon a time, so I'll take it. How are you doing, Forrest?
I've never had a bad day in my life. I'm super excited to be here, especially today.
Congratulations,
What's
sir.
That?
Congratulations, sir. I saw that you were a featured content creator at some convention, correct?
Yeah, I'm going back to I'm a feature creator at VidCon this year. They had me out last year as kind of like I don't know if this guy is cool, you know. They brought me out as a feature creator last year, and I was kind of just like a weird outsider that came in to do stuff, and we had such a good time. They invited me back again, and so this year I don't know what they're going to ask me to do, but I know I have a lot of really cool stuff prepared, and I'm really excited because this is an amazing opportunity to go like interact in person with all sorts of fans and random peoples that have never heard of me and like get to like build my network and meet new awesome creators. It's a big deal in the YouTube world, and it makes me very happy. So thank you so much. It means the world to me.
Yeah, no one ever asked me to do anything like that.
We also just raised Thank you, and we also just raised. This is something I'm personally very excited about. Is that 2 days ago, over on my channel, I played a game of Dungeons and Dragons, and we raised just under $500 or $5,000 for the Human Rights Campaign. I think we raised it was like $4,500 when we ended it, and then the campaign continued for 2 days. And so tomorrow is the cutoff. It's cut off on the 10th. So you can still go watch that if you want to see me play a game of Dungeons and Dragons and donate to ending discrimination against LGBT people and building a better world for everybody. It's a great game, and I sing songs, and it's a lot of fun. So like that's my favorite thing that's happened thus far for this year. Like I'm so excited.
Do you know what's funny about that, Forrest? Sorry, I just jumping in. What's funny about that Dungeons and Dragon games? The dude on that you did that game with, Jesse. He and I are friends, independent of what you guys did. Like we didn't. This didn't happen. I know him from back in Denver. Like it was a funny thing because then we sort of messaged each other and was like, "Whoa, wait, you're doing this thing with this guy that I do stuff with," and then just a trio of dudes doing stuff together.
That's why it happened, actually. That's why, because I was on my honeymoon. And I checked my Twitter just randomly. I was bored in the airport, and I saw this dude named Jesse, who was a big following, tweeted and like tagged me and was like, I would love to play a game of Dungeons & Dragons with Forrest. And I was like, I don't know who the fuck this is. And I saw some people that liked him. I was like, okay, maybe. And then you texted me, and you were like, Jesse's a great person. You've got to do this game. And like, so I immediately messaged him. I was like, let's fucking do it. If we can do it for charity, I'm doing it. Like, as long as we can raise money for something, I'm in.
It's just funny when worlds collide.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. I think the Human Rights Campaign, that was like the first thing that we came up with. That he and I both were like, hell yeah. And we got an amazing cast. Like I loved the other players, and so like it was a lot of fun. So if you want to go over to my channel and donate to that, you still can until tomorrow. There's you can donate through the stream itself. You can donate on the GoFundMe, or you can buy a T-shirt or a hoodie with the logo. It was a Roll for Initiative, and you can get a T-shirt or a hoodie or something that's just commemorate the event. And hopefully we'll do more things like that someday. That'll be a lot of fun. But anyway, that's like a long. That's just something that I'm so super stoked about right now. I love getting.
I was just going to say that back in my day, you couldn't use Dungeons and Dragons to raise money for charity for anything like that. I mean, it was all about inducting people into witchcraft.
Back when times were simpler. Absolutely. What kind of things do you have? Told.
I'm sorry, what?
Right. How many things do you have going on right now? Like, what are you excited about this year?
Well, as far as the year long term, it's hard to say. I've got a number of projects that I'm involved in. I mean, I've got maybe 2 books this year that I'm working out whether I'm going to be able to do both of these books this year or either of these books this year. I'm also working on a project. I'm a little bit frustrated because when I do taxonomy videos, which are like my favorite ones to do, when I did the evolution of pterosaurs, for example, which which also included, the evolution of birds, and I do like the history of evolutionary science was included largely in that. I didn't get a whole lot of views with it, not like I do with the counter-apologetic stuff, which is irritating. For me, I did that last month. I did the series on the evolution of snakes, and my favorite video of that was the biodiversity within snakes, which I just found fascinating. However, it must be a niche thing. There's a reason nobody understands taxonomy. 21,000 people watched that video in 2 weeks. I do another video that didn't require anywhere near the effort, because that video took me 32 hours just to edit the video. Just editing video after it's recorded. It has nothing to do with the research or the writing or the recording. No, just editing the video took 32 hours. 21,000 people watched that in 2 weeks. I do another video, quick and easy, where I'm just calling creationists liars and idiots. That one is closing in on 50,000 views already. It made 21,000 views in 7 hours.
Welcome to the internet. Dude. That was one thing I had to learn like early on in my career as a content creator was like, it doesn't matter. You've got to just do it because you want to do it. And if you do it to get the views, you will always be frustrated. Because like, oh my gosh, I can't even begin to tell you, like the episodes of Reacteria and like my TikToks and everything, the ones that I hate the most are consistently the most viewed. All the time. The ones that I'm like, oh, I could have worked harder on that. Oh, I could have done better about that. Oh, I could have. The ones that I'm like really like, fuck yes. Like I've worked on this for 5 weeks. Bottom barrel every time. That's just how it is.
For me,
but I made it and I'm happy about it. You know what I mean?
For me, it's ex-Mormon content. A YouTube ex-Mormon video does shit. However, a YouTube ex-Mormon story or whatever those 1 minute vertical videos are does crazy good. And so it's people do want to listen about Mormonism, but only for about a minute.
Yeah, so like the project I'm working on, one of the projects I'm working on right now, and I was working on the script for it today, somebody asked me to do the evolution of spiders. And I thought, well, if practically nobody paid attention to the evolution of snakes, which a whole lot of people asked me for, then all of 40 people are going to see this episode on spiders. But in doing the spiders, you can't talk about spiders without talking about scorpions. You can't talk about scorpions without talking about sea scorpions, which are significantly different. And then you can't really talk, if you're going to talk about all of those, then you got to talk about trilobites. I've got to do the entire evolution of Chelicerata, which kind of has emerged into really protostomes. I'm just doing I'm doing kind of protostomes.
Jesus.
I'm kind of doing protostomes, but I have to start with protostomes. Just like, okay, these are the protostomes, and these are the myriapods, whatever, insects and crustaceans, whatever. Yeah. And now we're just going to talk about chelicerates, and eventually 3 weeks or 4 weeks from now, we'll talk about spiders.
That could be a whole series, though, like a whole protostome thing where it's like this is what the whole thing looks like. We're going to focus on this branch today. And like we're going to go for like this monophyletic group. And then we'll talk about why this polyphyletic group is actually you know what I mean? Like kind of break it down piece by piece. But for us today, we have a bunch of deuterostomes on the line that we've got to talk to, unfortunately. We can't just focus on the protostome. By the way, for those of you who are curious, protostome means mouth first. When an animal egg is first fertilized, it forms this little cluster of undifferentiated cells called a blastula, or a blastocyst, and then the first thing that forms on that is a little dent that turns into a hollow tube that becomes the digestive tract that is a hollow tube throughout your body for your entire life. And there are two kinds of animals in the world. There are the protostomes, which means mouth first. That initial dent is their mouth. And then there's deuterostomes, where that initial dent is their anus. And so all humans, by the way, were deuterostomes. And so literally everyone watching this, there was a time in your life where you were just an anus. And I worked for a few people that never left that phase. And so we've got some deuterostomes on the line that I'm excited to talk to today. We've got, I'm going to jump right in if that's cool with you. Like, do you have anything else you wanted to cover before we jump in?
No, I did read a study, or not a study, but an article about this, where they were saying that some scientists are now suggesting that in more advanced animals, that maybe the digestive tract actually begins to enlarge in the middle, and that it erupts on both ends simultaneously, only because nobody wants to admit that they were ever just an asshole. I don't have a problem with that admission, because there are other reasons in which that is true. but your mileage may vary.
We're gonna jump in with Jace from Texas. Wants to talk about how his old Christian Science textbooks from school tried to debunk evolution. Jace, you're on the line. How are you doing today? Jace, can you hear us? Are you there?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, I can hear you. Oh, I was about to be so frustrated if you weren't there. Hey, perfect. So you said that you have some old Christian Science textbooks. Is that right?
Well, I have my memory of them. I've since gotten rid of them, but because they were a pile of horses.
Good enough.
But
right.
But speaking of horses, it was about horses where they tried to disprove evolution. I think it's a common one. They were saying that because these creatures that in their language supposedly evolved into horses, they had such a varying number of ribs that it makes no sense that horses would evolve this way. And I think it's one of those things where they still want a god or something to be controlling, to have like a goal in mind where it because if there was a goal in mind, then it would make no sense that this one has like more ribs and then this one has less ribs and this one has more than the first one and so on and so forth.
Right.
The same Christian Science book also said what the definition of an atheist was, which I find to be a strange thing in a science book. And they even gave the wrong definition for that. The definition that they gave was that an atheist is someone who hates the fact that there is a God.
Don't you summarized this perfectly. You've really got us pegged.
Don't you love a textbook that just openly lies to the students?
Right? So I just went to Google and
wonderful.
I typed in horse evolution ribs and like every single thing that I found here. There's one thing from an actual science journal from the Quarterly Review of Biology from 1926 that came up about horse evolution, but every other link here is from Creation Wiki, creation.com, Answers in Genesis. Like they are all over this. This is the exact same thing as whenever you look up the pelvis of whales. We used to say that they were vestigial structures, and then there was, new data that came out that suggested that they actually are almost certainly exaptations, that they're actually used now for something other than what they originally evolved for. And if you look in whale pelvis,
that's the definition.
It's a huge part of it, right? And but this when you have
a vestige, just so that
so
people
when
can
you look
understand.
that up, it's all these things from creationist websites saying like, aha. It isn't what we thought it was, and that means evolution isn't real.
Just to be clear, what a vestigial trait is a trait or a feature that is diminished in some degree from its original capacity. It has a diminished use of its original capacity, or it had to be repurposed to a different function than its original function. So, like when I did on my evolution of snakes, I showed how even creationists accept that there are fossil snakes that had hind legs, tiny little hind legs, only the hind legs. They don't have the front legs. So these snakes are already crawling, even if they have to. So the tiny little back legs by themselves obviously cannot be used for walking, which is clearly their original purpose. Even if you believe in the mythology that all snakes came from the talking serpent in the garden, even if you were to believe in that, you would still have to accept that vestigial features do in fact exist. So when Kent Hovind says that the pelvic spurs on pythons, which are used in sexual stimulation, when he says that there's a secondary function, he means that means it's not a vestigial trait. But these pelvic spurs are themselves a vestige of the original legs from the two-legged snakes from the fossil record. So those two-legged, those were already vestiges. This is a vestige of a vestige, but they can't admit that because, it's all about make-believe. They have to tell this lie. Now, on the issue with horses having the differential numbers of ribs, one of the issues with horse evolution, and you find this with a lot of Abeka book groups and other creationist organizations, they want to argue that horse evolution was supposed to be a linear progression, one line. But we know that it's a branching tree. So Mesohippus is not necessarily the same lineage as Pliohippus. You know, that they're not in sync, that it's not one from the other. Sorry.
Yeah. No, you're fine. It's a really important point, because you're right. And the word that I would use for that is when you have a vestigial structure that is repurposed for something else. The word that I use for that is exaptation. That's the word that I was taught in college. But yeah, Aron is absolutely right. This is still a vestigial structure. And what kills me, I did an episode of Reacteria a little while ago. I think it might have been the first episode, if I remember correctly, where some biologist was saying, like, horse evolution isn't this clear linear structure, path that we often show in science textbooks. And the creationist making the video says, aha, see, it's not this thing. But what he's talking about is exactly what Aron just said, is that just like human evolution and just like every other kind of evolution, the closer you look at this taxa, the more that this evolutionary tree is more of a tangled bush, where some things break off, some things form back together, sometimes two different things exist at the same time and one dies off, and sometimes they don't die off, they diverge and become totally different things. Also, I went to Google Scholar, which, by the way, I encourage everybody to get good at using Google Scholar to look up scientific papers. But I just typed in, again, same thing as I typed in before, horse evolution ribs. The first result is a paper published in 2007 by Christine Janis called The Horse Series. And I haven't read it, I just found it, but it's going over not only the history of horse evolution, but also like the history of our understanding of horse evolution. And I searched for the word ribs, and here on page 256, it says, the classic issue of increasing body size through time has been a favorite item for attack of anti-evolutionists. Note that the number of ribs has never been used as a part of our evolutionary sequence. Thus, claims from anti-evolutionist groups that rib number is highly variable between fossil horse genera and thus does not, quote, show progression has no bearing on the actual evolutionary argument. So apparently, the thing that they taught you in this textbook is not only so wrong, but so very commonly wrong that other scientists are writing about it and how dumb of an argument it is. I love science so fucking much.
It's amazing how few words you can type into a Google search that will very clearly and summarily debunk most creationist points.
Right. And that's the favorite thing. My favorite example of a vestigial thing is one that Aron brought up a long time ago in a video about the emu and the claw on the end of its finger, where it can only move the claw by breathing. It's like, so if anything is vestigial, it's surely that. Like, because how could you cut anything with a claw that you can only move by breathing? Like,
I want to brag about that for a moment, because I'm the only person that's ever made reference to that, to my knowledge, to this day. I had an emu. I find its arm, which is not a wing, it's an arm. They have these little tiny T-Rex arms, and it ends in a single finger that's on with a single claw. They don't have the two fingers. But they have one clear finger in that claw. And they have all the bones that you would have in an arm. This is clearly not a wing. I got somebody to hold a camera while I pull the feathers aside so that you can get a good picture of this. I think, and honestly, it's the only time I've ever seen a picture of the claw of an emu is the one I took. It's amazing to me that nobody had this discussion. But this emu was a pet of mine. He lived in my backyard for 3 years until the city complained, or until my dickhead neighbors complained, like every day for a while. Anyway, sad story about that. Yeah, my neighbors just got really upset about me having this bird, and some other neighbors got upset about it too, because he and I would walk to the park twice a week. So I'm walking my bird to the park. And I don't have a leash. You can't put a leash on these things. So I'm walking a 6-foot bird to the park. and we would go run around the park and just enjoy a couple of hours together when we would walk home. No leash involved. And I remember one point the dog catcher or the animal control came out to try to chase us down, and so we went to a picnic, and somebody put a cloth over the bird so we get him to sit down. And when I'm just sitting down at the picnic, as the animal control drives right by, and as somebody else, a bunch of kids came running up to my bird trying to play with it, and so he does this weird thing with his head and starts running at the bird at the kids. He's playing, they're playing, he's playing, he's doing a dance thing. You can tell everybody's just having fun. One of the neighbors who saw this going on called the city to report that an eagle was attacking children.
An eagle?
An eagle. Emu to eagle.
Did they ever see an eagle before? Because if they had said an ostrich is attacking some children, then maybe I could be like, okay, emu, ostrich, like there's a bit of similarity, but
some kid thought it was a turkey. Yeah, even a turkey is more realistic, But what bothered me was that some kid came up to me at one point as I'm walking around with my bird, and he says, "Aren't you afraid that it'll fly away?" I'm like, fly away? This thing wouldn't fly away if you strap propellers to it.
And what a fun image that would be.
Birds. I used to take care of a couple of emus, and they're like the nuttiest, strangest. If you do weird shit, they will come over. They're so curious, and but they're also real skittish. So like, if you just lay on the ground and do weird shit, they'll come over and look at you and like be all interested, and then they'll get spooked and they'll start kicking stuff. I used to go like play ball with them. I would just roll a ball on the ground, and they'd kick the shit out of it, and then be scared that they kicked it, and they'd run away and hiss, and like, oh my god, they're ridiculous creatures. They're so dumb. And I used to take care of a bunch of rheas as well. I had a bunch of greater rheas that I took care of. If anything disproves evolution, greater rheas. Nothing that stupid could have evolved and survived, honestly. It's just the dumbest animal. They can kill themselves. If they get freaked out, they'll just run into a wall and just die. They're insane. Oh my god. They'll sit on their own stupid necks. They're insane animals.
I've had a
Brings
bunch
to mind
of
the Benny Hill music.
Seriously, go work with radites, and you'll hear that in your head all day long.
I've had some weird exotic animals in my life. Sometimes the police are involved, but the emu that I had was the dumbest. And simultaneously also my favorite. I loved that bird. Mm-hmm. His brain was smaller than his eyeball, no joke. And he could not figure out that painted toenails were not edible berries. He just couldn't get that into his tiny little head.
Yep.
Well, there's a reason that the lovable idiot is a notable trope in all of media.
The emu. The emu is why.
They may be dummies, but they are the only non-human species to ever win a war with mankind.
Truth. Very true. And worth noting. If anybody in the chat isn't familiar with that, go look up the war against the Australians and the emus and see who won and why. I'm pretty sure the general of the Australian army said if we could find a way to weaponize them, we'd conquer the world. They're so insanely hard to kill. Oh man. Anyway, Jace, I appreciate you calling.
Humans were so in the wrong on that. There's just no disputing. Absolutely in the wrong.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. We deserve to lose. Jace, I appreciate you calling in and sparking us on this ridiculous conversation. Did you have anything else that you remember from this textbook that you wanted to bring up while we were here?
There was just a lot of very easily refutable things, like the watchmaker argument and stuff, and I know that Aron has made so many videos about the watchmaker. I love Aron's the way that he words it, where you are not only finding a watch on the beach, you are finding a watch amongst a sea of watches on a planet that is made of watches, and saying, but this one right here is designed.
This is the special one, right?
So, and it makes no sense whatsoever.
What I like about Paley's watchmaker, what I like about Paley's watchmaker argument is that people use that you recognize that the watch had to be designed because the only way to create a watch, the only way to have a watch come into existence is by having somebody build it. And they use that argument to extrapolate that the rocks and sand that it's sitting on therefore must have been designed and built. But we know exactly the opposite. Paley's argument contrasts that the watch is manufactured, but the dirt around it is not. Mm-hmm. And it's kind of written into the argument. It's a flaw written into it.
Right. I did a video on a similar thing. So I've reacted to like 3 different videos back to back that were the same argument from complexity, watchmaker argument thing. It had Michael Behe and Stephen Meyer and who else. But I think the video was just called "The Argument for Complexity is Not That Complex," because it was just like, here's all the reasons why this don't make any sense. I didn't do that one, but I did include the fact that if you're gonna try to compare two things, a watch clearly shows design and therefore life does. You have to do that with like everything else. You know, the pocket watch was invented in the whenever, like, I don't know, the 1700s. Therefore, life also started in the 7. If you can't do that, then you can't do the same logical leap that you're doing here. Like, it's such a frustrating argument for so many reasons. Love it.
But don't you know,
go to both our channels and watch those, everybody.
A building is 100% scientific proof there was a builder.
Right? So where's the God maker then? Who made the gods? Because if that's so complex,
yeah, this God,
like, what made that?
This God seems awfully complex. Of course, like, so wouldn't he have to have a designer too? Like,
yeah, the problem is that buildings don't have sex with each other and reproduce little buildings.
Exactly.
That would be really fun if they did.
I did a video that illustrated that, where I showed the car. I saw in the chat some people are talking about James Brolin, and they mentioned The Car, this movie that James Brolin was in. It was about an evil demonic car that was based on a Lincoln Continental. And then I put Christine, which is the female version of that evil classic car, and then those two get together and they have a baby, which is Herbie the Love Bug from the Disney movies. But that doesn't happen. So you can claim a designer for cars all you want to.
Love that. Love that. All right, man. Well, we're going to move on because we've got a couple other callers on the line, but I really appreciate you calling in and talking to us about this. If anybody else is out there and you have your old Christian Science textbooks laying around, feel free to call and we'll talk about those too. I hope you have an awesome rest of your day, Jace. Thanks so much for calling in.
Thanks so much for answering my questions, guys, and y'all have a happy New Year.
Thank you much.
Happy New Year to you too, dude. Absolutely. Love that so much. I remember, like, I actually found like an old public school biology textbook. Yeah, a friend of mine just had one laying around from middle school, and it happened to be the same one that I used. And like, I showed in a video once, like, going through it, it shows cell theory, it shows germ theory, it even briefly touches on abiogenesis. Like, it goes through like all these different things, but it doesn't use the word theory until you get to the chapter on evolution. And then the chapter is titled The Theory of Evolution. And that's the only chapter that's full of shit like scientists believe that blah, blah, blah. Every other part of it is either just completely factual language or it talks about evidence. But that's the only one where it's like, scientists believe that this happened.
I've only talked to you one other time on a show like this, as I can remember. And I think I might have already told you this. But one of the problems that I have with, especially here in Texas, and just anywhere in the South really, is that teachers, 20% of teachers that are teaching science and are supposed to be teaching evolution are themselves creationists and are misrepresenting the information. So
yeah,
one of my son's more competent teachers told my son that snakes were invertebrates because they didn't have backbones. And when they wanted to perform a science experiment, my son and I came up with this idea about doing a centrifugal force thing that runs on a fan motor where you have these, like, the idea was to have mice living in a centrifuge where they will just learn to adjust to living on the walls because they're being spun around. Will they use the wheel? Will they drink from the water? Will they eat from the food while on the wall? Because if they're on that wall, if they can survive that, well, then we have demonstrations for, that there wouldn't be any negative effects for living in centrifugal artificial gravity. This was an artificial gravity experiment.
Right.
They said we couldn't do that because we're not allowed to use vertebrates in our experiments. And I said, okay, well, what about cockroaches? And then the teacher repeated, you're not allowed to use vertebrates. And I said, but I said cockroaches. Right. And they said, yeah, there's a rule against vertebrates.
Oh my gosh.
I'm a little disturbed.
Yeah, I remember you.
I'm a little disturbed that one of our
I remember
teachers,
you brought this up, and
yeah,
one of your teachers, what?
That one of the teachers thinks that cockroaches have a backbone, and that another teacher thinks that snakes like this in here.
Snakes
do not.
Yeah, I remember you brought that up on that. It was on the New Year's stream, I think it was. And for those who weren't watching, I want to repeat this again. I just looked it up. This is a study from Penn State, published in January 27, 2001. This is an article they published where they did a poll of public high school biology teachers. And it begins, the first words are, the majority of public high school biology teachers are not strong classroom advocates of evolutionary biology, despite 40 years of court cases and so on. And they go on, in their poll, they found that about 13% of biology teachers, quote, explicitly advocate creationism or intelligent design by spending at least 1 hour of class time presenting it in positive light. And then they have 20 something percent, another huge percentage of them that like either, here it is, the 60% of them are either neither strong advocates for evolution nor explicit endorsers of non-scientific alternatives. They just kind of pass over it to avoid controversy. They don't want to talk about it. They either just downplay evolution. They don't talk about it at all, whatever. And then they have the last little chunk, the last little group of 20-something percent, that would be 27%, are actually teaching actual evolution in the classroom. So out of, I think they studied over 1,000 schools, or no, it's 926 public schools that they did in just this one study. And I know that the National Center for Science Education put out research in the same thing. I know there have been other ones that like, over and over and over and over, we're finding that around 60 to 70% of high school biology teachers either downplay evolution, say evolution isn't real, say that creationism is okay, ignore evolution entirely. It's in the low to mid 20s of actual education about evolution.
So you've got a quarter of the people, roughly, from a quarter to a third of the people who are trying to teach evolution. And of that, let's be really generous and say there's a third that are trying to teach evolution. I find that those people who even try very often can't do it. They don't know how. So when I suggested to you before that we come up with an educational video, that we should just make a documentary film designed for classrooms specifically for teaching evolution, one of my viewers immediately chimed in and says he's an evolutionary biologist and he's also a computer programmer, and he wanted to contribute to that by showing a computer program that can show how evolution works. Because that's kind of an interesting thing. You've got algorithms that were designed to show in computer animations how natural selection can actually exceed the capacity of intelligent designers.
Right. Seriously, there's a YouTube channel. I'm going to double check here and make sure this is what it actually is.
I also want to throw in one other thing while you're looking for that. One of my son's other teachers was the creationist that we're talking about, who told the class that there's no such thing as a beneficial mutation. And my son had the textbook open because he's my son, right? So he opens the textbook. Right. He says, "But teacher, the textbook lists beneficial mutations," because it did.
Yeah.
There's like 13 that are like part of the standard lesson plan, and the creationists just pretend that it isn't there. Or they do their anti-science counter-apologetics to lie to the students and tell them that it isn't there. That's why they do it. Like when it comes to evolution, we're suddenly not going to refer to the textbook at all. We're going to refer to this pamphlet from Answers in Genesis instead.
Oh, God. There is a YouTube channel called Primer, Primer, and they have videos simulating evolution using computer program. They have these little blobs that exist in a plane, and they put food down, and different blobs have different capacity to get different food, and then the blobs reproduce, and like they show just natural selection in general. Apparently, they have one about the evolution of aggression, evolution of sacrificing for family, so like kin selection. That's super cool. So like really, really, really cool stuff. And they have a bunch of other videos too. This person has like 1.5 million subscribers and they deserve it. I've only seen a couple of other videos, but I've been blown away by them. So like go check out Primer and their YouTube channel as well. You can go watch Aron, go watch mine, go watch
subscribers.
Primer.
That's 1.5
million.
One of the things that really frustrates me with when I see good science content, good educational science content, there's very few views on it. It's got to be
that's the whole
fucking pointless drama in order to get any views anymore.
That's what the SciShow is all about, man. Complexly is a huge, Hank Green built an empire of science content that's got all sorts of views. That gives me hope for the internet. That's all it is. We've got a bunch more callers here that I want to try to get to as many as possible, but I would like to start. I don't know if you see the call screen right now, but I'm looking at line 6 because that seemed pretty exciting to me.
I don't have the ability to see a call stream at the moment, so
that's okay.
You're going to have to
pull
take
this one up because I think that we will both be excited about this. We've got Pip. Pronouns are they, them, calling in from the UK, asking, what is our favorite dinosaur and why? Pip, you're on the line. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well, thank you. How about you?
I'm freaking fantastic.
Can you hear me?
I'm so happy you asked this question. Yes, I can hear you just fine. Yes. So it says here that you were just interested in our favorite dinosaurs and why. Is that the summary of your question, or did you have more to ask?
Pretty much, because I've been a lifelong huge paleontology nerd, for dinosaurs especially, and I know that both of you have either done talks on the subject or have at least made great reference to paleontological discoveries to make points in your videos. And I would love to hear rather, what your reasoning is for your favorite dinosaur in particular. Why does it get you excited, and what does that say about paleontology as a whole through this example?
I'm down with that, yeah. Aron, do you want to start so I can go grab a picture of mine?
Yeah, it's going to be strange because I don't have a favorite dinosaur whose name I can remember. There was a prosauropod that I liked because it was undifferentiated, and it's some of the undifferentiated varieties that I find the most appealing. But I can't remember the name. It was not Plateosaurus, and certainly not Plateoposaurus. But it was a Triassic prosauropod, and that's all I can remember of that. Another one, if I wanted to pull one up, it might be Spinosaurus, only because Spinosaurus broke some rules where they said that there were no aquatic dinosaurs, and specifically, Ray Comfort called for a crocoduck, and Spinosaurus turned out to be an exact crocoduck.
Do you want me to look up if you want to?
Why? Therefore, there's a new Spinosaurus update. We've made so much of that recently. It's been like a huge stream of discoveries and scientific papers and analysis, and it's changing so quickly. It's one of the harder dinosaurs to keep up with these days. Not that I'm complaining, of course.
Well, there's good reasons, because there were fragments of it that were found in the 1990s, and they were lost due to some fire or other tragedy. I can't remember what it was. Like a military thing, but something happened to the original fossils, and maybe they were originally discovered in World War II and were lost as a result of the military campaign.
That's the one.
I can't. What's that?
Yeah, I was just saying that I believe some of the original skeletons were lost during bombing raids in World War II.
Hold on a sec. Where?
The cat was staring at the little breeder bin, really intently. So I took some drawers out, and there she was.
Oh my gosh! I almost did that earlier today. All right, thank you.
I can't let her next to her. She'll eat her.
Yep. I'm sorry for the interruption. My wife was showing me one of her snakes.
No worries.
Yeah, one of our newest ones. She's very proud of.
Nice.
That's nice.
So I went and grabbed, this is a children's encyclopedia of dinosaurs that I bring down and show my nieces and nephews from time to time. And this has my favorite picture of my favorite dinosaur in it. It is an artist's reconstruction, but it's beautiful looking. This is my boy Therizinosaurus. This is my favorite dinosaur right here, and he's awesome. Let me make sure he's fully on the screen here.
I fully agree with that. Yeah, can I chime in on that? I know it's your favorite dinosaur, but it's another one of those that break the rules dinosaurs, because therizinosaurs, and there's not just one of them. There's a bunch of them. Usually when paleontologists mention what you think is a species, they're actually talking about a genus at least, and sometimes even a family, because they're talking about a whole bunch of different species. If we mention Stegosaurus, for example, there's a truckload of them. I mean, there's a whole wide variety of those things. But therizinosaurs started out as carnivorous. And they look like prosauropods with big fucking claws like they shouldn't have, but they're actually initially carnivorous theropods that subsequently turned to a herbivorous diet and developed these weird adaptations. They're also feathered, so it's 30 fucking feet long.
Yes.
This massive, terrifying, feathery, ostrich-looking bitch, and he's got friggin' crazy teeth. They've got weird number of toes. They didn't have a normal theropod toe structure. They had weird feet. They had weird heads. They had weird teeth, and they had fucking 3.5 foot long claws on their 3 gross little fingers. They had claws that were, I'm about just under 2 meters tall. I'm 1.85 something centimeters or whatever, or 180 something centimeters. 188. I'm 6'2". I'm a big boy, and this fucker's claws were half of my body length. And I love him so much. He's so weird. The word Therizinosaurus translates to scythe lizard because of that shit. And as far as I remember, we have no idea what the claws were actually for. They might have been digging in mounds. They might have been for defense. They might have been for hunting. For back when they were carnivore. They might have been for cutting down things off of trees to eat. We don't know. They just had giant. This is not a mistake in the evolutionary timeline. They used them for something, but we don't know what. And so they are just massive scythe chickens, and I love them.
Can we get a little nerdy about that for just a moment, Forrest? Because those claws cannot be for digging. That's just, you don't have the mass behind it necessary for digging. That thing is carrying around 6 scimitars.
I'm just going to say butt scratcher again.
Like many things in evolution, I suspect that it's a multi-purpose tool. Even if it was originally for predation, the fact that it could be repurposed so easily for bringing down like large branches and even potentially defense, means that, hey, if it's not broke, don't fix it. That's like one of the core factors of evolution. If it's not broke, don't fix it. And I distinctly remember, I've probably still got the magazines somewhere, but in the UK in the 1990s, there was this magazine series just simply titled Dinosaur. I absolutely collected them, every single one of them. And they had these stop press sections with the latest discoveries. And I remember just seeing the scaly Therizinosaurus in there with the giant claws, because this was a relatively new discovery. This was like hot off the press at the time. And it's such a unique dinosaur that it is particularly fascinating to, as you say, it breaks the rules. We expect, like, the theropod-like dinosaurs to typically be carnivores, which is probably why they're so popular in Hollywood. But to see that, then become, a herbivore and change its diet entirely, it makes me think about, how that might be reflected in modern animals, because I know that there is absolutely no relation between a modern giant panda and a Therizinosaurus, but they do share one trait of being former carnivores who have now turned into herbivores. And it's interesting to speculate how that might have affected and whether the Therizinosaurs had a similar issue, with that changeover, how that happened. Because I think
it's interesting to think about.
Sorry, go on.
You're fine. I was just going to say, like, they're, these guys are, if I remember right, they came up like 70 million years ago. So they're right there at the end of the Cretaceous where things are getting weird anyway. And as far as like the switch from carnivory to herbivory, we see that a lot. There are plenty of fully herbivorous members of the order Carnivora today, like the kinkajou, for example. Kinkajous they totally survive off of fruits, but they still have carnivore teeth, which just makes them really messy eaters, which actually benefits their ecosystems because they fling fruit bits and seeds all over the place. So like it's it could have been a cool co-adaptive thing. We just don't know. And like that's what I love the most about them is not only are they fucking cool, but I love how much we have left to learn. And
I want to throw in here I want to throw in something about kinkajous, because kinkajous are the South American version or the Central American version of raccoons, which are my favorite animal. It's a surprising thing about raccoons is raccoons, when you see them all across North America, you see them all across Asia, they're the same thing. And I had to wonder, why do raccoons, which are procyonids, they are karyotypic of the ancestor of dogs. Why have they not changed? Why do they look like the living fossil kind of version of themselves? And had a chance to ask a biologist about this who was doing genetic studies on them. And he said, well, it was remarkable that they noticed that raccoons have a very slow and unusually slow mutation rate. Well, go figure that. And that's why you have them all across Asia and all across North America, all across the entire northern hemisphere. You have raccoons look like raccoons, but when you get into South America, now you finally get a different one, which is just basically the same thing with an elongated snout.
Yeah. Very generalist body plan.
Good.
Yeah. Personally speaking, my favorite dinosaurs got to be Microraptor, purely because while it's very small and unassuming, it tells us so much about the potential evolution of flight. Like, as far as I'm aware, I could be wrong on this, but last I checked, it had the same flight capabilities as a pheasant. You know, with the wings with extra like wings on the legs, it could potentially glide. But also, what I find fascinating is a trait we see in modern birds, which is wing-assisted incline running. Am I right in assuming you know that was? What that is?
I want to comment. I want to say something else about Microraptor because it's one of my favorite dinosaurs, to be sure. Microraptor is especially impressive to me because it was misnamed when it was finally discovered, because it was predicted 100 years earlier. Microraptor was predicted by William Beebe, who was an ornithologist who was studying. He's obviously studying birds as a living, but then he also studies Archaeopteryx. He noticed that Archaeopteryx had flight feathers on their hind legs. Why the fuck would you have flight feathers on the hind legs? Well, of course, Archaeopteryx has unusually short wings because it's one of the dawn birds, right? It's representative of the earliest types of birds. So Archaeopteryx, he looked at this and he said, well, if they got flight feathers on the back wings, then there must be something intermediate between these earlier feathered dinosaurs and Archaeopteryx that would have been something that he called Tetrapteryx, which was something that would jump out of the trees in a spread eagle formation and glide like that. That's what Microraptor is. That's exactly what it is. And whoever got the chance to name it should honor that and say, okay, no, I discovered Tetrapteryx, which was predicted by William Beebe 100 fucking years ago.
Yeah.
It's up to the ICDN, unfortunately. It'll never happen.
That's the thing about.
There's one other thing. One other thing I got to throw in about.
One other thing, and then we got to move on.
Yeah, we got to move this on. We got Theus desperately needing correction.
Okay. Well, I won't go into all of that. We'll let it go.
Yeah.
But I really appreciate you calling in and letting us nerd out for so much.
Yeah.
You're just. I appreciate you letting us nerd out.
I could.
We would do this all night.
Oh,
yeah, seriously,
absolutely.
I want to get into you're talking about that. I want to start getting into the bone markings and like how they had like those feather attachments and how they're analogous to like modern. Like, oh my god!
I'm sure we'll do it all during super chats.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. Hey, thank you for giving us the opportunity to nerd out. I'm sure that the viewers appreciate it as well. Awesome.
Nice, I've been wanting to have this conversation with you. I've been wanting to be on a show with you just so I can put my nerd on.
Yeah, exactly.
Super chats will be the super chats will be the ultimate nerd opportunity. I assure you, it always
absolutely.
Is. Yeah.
But we've got a few that I want to get to, because like there's one that I know is somebody has called in before, and I'd love to hear your take on what they have to say, because it looks like it's the exact same damn argument that we've addressed several other times. So we're going to go into that. We've got Andrew in Florida who says that if humans are just animals, then rape is not evil. Andrew, how are you doing today? You're on the line.
Awesome. Happy New Year, gentlemen.
Happy New Year to you. Yeah, so you've called in with this a few times. You've talked to me about it before. I remember at least twice.
Me too.
So what's different this time than the last time you said this?
Yeah, I didn't call in. It was a super chat. And you guys cursed me out both times. And you guys said I was a coward for not calling in. So I just wanted to call in.
Well, good on you for calling in. Yeah, I remember addressing this a couple of times. I apologize. I thought you had called in before. Good on you, sincerely, for calling in and saying this with a straight face.
I don't apologize for cursing you out, though. It was really fucking stupid.
I apologize for saying you had called in before. That was my mistake.
Okay. Well, so let me address this caller since you've talked to me before. Since you've talked to me before, let me ask a couple of questions. What is an animal?
Yeah, by all means.
What is an animal?
I'm sorry?
What is an animal?
It depends who you ask, but from the perspective of...
Well, what if you're asking somebody who knows what the fuck they're talking about? What is an animal then?
Okay, according to a biologist, it's just a different species on the planet with compared to any other species.
According to biologists?
Nope.
I want to find that biologist and fire him from his job. What biologist are you referring to? Because nobody defines an animal that way.
Let's am a biologist. There are actual qualifications for what is an animal.
Yeah, and they're not that. I can help you. I can tell you what it is. The Bible could help you and tell you what it is.
That's surprisingly enough, yeah.
Yeah. Any dictionary, and dictionaries usually get shit wrong, but even the dictionary will sometimes say that it would include single-celled animals, but there's no such thing as a single-celled animal. By definition, every animal is multicellular. So it is a multicellular eukaryote that includes an internal digestive tract. Are you a multicellular eukaryote, and do you have an internal digestive tract?
You also have to be usually motile, and you have to have cell membranes and lack cell walls and things like that. There's
if you're going to include parazoans, if you're going to include half of parazoans.
That's true. And you have to be heterotrophic. It really comes down to cell structure and cellular respiration. See what just happened, Andrew? Two people who know things about science just talked about science together. That's a thing that can happen, and we're still on the same page about what an animal is. I don't know where Aaron is going with this, but I'd love to know. So please continue.
Yeah. So
on the science, the question is about the implications of the science, because
so the implications are you're saying that you are a multicellular eukaryote and you have an internal digestive tract? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so you are an animal, regardless.
Yeah, I agree scientifically. Yeah.
Okay. Now, what does it mean to be just an animal? What's that mean?
That we are not we're not creatures. The divine has nothing to do with our...
Okay, so if we weren't conjured by magic, which we evidently were not, then in what sense does it mean that it is okay to violate another person's rights?
I'm not saying it's okay, and I'm glad.
Well, you're saying that if you're an animal and you're an animal, you're saying that if we are animals, if we were not conjured out of nothing by magic, then it's okay to violate other people's rights. Where do you get that idea?
Also, I just Googled the definition of creature, and it says an animal. So, we are creatures for sure.
Well, creature has the implication that creature has the implication that somebody said abracadabra and poofed animals out of nothing. But obviously that never happened. Magic isn't real. So since magic isn't real, and since there is no God, and since we are animals, then what gives you the idea that animals have the right to violate other people, that it would be moral, that you said there's nothing wrong with, apart from the fact that we're violating other people's rights? How do you get that idea?
it's not okay in any circumstance.
What's not okay?
When humans do it, you guys have a different reaction. When humans rape
when
each
humans
other,
do what?
Other, and if
when
just
humans
animals,
do what?
Reaction. So, and just the implications of. I'm just coming to terms with the implications of the science for the first time in my life. I just want to say I was becoming a huge fan of you guys and really listening in, and you guys show a lot of charity. But with me, you don't like the question. It's just very hostile.
Well,
yeah,
because you have to understand.
You don't understand your question.
The question
you really
you're
literally
asking
don't understand your own question.
The question you're asking is, if this is true, then why isn't it okay to do all sorts of horrible things? Do you really not see how that question is insanely loaded with really, really shitty ideas? Like, it's like the eugenics argument. You have to not understand science at a fundamental level to even go that direction. And then to put that on the internet and say something like that, we have to assume that either one, you're deliberately trolling us, or number two, you're just an asshole. The probability that you genuinely don't know the answer to this, it's there, but it's small. Like 9 times out of 10, if someone says something like that, they're just a creationist trying to tell us you have to have a soul, otherwise you'd rape everybody, which is nonsense.
We don't have souls, so that's just done. So there's no support for mind-body dualism at all, neither in neuroscience nor philosophy. So we don't have souls, there is no God. Understanding that you are an animal by your own admission already, and the fact that there is no God and there is no souls, what gives you the right, or gives anybody the right, to violate somebody else's rights just because God is imaginary and souls don't exist, but we still have the reality that we have to live and be proactive, or we have to be socially active with each other, so we can't violate other people's rights? Why do you think that? How do you explain yourself?
We don't have that right under any circumstance to rape any individual. Right? I'm just saying, when animals do it, we don't consider them evil, but when humans do it, we rightly consider them. So
yes, we do.
I'm coming from a theistic background. This is genuinely
regardless what background you're coming from. You're violating somebody else's rights, right? So
I agree with that.
Rape is forced sex without consent. I know that ducks have that built into them, and ducks like only have sex by means of rape, and that's also affected their biology, so that the female vagina actually corkscrews in the opposite direction and then the duck's penis does. And I know that that's part of their biology, but that's just another indication that there is no fucking God. Okay? That does not mean that humans have a right to violate other people's rights. Or that it's okay, or however you put it. You said there's nothing wrong with violating somebody else's rights. Unless what? We were poofed out of nothing by an abracadabra spell by your magic imaginary friend? Since he doesn't exist, and since we don't have souls, and since we are animals, then how do you justify that claim? I don't believe in a God. There is no God. There is no soul. There is no afterlife. We don't go anywhere when we die. All of the repercussions from our actions take place during our lifetime. I don't have a right to violate other people's rights. It's not okay if I violate somebody else's rights by raping them. So for you to say that it is, simply because we are animals, when it is a fact that we are animals, means that you don't understand anything you're talking about. And since Forrest has already explained this a couple of times, then what is the choice then? Which category do we put you in? Do we put you in troll who's just looking for a fight, or idiot who doesn't understand things that have been explained to him a bunch of times?
I've clarified it twice. Forrest didn't explain it. He just cursed me out on the super chat with Jimmy. I'm saying neither of those two options are where I am. I'm just coming from a different mythology.
You're coming from a different mythology. Right. Thank you. You are coming from
no mythology here, bro.
Not a different one. You're coming from a mythology.
We've talked to you for 10 minutes now. I want to give you the floor for a second. I want you to fully explain where you're coming from here, because I don't want to straw man you. Okay, I want to really try to understand where you're coming from. You're saying that you don't see the reason why we have a difference of opinion or a different reaction when humans are rapists versus when a duck rapes something. Is that a general summary of what you're saying, or is there more to it?
I think there's a little bit more nuance than that.
Go for it. I'll give you a minute or so to give me a summary.
Okay. If a lion rapes another lion, and then a human rapes another human, we categorize those, and we say for humans it is objectively evil to do that, but for animals, it's not objectively evil. So why would we say it's objectively evil for humans to do that, not for animals? And so the argument is, without God, morals are just relative. They're just subjective. So
because God's not a subject.
Hold on.
God,
I told him I would give him a minute to explain himself. Hold on. I told him I would give him a minute to fully explain himself. Okay.
I'm just trying to come up with, how do you get to moral objective values, which I agree with, but how do you do it without God differentiating humans from animals? Because when animals do it, we wouldn't say it's evil. When humans do it, we would say that they're a piece of shit. And I agree with you. Okay. But how do you get to that without God?
I don't know how you get there with God.
Let me break this down.
But I can explain how we get there without God. First of all, when a lion comes across a female, all right, take it.
I want to break this down a little bit, because
you've had him 2 or 3 times.
But no, wait, I've just yelled at him. Apparently, I really want to tear into the meat of this really quickly, and then I promise I'll give it back to you. What is the difference fundamentally? What is the difference between a lion and a human?
Self-consciousness.
You hit the nail on the head. There's one of them right there. That's a huge one. Humans are capable of more abstract thought than lions are. We can find a lot of things that lions and ducks and all sorts of other species that may or may not engage in sexually aggressive behavior. We can identify all sorts of different things. Oh, we don't have manes. Oh, we don't have teeth this way. Oh, we don't have feathers. Whatever it is. But at the end of the day, the one single thing that humans are able to do that no other animal seems to be able to do is like deep compassion and empathy across time and space. We can think about what other humans are feeling and identify with that and understand it, even when that human is not directly involved in our lives. So what you have here is that we are just an animal. And one of the cool things that we can do as an animal, ducks can fly and lions can hunt and fish can swim, and we can think. We're really, really, really good at it. And because of that, we're able to come up with objective moral systems that don't rely on a God. And one of those is human well-being. I can look at any person and know that if I rape them, it will be detrimental to their mental and physical health. And so I can make the decision not to rape them because I think that's a shitty thing to do. That whole golden rule of I don't want it to happen to me, so I'm not going to do it to somebody else, that's in every single culture and every single moral philosophy and every single religion, period, ever. That's there because humans are so good at saying, I understand what pain and suffering is, and I understand that I'm not the only person in the world. Therefore, this is theory of mind. You develop it when you're fucking like 2 or 3 years old. Therefore, I understand that my actions have real consequences, and I'm going to try to be a good person. So you're asking this ridiculous question of why is rape bad? There is no objective morality. There is no any rules on anything. Humans are just animals, and nothing means anything. And yet, I have the capacity to be a grown-up and say, I understand that my actions have consequences, so I'm going to act like a good person and not like an asshole. That's it. That's how it happens. That's where it comes from, and you don't need a God or any differentiation between any human or any other thing to do it. It's something that's built into us, and we have evidence in the fossil record of compassion and love and empathy going back millions of years in our lineage alone, let alone the evidence that we have in laboratories today of other species showing that same kind of compassion and empathy. And if you want to talk about rape or anything else, we have other primates that shut that shit down. It's not just humans that do it. So you're putting humans on this weird pedestal, and you don't need to do that. Now, Aron, please tell us what you think.
Thank you.
Yes, by all means.
So what often happens in lion communities is that a male lion, a rogue male lion, will search for a new family, for whatever reason, he's no longer part of his original clan, probably because he was an upstart and wanted to become king of his own harem. So he finds another lioness, and she has cubs, and he eats those cubs so that she has to become fertile again. She has to raise new cubs. So now he's going to impregnate her with his own cubs. He's eaten her cubs. What would have happened if, say, you could communicate to that female the idea, the novel idea that, hey, that asshole just killed your kids. Why would you let him mate with you? Right? Well, they don't have the sort of social circle where the females get together and why would you get with his dick? Right? So it should be that the lioness would be ripping pieces of his face off for having done that. And then the lion would learn that there are repercussions from his actions. But we can't help that not all of these other animals have this advanced level of understanding of what's justified and what isn't. There's no way that imagining a God that does not exist gives any credence to your moral argument. It does not mean that there's nothing wrong with rape. There remains something wrong with rape, whether there is a God or not. And your God would allow that preteen children can be taken from the families of people who were ransacked and their whole villages torn down and everybody in their family has been killed. And now your God will say, why did you show mercy to the women and children? Kill all the little boys because they're useless right in front of their mothers, murder all the mothers right in front of their daughters. But if their preteen daughters are virgins, and how are you going to figure out that they doesn't say, but if you've decided that their preteen daughters haven't had sex, if they're virgins and so they're not pregnant, that much you know, then you can keep those as child sex slaves. That's your God. That's the morality of the biblical God. And that's okay according to your evil God. But that doesn't mean that there's nothing wrong with rape. In fact, there's more wrong with it when there's not a God, at least your God.
Mm-hmm. Andrew, we've had the floor for a little while. Do you have anything else you want to say?
Yeah, Aaron says it's my God. I would say no, it's just the God of a primitive, barbaric people who lived thousands of years ago. That's just their conception of God.
I'm sorry, I thought you were worshiping the God of Abraham. Whose God is your God?
The God of Jesus Christ.
Oh, so it is the God of Abraham. It is the God the same one, of then, yeah. Numbers 30. So you're supporting what I just said. That is your God, the one I just described.
The God of the Bible,
we
right?
We don't, but that's more complicated. We don't. In the question,
your God is the one that condones abortion in Numbers 5. Your God is the one that condones child sex slaves in Numbers 30. That's your God.
That's the God of those people who lived thousands of years ago. Their conception of God and morality.
Yours is the God of Jesus. And Jesus worshipped the God of Abraham, who was the God of Moses. And it was Moses who specifically said, keep the preteen girls as sex slaves. That's your God.
No, Moses didn't write. Moses didn't write for the Pentateuch. All scholarship says Moses didn't write that. So
I know, because Moses never existed. He couldn't have written something unless he existed. But since he's no more real than your God or Jesus, then none of that, all of that is moot.
Also, right. Jesus said, neither a jot nor a tittle of the old law shall change. I'm here to fulfill the law, not to change it. So, like, everything in the Old Testament, all those commandments, all the things that God said to do in that ancient barbaric times, and I agree, were horrible. Jesus also said, I agree with that, and I'm here to enforce that law, and not a bit of it will change.
Yep.
Very good point.
So, yeah.
So, again, back to what Aron said, what's the difference? Why are you upset when we say, yes, humans are animals, and also you shouldn't rape people, when the book that you take your morals from says, keep the girls for your sex slaves? Like, what's the difference there?
I've admitted that the book has nasty things in it, like genocide and all that. And my answer to that was, That's the morality of ancient peoples who lived thousands of years ago. Religion does not exist in a vacuum. It's a product of ancient culture and ancient morality.
So was God wrong?
So and you mentioned specifically that yours is the God of Jesus, who Forrest just pointed out said that every jot and tittle of all those 613 commandments has to be held to the letter, which includes raping preteen girls as sex slaves when they're prisoners of war. So if yours is the God of Jesus Christ, then you support raping preteen children.
Was God wrong then, or did he change his mind? Because he said specifically that he never changed his mind a few times. So was he just incorrect? Was God being immoral at the time when he
changed his mind?
Except all the times he changed his mind. But he said he wouldn't do it. So, like, at what point did God correct himself and start saying good things? Also, it never says that that's wrong in the Bible. So where did you get that you understand morality better than God did in the Bible?
We understand morality better than the biblical authors. It was people who wrote the Bible.
We understand morality better than Jesus Christ. Thank you.
Yes, because Jesus Christ never ever denounced any of that. In fact, didn't Jesus have a whole thing about slaves should obey their masters, or was that Paul? Am I confusing that?
No, it was Jesus.
It was Jesus, right? And he said, obey your masters, even your cruel masters, as long as they're Christians. So slavery is also something that you agree with if you believe in Jesus and the God of Jesus.
He says you can never get divorced, but if you do get divorced, you can never get remarried. And
that's what it is.
And any time you look at a woman with lust, you've automatically committed adultery, and adultery is punishable by death. So when you're in a terrible marriage, you're stuck in that terrible marriage.
Yes, yeah, and if you ever look at anyone and are attracted to them, you deserve to die.
Yeah, but then Jesus said a lot of crappy shit, didn't he?
Also, wasn't Jesus the one where we start to get hell? So it's not bad enough that if you look at a woman and you're like, damn, she's hot, look at that ass, now you not only deserve to die, but you will also burn in fire for all eternity. Where's your morality there, Andrew? Was Jesus also the barbaric ancient people who didn't know anything about anything that you were talking about earlier?
Yeah, I conceded that point. Literally, the last line of the question said ancient religious morality also has problems too. And so Jesus lived 2,000 years ago. So his morality was
Jesus was wrong.
Ancient
so Jesus is a product of his time, and his time was 2,000 years ago. So Jesus was just some guy, some first century faith healer who didn't know any better than anybody knows today.
Krauss justified incest.
I'm sorry, what?
We're going to look at that and say nasty.
He said Krauss justified incest. He's desperately flailing here. I feel like he's either going to hang up or leave soon. Andrew, I just want to make sure that before you go down this, because I feel like you're close to rage quitting, I just want to address one thing, because my name was evoked earlier about us swearing you out earlier, Andrew. Fuck you, Andrew. Fuck you. All right, go on with your stupid Krauss line.
Can we
like
get
it matters.
some better? Can we get the screeners to get us some better theists?
We're doing our best. There are some other theists waiting, though.
Well, I just want to say, we're not talking about Krauss. Neither one of us are Lawrence Krauss. I don't care what Krauss ever said. I don't agree with half the shit. Krauss has said several things I don't agree with. I don't care.
Hey,
we're talking about you.
Forrest,
you just said.
Why won't you defend what an astrophysicist said about morality? Come on, man.
Right. Yeah, Lawrence Krauss also got fucking butthurt that there weren't enough straight white men represented in the fucking physics thing when they said we accept all people, and they didn't show any straight white guys, and he got his fucking all conservative panties in a twist about that too. That's not
if I may, I want to throw something in about that. The very first time I ever got to speak with Lawrence Krauss, I was angry at him for writing a book called A Universe from Nothing, because I knew that even he didn't believe that the universe came from nothing, that he had to redefine nothing in order to write that book.
It was a provocative
the very
title,
first time I've had the chance to talk to him a number of times. But the first time that I got to speak to him, I told him, okay, so I have to counter this argument that the universe came from nothing when none of us really believes that. Not even you believe that. So my counter argument to that is, yes, we did come from monkeys, and I can prove it. And he hated that.
Right. Right, of course. Anyway, Andrew, none of us care what Lawrence Krauss said because none of us are Lawrence Krauss. You just said that the Old Testament was old religion that had a bunch of problems, and that Jesus endorsed that old religion, but he also had a bunch of problems. So if you believe in this God and you believe in this Jesus, but you admit that everything that they said about morality was just deplorable and awful and wrong, and you don't follow it, where does your morality come from, if not from what we're talking about with our secular morals?
Right. My point about Krauss wasn't to justify incest. Obviously, my point was simply that morality.
Of course not. You were just trying to defer to some other guy who isn't on the show.
No, my point is that morality evolves from human culture, and it's a combination of religious ideas and philosophical ideas and law and history. So it's a combination.
Which religious ideas are necessary for the evolution of morality?
Can you repeat the first part?
Which religious ideas? You just said that morality comes from culture, but it's a combination of religious ideas and a bunch of other stuff. Which religious ideas in particular are you talking about? Because clearly the Bible doesn't count, Jesus doesn't count. So what religious ideas are you talking about that we need to be moral people?
Overall, just all religions. Most religions teach the golden rule, just like Jesus. So you can differ from religion, an idea of the golden rule. It's just overall inspired by
secular cultures also have the golden rule, but go on.
They do. I'm agreeing to that. And I'm saying that's where we get our morality. It's a combination of human institutions and just thousands of years of history. Religion is part of the mix. I'm not saying it's the entire mix.
Right. So what I'm asking you is what part of religion is necessary? Because I agree religion's a part of our history. I don't think it's a necessary one. I think it's a very outdated and destructive one that needs to be done away with. Just like all the other horrible, insane, pointless shit that humans have done. So, like, what part of religion is necessary for our evolution of morality?
Yeah, for those in a culture like ours, it's not necessary anymore. I would say for most humans on Earth, it still is because they haven't adapted to secular culture. They don't have that framework. They're still going on off a biblical, ancient framework. So they still need religion and other aspects of their life to develop a decent type of morality.
Now I want to ask you a different question because of what you just said, Andrew. A genuine question. I'm not fucking with you. Genuine, honestly, I want to know. Do you have any idea how incredibly ethnocentric and patronizing what you just said was? That our advanced culture no longer needs religion. We've evolved past that and we can now be secular. But all these primitive people out there still need Sky Daddy to tell them what to do. They're not to our level yet. Do you not get how that's an insanely fucked up thing to say?
Much as I love being on a show with you, Forrest, I still want to just have exclusive rights to tear into this guy.
Sorry. I want to be as nice as possible because I really want Andrew to understand where we're coming from here. Like, you're talking about these things as if this is a necessary thing. As if you, with your particular religion, understand the fundamentals of morality. And all these other ignoramuses across the planet don't get it yet. And I really want to understand if we can agree that the Bible's shit and that Jesus is shit and that all these outdated ideas about slavery and rape and incest are all terrible, then what exactly are you drawing from that actually gives you this moral edge that you think you have over the rest of the planet?
Religion as part of the mix. We get our golden rule. I believe we evolve with religion.
We don't get it from religion. We've covered that several times.
Yeah. The golden rule exists in all cultures regardless of religion. So we already have that. Let me just jump to the head to help you out with something. Let's think about this. You have a society of people and you have somebody who, I don't know, maybe they have underdeveloped prefrontal cortex, or they lack mirror neurons, or whatever their defect is. They don't show compassion for their family, friends, and fellows. They're selfish. They promote themselves over everybody else. How is the rest of society, going to respond to that person? Very soon, that person's going to find themselves removed from that society, either by being ostracized, banished, or killed. Right? And now the people who do show compassion, the people whose word you can trust, the people you can rely upon, the people you know that you've learned from past experience, you can turn to that guy and he will be helpful, and he knows he's going to have a wise judgment, or he's going to be helpful in a situation, whatever. That's the person that people are going to be more entrusting to. That's the people that women are going to be more attracted to, that are going to have more children, that their families are going to be more supported by the community. So completely autonomously, without any God at all, those who do show compassion for their family, friends, and fellows are going to be the ones who end up reproducing more. So the more the genes are for the types of behavior to be good and to be caring about other people, this is automatically going to produce, right? Whereas the dickheads who say that you should kill somebody just on the word of one or two witnesses simply because they don't believe as you do, they would be more ostracized, right? So evil then is eliminated as a natural course of natural selection, and your God has fuck all to do with anything. As a matter of fact, at best, your God is the problem.
Because in a normal universe, good people do good things and bad people do bad things. But if you need good people to do bad things, all you have to do is give them religion.
Humans are the problem.
Okay, fine. Yeah, the people that really exist are the problem, and the imaginary characters that don't exist, yeah, they're the solution. You go on and believe that. We'll move on to the next caller.
All right.
It is deeply frustrating, Andrew, because I hope you call back another day when I'm in, because it is deeply frustrating to show you the point over and over and over and have you just keep saying, yeah, humans are bad, humans are bad, humans are bad.
Also call me. Call me, Andrew. I dare you. Call me when I'm on. I'm the one who called you a coward. Call me specifically, fuckface.
Pick a day when only I'm on, and I'll be very nice to you and tell you in very nice ways how freaking ridiculous what you're saying is.
There was an entire time where he was and I was yelling to the two of you from mute, but with mute on, he's literally saying morality is subjective, because literally morality can only be subjective. Morality is only something humans can come up with for each other. If it's handed down, there's no such thing as things being right or wrong. Imagine a computer programmer is out there writing a program and says, I expect the program to behave this way. And then the program doesn't behave that way. Do you say, oh, evil program? Or is the programmer wrong because they programmed it wrong? In the world where God dictates morality, there's no such thing as morality, and everything is his fault because he's a shitty fucking programmer. And I was just dying for you guys to mention when he was defending that it was subjective after saying it should be objective.
This is so frustrating for me because I've been wanting to be on a podcast. I've been wanting to be on a podcast with Forrest for so long, and now we're both fighting over the same piece of meat, and it's so frustrating. Yeah. Forrest just said, call back when it's only me. Fuck you, Forrest. Call back when it's only meat. I won't leave any meat on the bone, okay?
I just meant if you wanted to get a word in edgewise, call in if it's only me.
I'm saying call all three of us individually, or let all three of us just wreck you all together.
Right. We very much have different styles. Aaron would tear him apart. Jimmy would call him a fucking idiot for 5 hours solid.
That's not true. Listen. I would tear him apart. I would also tear him apart while calling him a fucking idiot. Thank you very much.
I'm confident that all three of us would tear him apart in different ways. I'm just frustrated because I want to do it myself. And I know, and Forrest just said that he wants to do it himself.
You should. You should. We should. We'll pick a day. Pick a day, Andrew. Pick which one of us you like the best. We won't be hurt at all if you pick the wrong one.
By the way,
I did want to go down a similar. I did want to go down a similar way when you were talking about subjective morality. I wanted to kind of get to like turning this back around on this God, but we had been on that call for 30 minutes at that time, or damn near it. And like, oh my God, how long can we say the same thing? Also, I wanted to talk about this, and I didn't get to, I'm not going to say all of this, so I want to, but like there's strong, significant correlations. Like if you look at like serial killers, people on death row and whatnot, about like frontal lobe damage, psychological abuse, physical or sexual abuse, like there's strong correlations there. So like, if you're talking about morality as this bad things that humans do, track patterns, and maybe you'll learn something more than just God said it wrong, therefore wrong. Like it's way more interesting than that. Oh my god!
This guy, but
anyway,
you got to savor this. Savor this for a moment.
Right?
He just said, "Well, my God is the God of the Bible." Then change that to my God is the God of Jesus. Well, Jesus was just some asshole thousands of years ago who didn't know any better.
Right? God, it's so hard.
Now he believes in Jesus 2000. Sounds like a bad Terminator sequel.
The newest Jesus. We've got a whole bunch of people on the line.
Take line 23. I want to make sure that I clear him before we actually do it, because otherwise you'll understand when we take it. But you should take line 23.
I want to do number 25 next though, because that one looked really fun. But okay, we're gonna do line 23. So we've got Wesley. You're fine, Wesley from Huntington, West Virginia, who has a very interesting question. Wesley, you're on the line. How you doing?
Hello. I'm okay. How are you?
I'm all right, man. I'm all right. So
real
Jimmy
quick,
said he had
to
clear you.
Let me start. Let me start with Wesley. You called yesterday, right?
Possibly, yeah.
What do you mean possibly? Either you called yesterday or you didn't call yesterday.
Well, it's still possible either way.
Is it a group of like a weird cult of acolytes pretending to be Wesley? You called yesterday.
Well, actually, no. Would you have that little a la Nash's teeth, please? You're going to gnash your teeth in this moment.
Wesley, answer my question. Did you call yesterday and start spewing some things about the prophecies and how I know Jesus is real and that you healed my teeth? Yes or no, Wesley?
Of all the questions, I didn't think that would be the hard one. Did
Wesley,
you call yesterday or not?
You waited for a half hour and you're going up cold with the a la gnashing his teeth? The fuck's going on?
Are we dropping Wesley? What's going on?
Sounds like we're going to pick up another caller.
Yeah, so Wesley... Well, I'm gonna mute Wesley's line, and we'll maybe try again here in a second, or I'll return to Q and try and pull back. Wesley called yesterday and has called in the past. Yeah. And when Wesley calls, he just starts reciting some prophecy weird bullshit, and just starts saying shit like, "I am the Omega. You know me in your heart. When your teeth were healed, you knew that was me who healed them." Like saying a bunch of like psychic shit. Because wow. Well, if anybody listening out there has ever needed the dentist before, this guy.
I was going to say, when my teeth were healed, it was my fucking dentist that did it.
Well, no, but it was it was Jesus through the dentist, and all that shit. Let's try one more time. I just want to see Wesley. Wesley, you there? Fuck him. He just wanted to come and spend 32 minutes worth of per minute. Yesterday, he started doing it, and I said, cool, go fuck yourself, and just hung up on him. Because he does it from time to time. He doesn't actually call to engage with the actual prompt. And I had a feeling, not necessarily that that's what would happen. I had a feeling if I answered and said, hey, are you here to just try and do your same recital spiel? He'd probably be like, right. When I healed your teeth, blah, 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 blah. I thought he was just going to start off. I didn't realize he's such a fucking little fucking coward that just hearing me call him out would freak him out. And now I'm wondering about this. Did you call yesterday? Maybe. The fuck does that mean?
Maybe. Like a little kid that got caught fucking stealing cookies. Did you do this? Perhaps.
There's a cult of Wesleys out there that they call these shows, they all use the name Wesley and say the same stupid shit. Anyway, go ahead and do whatever you want at this point.
Okay, cool. So I wanted to move over to line number 25 because this one sounds like a lot of fun. We've got Charlie in Florida who says that evolution is a part of creation and a part of God's design, and that Aron and I need to wake up. Charlie, you're on the line. How are you doing today?
Hey, what's up, Forrest? How are you? Good talking to you.
I'm awesome, man. All right, thank you so much for calling in.
Good talking to me. It's only good talking to Forrest because he's the cute one.
Fuck you, Aron.
Hey, Aron, good talking to you, oh man. Good, nice to meet you.
So, did I summarize what you were calling in for, or did you want to expound on that?
No, I was just calling because every time I used to be an atheist. But I finally learned the way. So now, because I used to follow those pages, I see what I used to think. And then every time I'm like laughing because I'm like, I couldn't be more wrong, So I'm just laughing because you're going to become a better biologist when you find out the truth. And it's going to be amazing. And you're going to love it.
How do you define the truth?
Where did you do Sorry. I do want to ask, where did you do your biology training?
Oh, no, I didn't do biology training. No, I never said that. I said that you're going to become
It's weird for somebody to say you're going to get better at your job when you learn this if you have never trained for the job. Like, I would never tell a mechanic, you'll be a better mechanic when you talk to me.
Just so everyone knows, Charlie's called before. Hang on, Charlie. Charlie, shut the fuck up. Charlie's called before and is almost certainly... Charlie, shut the fuck up! All right, now you're muted. Charlie's called before and is almost certainly... I like that I can see his little sound bars talking. He's still trying to talk. No one can hear you, motherfucker. Charlie isn't real, I don't think. You can say it's Poe's Law, whatever. Charlie's... It's all a joke, I think. You can give him another minute and decide if you want to keep him, but... I know Charlie, and I don't think he's real. All right, Charlie, I'm going to unmute now that... Nope, never mind. I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting to see that you have shut the fuck up before I'll let anybody else listen, because you've just been going loud this whole fucking time. When the bars go silent and you shut the fuck up, I will let you on, Charlie. I'm waiting, Charlie. Fuck you. Fuck you, Charlie. Nope, still not gonna. Go fuck yourself, Charlie. Charlie, I'm just waiting for just silence up. Shut the fuck up. All right, there we go.
No. You talk to me with respect. Act like a grown-up. Act like a grown-up.
I muted you again. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself in the grown-up. Fuck you. Again, Charlie, you're saying no. Nobody can hear you. No, literally, I can't even hear you. All I can see is that on my soundboard, there are bars moving, suggesting that literally still, this entire time I'm talking, he's trying to say something. Charlie, you can't win this until you shut the fuck up. And don't try and tell me how to act. Fuck you, Charlie. Oh my God, Charlie, shut up. Fuck you, Charlie. Oh my God. How are you still going? How are you still going, Charlie? What the fuck?
I hope someone tunes in. I hope someone tunes in right now. And it's just you screaming, shut up.
Shut the fuck up, Charlie.
And nobody can hear anything.
Charlie, no one can hear you. You're literally muted. I'm waiting for, okay. Oh you pause for a second. I'm waiting for you to shut up. Charlie. Charlie, shut up, Charlie. Ouch, Charlie. Shut the fuck up, Charlie. Oh, wait, well, almost. And okay. Now, Charlie, I'm going to unmute you and you get to engage with Forrest and Aron. Go ahead.
Welcome back to the show, Charlie. Yeah, you can talk now, man.
Is this show so good or what? Are we making a good show tonight or what? Huh?
I think so. Okay. I think just Jimmy's apparently dealt with you a few times and he's over it. I don't think I've dealt with you yet.
I know.
I'm willing to give you.
You know what? No. And I appreciate. I understand Jimmy. I understand his condition, so that's why I don't hate him. I know.
What condition does Jimmy have?
Fucker! Fuck you, motherfucker! Forrest, you have dealt with Charlie once. He was the guy who called me mentally ill. Remember last week?
Well, that's what I was going to ask. It sounded like it, and I wasn't sure. Yeah, I would love to know. Oh my God!
Here you go, Charlie.
I'm gonna sit here and entertain somebody just.
Here you go. Fuck. Yeah. Every time you invoke my name, you fucking piece of shit. Anytime you invoke my name, I'm gonna mute you, and I'm just gonna start swearing. You fucking little sack of garbage. Oh yeah, Daddy's gonna fucking spank you every goddamn fucking time, you little piece of shit. Fuck you. All right, I'm unmuting you, piece of shit.
Oh my God. So it's really weird that you would call in and tell me that I'm going to be a better biologist when I know what you know. I do remember you calling my friend mentally ill. That fucking blows.
Yeah.
But it's interesting to me. I would never go up to a brain surgeon and be like, "You'll be a better brain surgeon when you tell you know what I know."
Yeah, you told me that.
That's just a really weird
No, I know
thing
you
to
told
do.
me that, but let me explain to you why. I know you told me that, and I know you
Really
probably
quickly,
feel
I
offended.
promise I will let you speak. I promise I will let you speak.
Okay.
But really quickly, I just want to make sure I remember. Are you the one who was telling me about the rules and that there's certain rules to God's like justice or something, and that all the evil in the world happens because people break those rules? Are you the same person?
Yes, I am.
Cool. So you're the one who said that when children get cancer, it's because their parents didn't follow God's rules.
But right now you don't understand that. But if you will let me explain to you, then you will be like, holy shit.
I tell you what, I will
now
give you.
I'm
actually going to set a timer on my phone. I will give you a solid 45 seconds if you can tell me what it is exactly you're talking about. And from there, it's going to be just we're going to go nuts. We're going to have a lot of fun. So I'm going to set this timer for exactly 45 seconds. And I'm not going to say a single word on your mark set.
I want 55.
55?
Yes.
Give him
I'll
55.
give you 50.
Give him 60. In the middle. Give him a full minute.
You want a full minute? Okay. I'm going to set the
Thank
timer.
you,
You've got one full minute. By the grace of the almighty Aron Ra, you've got 1 full minute on your mark. Get set. Go.
Ha! I muted you again, fucker!
You son of a bitch! I'm trying to be cordial.
Fuck you! All right, okay. No, you can do it for real now. Start his minute over. I couldn't resist. I couldn't resist, Charlie. Go ahead. He's starting it over.
It's too good.
You gotta reset.
All right, here we go.
Yeah,
3, 2, 1, and go.
Okay, here I go. I found out about the system. There is a gap. I remember I used to be an atheist, but something amazing happened. But that doesn't matter right now. What happens is that I found out the rules. The rules, it doesn't matter how, but I know them. So by knowing them, I figure out why we have war in the world, why Jimmy has a mental problem, why we have.
Oh, you broke the rule, fuckface! I said anytime you invoke my name, I'm just going to mute you and come back. By the way, your whole little, it doesn't matter how I know, it's literally the only thing that matters. And now you can take your remaining 26 seconds if you like, you little fucking bitch.
Okay, thank you. I got
26 seconds.
Oh my God. Sorry. I'm not going to say his name anymore. Anyway, so with the rules, you will find out why. For example, rape, you're talking about rape. It's not. Rape is because a person is not crazy. It's because he's ill. Why? Because when we get ill, it's because we sin. And when we find out how we sin, that's when you're going to be like, holy shit, this is it. This is the way. So we don't have cancer anymore.
That's your time. That's your time. So now I want to ask you the most important question.
I tried to do what I could. I tried to do it as fast as I could. Sorry.
One very important question, because this is all exactly what you said last time. So I'm going to ask you one question, very important, and then I'm going to give it over to Aron as well, because I've already talked to you before. What is one rule?
The rules cannot be set in the social network or in this show. They have to be person to person. I already told the people around me one rule, because when it comes to the time, I'm going to make a public announcement to the world to say the rules of life. And then we are going to wake up.
Then we're going to social setting. You cannot tell me one single rule, because it has to be person to person.
Yeah, but at least I can tell you about
a global announcement to tell the world. Is that what you just said? You can tell the world, but you can't tell us here.
Well, no, because you don't understand how the truth has to be said.
I have muted you. This is so boring. I actually have a totally different question that I think is more important. Charlie, when you masturbate, do you close your eyes and think of yourself?
Let me finish. If, for example, people think that, I need the evidence, and you.
Nah, it's boring. Do you guys really want to take the profit here?
I want Aron to get a chance to talk to him.
He told us that when we find out, then we'll know. Oh, holy shit! And then he had that minute to explain what the holy shit thing was, and he used that minute to tell us that when we know this other subsequent thing instead of that thing, then we'll say, "Oh, holy shit!" So there's never going to be a holy shit moment. He's never going to provide it. It's just when we sustain when we sustain sufficient blunt force trauma to the forehead, then we'll have that holy shit moment to where we believe as he does.
That is exactly why I gave him that full minute. That is exactly why I gave him the full minute, because I knew he would never say anything. Because this is the exact same thing that happened last time you called in, Charlie. You said, when you find out, you're going to know. And I said, tell me what it is. And you said, when you find out, you're going to know. And I said, okay, tell it to me. And you said, that's the best part. When you find out, you're going to... And it's just the same thing on loop over and over.
Every moment you've been speaking, he's been speaking this whole time.
Of course.
He's not heard a word you've said. Here's the reason why I jump in on calls like this. This guy didn't call to listen. He called to speak. I literally, as I'm talking right now, I'm watching his bars move. As you spoke, I watched his bars moves. As Aron spoke, I watched his bars move. And all I wanted to know, never mind, I'm not going to make my masturbation joke again, but it was pretty funny and you didn't laugh hard enough. I was pretty mad about it.
I thought it was funny.
Fuck off.
If it's any consolation, Jimmy, I made a masturbation gesture while he was talking.
Yeah, it's good. This guy, oh my God, this guy sounds like a discount Andrew Tate. And Andrew Tate already, you can find him in the clearance bin at Sam's Club. All right, Charlie, you got 10 more seconds to talk and then we're hanging the fuck up. Literally 10.
Tell us one thing that you haven't heard, that we haven't heard before. One thing we haven't heard before, and then we'll move on.
One thing, that this one of the rules is going to make sure that it's going to take care of all the diseases in the world.
Oops, I slipped.
Oh, fuck. It's one of the rules will do it. And when you find out, it's going to be crazy. When you find out,
then you'll know.
And what you'll know is that when you found out, you knew. Just good gravy. How fucking many times you say the same nothing over and over and over?
Apparently,
I got a question for you.
Apparently, right after I said my joke, according to the chat, right after I said my joke, when you masturbate, do you close your eyes and think of yourself? Apparently, the next words out of his mouth were, "Let me finish."
Awesome.
You can't make this shit up.
That's great.
Go ahead, Aron. I'm sorry.
What were you asking me, Aron?
I don't remember. Fuck, I was interrupted, taken off track. I don't know. No, seriously, Forrest, you and I would, I think, from our prior conversation, that you and I would both much rather talk science. Is that correct?
Yeah, it depends on the topic, because like I would always rather talk science, but when I get an honest theist caller who's actually willing to have a serious conversation, I love talking about anti-theism and like just leading them down the path of understanding how evil any god would be, most especially the ones on offer. So that's definitely what I try to do with these shows, because I want to try to help people deconstruct. But like, absolutely on adorable day-to-day time, generally speaking, I'm talking about science. Yeah.
That's how it is with me. I don't really care so much about the thing that always comes up is like the origin of the universe. Always, right? I could give a fuck less. I really couldn't. I mean, I don't care how or whether the universe had a beginning. Doesn't matter. The Bible is still a bunch of man-made fables, and evolution is still a thing I can demonstrate in real time, even to your satisfaction. If God exists, both of these things are still true.
I think, Aron, you probably, I'm not trying to correct you on your own words, but I think that you probably feel the same way I feel, which is not that you don't care how the universe started. It's that you know we don't yet know. Obviously, if they announce tomorrow they've proven it, you'd want to read the whole goddamn thing, right? Like, they proved how.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
But that's exactly right. Is that I've had the opportunity to talk to, as we mentioned earlier, Lawrence Krauss. I've talked to Lawrence Krauss. I talked to Victor Stenger. I had the privilege of having Victor Stenger publicly refer to me as his friend. which I thought was huge because I'm who am I? You know, and this is this world famous particle physicist, and he says,
"I was just going to ask, who is that?" Sorry.
Well, that makes sense because he died a number of years ago, so it's before your time. But anyway, I've talked to a number of leading cosmologists, Sean Carroll and so forth, a number of times. And it really doesn't make any difference about cosmology to me because a number of these people have admitted to me, and they've admitted to me for a long time, that they're not really 100% certain on cosmology. And it wouldn't matter if they were at this point because it still doesn't change anything. The Bible is still man-made mythology with no truth in it, and evolution is still a demonstrably accurate depiction of fossils, phylogeny, and population mechanics. God's existence doesn't change that. In no point is Adam and Eve real. The Tower of Babel isn't real. The Exodus isn't real. The flood never happened. We know that. But we have to argue this idiocy because people want to believe in a fairy tale. And it is a fairy tale. Magic, talking animals, and cursed fruit. That's what it is. What the fuck?
Well, and that's the thing is that what I try to get across to people, and this is something that I talked about on a stream yesterday, is that we have people ask what happened before the Big Bang as if that question makes sense, and that's a conversation to have about why that question doesn't make sense. But then moving from that is we know a lot about up till the Planck time. We know a huge amount of details, deep details about what happened with the Big Bang. We know where galaxies come from. We know where planets come from. We know where stars come from. We have 8.5 out of 10 of the pieces of how to start life figured out. We know when life does start, exactly how it evolves and what goes on with that. We have every single piece of this puzzle, save for some little jagged edges we haven't quite figured out yet. And this is all that we're debating. Is and what blows my mind is this isn't two competing mythologies where it's I'm pretty sure it's this way. Well, I'm pretty sure it's this way. Or I have this book. Well, I have this book. It really is. Here's this world of evidence, decades worth of things to study in dozens and dozens of different fields, super focusing on huge amounts of information that have taken all of human history to find out versus, and I have this book. And that's the difference. It's like when you see some news interview and they have one climate scientist and one climate change denier up there, as if that's the honest debate, instead of 10,000 climate scientists and some freaking dude selling pencils out of a cup on the corner. That's what it actually is. And that's what, when we do these debates, that's why, I said, I love to talk about science. And I love when I get invited to shows like this that I get to speak about science. It's my favorite thing to do. But I want so badly to help people deconstruct, because right now, 44% of American adults believe that the world is going to end in their lifetime. Within the next 50 years, the clouds will part and Jesus is going to come down and everything's over. Why would they care to learn even if they believed this shit was true? Why would they learn about it? If you move into a house and the landlord says, hey, we're going to replace the carpet next week, how hard are you going to work to take care of that carpet? How much are you going to care about spilling and taking care? You're going to wreck it because who fucking cares, right? If you think the world's going to end, if you think that there's somebody in the sky tallying your deeds, if you think that these things are real, why would you care about science and the truth of reality? And it's not just a matter of belief. It's a matter of actions. Because when you understand science, you become a better, kinder, more rational person, I believe. It makes you a better human because you know that you're just on this fucking rock and you're not special and you're just another fucking ape and you need to take care of each other. And this is all we've got. That's a formative thing, So that's, I don't know, that's it is interesting for me to talk about science. It's my job to talk about science. But on shows like this in particular, I hope people can help tear apart where they believe in.
I feel that putting me and Forrest on the same show may not have been as productive as I hoped it would be, because I think we have a conflict.
You should see chat.
Egos.
You should see chat. This is probably too good of an episode, if I'm being honest.
So, Forrest, if I have to clarify, I am not denying the facts as related. Okay, so I'm accepting, the evidence indicates cosmic inflation. That's what I'm accepting. But the argument is what happened before Planck time.
right? So there used to be a null argument when you would argue what happened before the Big Bang was something like what is south of the South Pole. But now, some cosmologists, like I said, Sean Carroll says that the universe is eternal, and that there's a number of articles now that that the Big Bang is not the beginning of the universe. So we're talking about before that, and that's what everybody that's arguing with me wants. They always ask the stupid fucking question. Oh, you've been told that it's a stupid question to ask what happened before the Big Bang? Well, let me only ask the stupid question then. What happened before the Big Bang? Let me only
ask that 3 more times. Yeah.
I might have the answer. I actually might have the answer, Aaron. What happened before the Big Bang? Big foreplay.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah, which reminds me, there was an organization here in Dallas where I live that was called Head First. That was a means of advocating a reduced risk of pregnancy.
Is that true? Is that real? Oh no! Oh my God!
Excellent.
I'm so glad to be here with you two tonight. I really am. If Aaron would just center his video, it would be a perfect night.
You are off to the side.
You keep coming out into, like, when you lean back, you'll cut off half your face.
That's perfect. That's right.
I've always been a bit left of center and out of focus.
Nice. It's to our right though, is the only thing. You're on our right. Wait, no, that doesn't make sense though. All right, anyway, y'all should take I think the last 2 calls will both be very science related, and at least one of them will be potentially confrontational.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to that. I know the one you're talking about. I'm not looking forward to it. I'm going to go for this one here. This is Sam from St. Paul, Minnesota. Says he is an aspiring sci-fi writer and wants to talk about speculative evolution on other planets. I think this is one that you'd have a lot of fun with, Aaron. Sam, you're on the line. How are you doing?
Hi there.
You've been waiting for an awfully long time. I'm so sorry about that.
Oh, don't be. I love the show. I've been a huge fan of the show for a really long time, and it's great listening to you guys. And I gotta say, Charlie, holy shit. that was something to do. So
it's if we ever want to waste 10 minutes, we can always rely on Charlie to say nothing for 10 minutes.
If you ask at the end, I'll curse you out and hang up, but do your call first.
We will see, Jimmy Snow.
So what exactly did you want to ask about?
So I have, I've always had an interest in writing science fiction, and I'm a big fan of a lot of the older classic, H.G. Wells, Frank Herbert kind of books. And
Heinlein.
I'm sorry.
Heinlein.
I don't know that one. I'm sorry.
Okay, when you said older, I thought you meant older. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
way older.
Well, so I am currently in the process of. I'm currently in the process of writing a science fiction anthology, wherein I'm writing several short stories centered around one scientific theme, and I don't necessarily want to go into huge detail about the book itself. For one, I don't really want to talk your guys' ears off, and for another thing, I don't want people all upon me with intellectual property divulging what I'm working. But
I understand that struggle.
One of the stories one of the stories that I'm writing is a descriptive piece about speculative biology on another planet. I will say all of these stories that I'm writing are the connecting theme is about all the planets that orbit a certain star that has special properties. And while I try to be very scientifically minded, it is a science fiction book, so I want to be accurate in my physics, my chemistry, my biology, while still respecting the genre of fantasy in some way being unrealistic.
For sure.
And this short story that I'm writing is going to be characterless and dialogue-less. It's going to be, if any of you guys have ever read H.G. Wells's The Star, is a very similar kind of setup where it doesn't have any direct characters, any direct conversations, but is more of a elegant, articulated description of astronomical events. And I wanted to, I want to do that similarly with evolutionary biology, which is something I'm also very passionate about, and I wish I had gone to school for. So I just want to know what you guys think about speculative biology, alien speculative evolution, and, you know, under different circumstances, we don't necessarily have any, you know, frame of reference to what life would be like on other planets, because we don't, as of yet, have any examples of that. We only know what it's like here on this one planet. So
I see that Aron is ready to go. I've got to step away for 1 second. I'm just going to grab something, but I'm going to let him start off. I heard, so I got to go check. I'll be right back. But Aron, go.
Yes.
First of all, I want to say that I appreciate you wanting to do what I always thought was the thing to do when you're going to write a science fiction. You have the one preposterous proposition. You're going to try to make that one thing supported by as much science as possible, as opposed to going the Godzilla route, where you make everything else so ridiculous that Godzilla looks reasonable by comparison. Yeah. But I'm afraid I just sidetracked myself. When you're trying to write you said you're not going to do dialogue. You're not going to do. You're just explaining a scenario. Is that right?
There will be no creatures on this particular planet that have evolved.
Okay, so you're describing a different type of biology, and then the problem that you have with that is if you look back in all of the different movie or sci-fi genres that have ever been done, they've all had super limited imaginations. Everything is based on some type of biology that we have here on Earth. And the people who have diligently tried to find the most alien thing will end up sourcing something that looks like a cephalopod. That they find something that looks like an insect. You know, like the Aliens franchise.
That's what I'm
right. Was based largely on ants. And other sci-fi genres that tried to be as alien as possible were based on cephalopods. So they're based on insects, arthropods. It's something that's at the bottom of the sea, and we really can't even imagine how much more diverse life could be. There was an episode, or there was a series that was done on exploring Darwin 4. And that series seemed to base everything on animals that exist right now today, trying to discover an entirely new biology. And they only had like one or two original ideas, and everything else was basically stuff taken from the Serengeti and following the same plan. It's very difficult for us to even imagine how much more diverse life could be. My suspicion is, were we to discover life on another world, it would be so bizarre that we wouldn't be able to categorize it. I mean, people automatically think that we would find some kind of animals, which of course we're not going to find. Just because it is, as Forrest described earlier, if something is motive doesn't necessarily mean that it's an animal, right? There's a bunch of other criteria that are involved in that. And when you get into animals, even if you had animals, there's so many different varieties that the type of biology that's involved would be inexplicable. The biology of arachnids is so much different than ours. There's hardly a correlation. It's difficult to understand how there could ever have been a common ancestor that was at the base of both of these strangely divergent lineages. But when you get into another planet where the chemistry of the atmosphere is different, it's impossible to calculate how much more diverse life could be. There's an organism that in the Precambrian that was already extinct before the Cambrian explosion even began, which is a testament against intelligent design. There's one of two phylum that went extinct before the Cambrian explosion. Proarticulata. They don't know for sure if this is basal to arthropods, or is this even an animal, or is it something else? And when you get into, what is it, exoplanet? I forget what the study is, entirely speculative for the type of biology that would experience on other planets. It's going to be so much different, given a different atmosphere and everything, and a different type of environment. It's certainly not going to be, salinic oceans and that sort of thing.
Or a different star.
Yeah, even within the solar system, there's a couple of planets. There's 2 planets where they're looking for, hopefully, life. And if they find it, how are they going to even recognize that it is alive? I think it's going to come down to basically two criteria. Does it reproduce? What was the other criteria?
If so, does it do it
You cut out. Can you say it again?
I said,
it's not going to have DNA exactly, is it? There's a number of other configurations. Even on this planet, we have 4 different types of genetic material, most prominently DNA and RNA, but there's 4. So if you get into another planet, that even though the chemical laws are going to be the same, there could be a different type of construct for genetic material.
Correct. And I think that exploring, leaning in more to the science fiction side of it, one of the concepts, I don't know if I mentioned it earlier, but one of the concepts in the book, at least, is that this planet is constantly being pelted with a strange form of exotic matter, the properties of which I won't go into now exactly. But the idea is that how could another planet's environmental description change the way that DNA as itself develops and influences the inherited changes in whatever kind of life proceeds after an abiogenic event?
I can't criticize sci-fi authors too much in how they devise their otherworldly alien biology, because I can't come up with anything much more original myself. I really can't. Everything that I've ever been able to come up with is based on some what I consider divergent biology and what we have here. I couldn't fathom the depth of divergence that would be something that wouldn't be based even on DNA. Because it could be based on RNA and not DNA, or it could be based on one of the other 2 types of genetic material, or there may be another different type of genetic material we haven't identified yet, which maybe doesn't work on the Earth, but does work not in a different chemical laws, because the chemical laws are constant, but under the particular pressures and temperatures and so forth of this other world, maybe they would.
Yeah, and I think that the description of those processes and the results of that cascading forward into more complex life is kind of what I'm searching for inspiration on for the story itself.
I don't know how to answer that. I mean, I feel. I mean, my prediction would be is if we were to find extraterrestrial life during my lifetime, it would not be intelligent. And if we had the ability, if somebody found out yesterday or how to do light speed travel, and could implement that tomorrow, then even when they can analyze and study samples from foreign worlds, it's going to be beyond my capacity to imagine what that would be.
Yeah, and I think that's the interesting / challenging part of what I'm trying to do here. I'm certainly not expecting you guys to have any kind of, concrete answers because nobody that we know of has those. And I am curious to hear what Forrest thinks, though.
My big thing that I like to do, because the whole crux of this conversation is like, oh no, but like I think my favorite thing to do is just kind of like take modern adaptations that we see in animal species and plant species across the planet now, and like just kind of apply different selection pressures based on like planetary size and position. So like take exactly the tale of human evolution, just like kind of pick a place in human evolution, and then say, okay, so now we have the exact same thing, but the planet is 50% more massive. So starting at 2 million years ago, say, now we have the same thing. So we're going to have way beefier legs to be able to hold it, and denser bones to hold it, or something like that. Or go back at the origin of tetrapods. You go back 400 million years, and now the planet's super, way fatter. Okay, well now, probably 4 legs wouldn't be the standard range. Maybe you need more of them, and maybe we skip forward and we have more of like a starfish with like a center pole type situation, like a centaur with like butts in every direction. You know what I mean? Like, I like to do things like that sometimes, but so that way I'm trying to keep it like kind of interesting, but like otherwise it is just 100% up in the air about like whatever, anything you can imagine, you can find a justification for it. And by doing so, you have the potential to create some cool ass Lovecraftian shit that really twists the imagination and creates feelings of wonder and horror. Or you have a much bigger potential of just making something that sounds really fucking weird, and it takes you longer to explain what it is than it takes for people to actually enjoy reading what it is. And, it's a very narrow window of making something that's interesting enough to listen to and also different enough to be interested about. So I have no significant advice to give you because this is not my area at all, but I wish you the best. It sounds interesting what you're doing, and I hope that you have fun doing it.
Outside of the science fiction, the only value that speculation has is if it's testable. Can you form it into a hypothesis?
Yes, I fully
love
understand
the
that.
person in chat who said reticulated anuses. I love that.
Oh, I should be taking notes.
Reticulated anuses needs to be in your notes, whether you use it or not. That's something you need to have written down.
Yeah. My wife and I have argued about that so much.
Opposable asses. It's great. Oh, anyway, with that, we've got one more person, and then we've got a million super chats, and we're already way over time. But I really appreciate you calling in, Sam.
Okay, if I could say just one very brief thing before I go, I want to thank you both so very much. Aron, you were instrumental in my move away from religion, and Forrest, you have inspired a love of science and learning that I really didn't know existed in this world before.
Thank you, man. That means the world to me.
It's just an honor to speak to both of you. And Aron, if you ever find yourself in the Twin Cities, I'd love to treat you to some of what I believe is the best dark beer in the Midwest, right here in St. Paul. So with that, I will let you guys get on to other callers.
Righteous, man. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Take care.
Yeah, I got to give kudos to you too for that, Forrest, because there's not a lot of other people that I see besides myself that really strongly advocate science the way that you do. So I want to offer some appreciation for that as well.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. We had one caller left, and they've been waiting for a long time, and I don't know if they got bumped or if they hung up or what went on. But I think that's it on calls then. Yeah, no, they were waiting for like an hour and a half, and they were gonna be our last caller. I was gonna tell all right. Their question was, how is being trans not evolutionarily like disadvantageous? Like, is being trans bad for evolution? And I was going to explain several things. Number one, trans people aren't infertile. And number two, you can't apply evolutionary ideology to, like, human rights. That crazy people do. And also, trans people have existed all throughout human history. It's not a new phenomenon. So clearly it's not a problem. It's something that's here. Just really weird question. And I wanted to be nice to that person and see if they were asking in good faith, but I cannot imagine a way in which that question would have been in good faith. So I was prepared to leave them for the last one so that we could, like, really rip into them. But here we are. I guess they gave up at the very end here after waiting on freaking hold for an hour and a half.
I pay by the minute, you asshole.
That's what it was all about. Snap. Anyway, with that, we've got some super chats to jump into, I believe.
All right.
Yes, you do. Let me double check something real quick here. Yeah.
Jimmy, have you had a chance to get up and like take a bio break or anything? Because I believe it is our tradition here to make you pee your pants before the end of the show.
Oh,
like, if we can get more super chats in.
I've been doing all kinds of stuff tonight, but super chats is the hardest time for me to step away because it moves a little bit faster. But I've got
now's your chance to cause Jimmy Snow discomfort. If you want to send in an extra super chat and keep him here longer than he wants to be.
I mean, we were at the end of 6 hours on New Year's, and that was tough. that was the one that was tough, but. You can certainly pay me to stay longer. I accidentally made my popcorn too salty. I
wonder what that sound was. You just snacking?
Yeah.
Gross.
Yeah, Jimmy, I want to thank you for having me on this.
Thank you.
I enjoy shows like this a hell of a lot. And the next time Forrest can't be on, have me.
Yeah. Aron still has no idea how this show works. Aron, you are one of the hosts of this show. We're going to have you. It's just everybody's been asking for Forrest and Aron together. But at some point this month, I was looking at different dates. I'll talk to you all about it off air. But we've got, Aron, you're one of the hosts. You get to do shows.
What do you do with two people who have very similar expertise?
Yeah.
Right.
You send them a shit ton of super chats, which is what I'm going to suggest everybody do right now.
About things.
Yep. Buy these people. Buy Aron dark beer and what sort of things do you enjoy? What's your sort of like? Forrest?
IBC root beer.
Yeah, buy Forrest some IBCs and Aron some nice dark beers by calling in these super chats. Do you all want me to read them to you? Do you want to trade off reading them? What do y'all want?
I would love for you to read them. I hate the trade off. It never goes well.
Yeah, there's always those weird
also,
pauses.
I can hear your lovely brogue here in my ear.
Aw, thanks, man. $5 for Too Young to Feel This Old. So excited to catch one of these lives for the first time. Huge fans of both hosts. I'm also a huge fan of both of these people.
I want to get a T-shirt that I saw recently.
Kind of you.
I saw a T-shirt recently that said, "It's so weird being the same age as old people."
That's a good one. That's a good one.
I turned 30 this year, and last year I turned 30. Oh fuck, it's a whole other year. I turned 30 last year, and I felt so strange because number one, I never thought I would live that long, and number two, now it's exactly that. Like my whole life, I've been like, oh, you turn 30 and then you die, and like now I'm like, I'm just getting started with shit. Like I just figured out what I'm doing. It's crazy.
I don't know if this helps at all, but I turned 30 when you were born.
You know what's funny is the sentiment of I wasn't planning to live past 30. I swear to God, that is a millennial cliche. So many millennials have said it. I've said it. Every millennial I know have said it, which means 20 years ago, starting about 20 years ago, we all looked at Gen X and we're like, oh my God, I don't want to be that.
No.
30 years old? Look at that bullshit.
I'm going to fuck with everybody's reality a little bit. You know, when I was in my 20s, I remember, looking at people in their 40s thinking, well, you're just fucking old. But honestly, my 50s were fucking awesome. My 50s. I enjoyed the fuck out of my 50s. So look forward to it.
I've got
the only serious thing is that I've noticed I have to work to have as much energy, like active physical energy. Like I still am super energetic. I'm all over the place, but like if I end up just like hanging out on the couch all day, I feel like I've hung out on the couch all day. You know what I mean? That didn't used to be a thing. I used to be explosive. I could just change gears any moment. And now, like, if I'm not kind of like keeping up and moving around and exercising, I notice. And I don't like that. I like to be able to switch to whatever I want, whenever I want.
I've had the good fortune that in my 50s, I visited 22 foreign countries.
Wow.
Righteous.
I haven't done any of that.
I hope someday to have money.
I don't know. There's like,
no, I don't have money. Largely because I visited 22 foreign countries.
There you go.
Right, exactly.
Yep. Y'all ready for me to class this down? I've gotten to the age where MILF porn is the best porn, and so I don't even know where to go from there. Where is there? What age do I get where I'm purposely searching GILFs? Anyway. I swear,
if you're a GILF, send your super chat.
Every time I do a comedy show, I'm going to get VIP tickets both for Aron and Nikki, who was on HOSTility this last week with me. They are my two favorite people right now to make laugh out loud, and they consistently, either they're both very charitable or our sense of humors all line up very well. But I swear, you guys, please be at the front row of all of my shows so everyone else will laugh just in reaction to how much you all laugh. I love you two so much.
I think I fall into the latter category.
I think that was the good one.
There was a whole thing. There was a whole. I forgot who ran the like they. I think it was some dating site. It was either OkCupid or eHarmony or something. But they published like just the statistics of what people were looking for, like based on age group. And like there was all sorts of research done on this, and they found that like women typically, as they got older, they looked for older men. 30-year-old women, 30-ish women were looking for 30-ish men. 60-ish women were interested in 60-ish men, and so on and so on. And yet men, no matter the age, were always looking for like early 20s. And it's just fucking gross. Like, it's so gross. Like I can't imagine that. I'm 30 and I look at like young. I'm like, you're babies. They're all babe. I don't get that. You know what I mean?
I don't know. Look,
like there's so many. I gotta tell you, when I was 20, I'm 65. I need a hot young 21-year-old. Why?
See,
what
that's
is that?
So I'm on a little bit of both sides. There are some 21-year-olds who only look 18 or even look 15, and that is gross. But the worst part there are plenty of very attractive 21-year-olds. That's what OnlyFans is running on. My problem with 21-year-olds isn't how pretty they are. Regardless of gender, have you tried to talk to one of them? Holy fucking shit. That's the thing that drives me away.
I couldn't imagine talking to myself.
I'm admitting one of my own faults here. When I was 20 years old, a woman came on to me who was 40, fully twice my age. And I remember thinking to myself, oh my God, is this woman gorgeous? She's 40. And my 20-year-old, not fully developed brain says, I can't be with this woman. She's twice my age. But in retrospect, I think, man, would that woman have rocked my world.
And the relationship would have had a guaranteed expiration date where you'd have plenty of time to try something else.
Wasn't that I think it was Billy Connolly. He did that whole bit about suicide bombers. He's like, and you're supposed to get like 40 virgins. The whole idea of 40 virgins is a fucking nightmare. Give me 3 fire-breathing whores any day. 40 virgins. Oh, God.
By the way, we do want to go ahead and disclaim right now. Every 21-year-old who watches this show is the exception to everything we're saying. You're all very smart and articulate.
You're all fantastic.
And I don't want to put a screwdriver in my ear when you talk. We just did 10 minutes, not in reaction to the super chat. We did it in reaction to the username of the super chat.
I should also put a caveat that like all of this is casual conversation, and I know there's sexist overtones, and we're just playing. I'm sorry.
No, I'm leaning into it. First of all, when I use the word whore, I only mean it positively. I aspire to be a whore. Whores are my favorite people, and you all are empowered, amazing, lovely, wonderful all. Anyway,
my oldest friend, the slut.
Thank you.
By her own description.
Thank you. If you think we're being sexist, you've got some stuff to check on yourselves. You have no idea how much I love whores. Anyway, $20 from Squid Super Hunk. My favorite two evolution educators talking about evolution, well, once upon a time we were, must be my lucky day.
It was lovely when it happened, and then we got friggin' Andrew and whatnot calling in. Andrew and Charles. We had a tag team of insanity.
Ross Settled says, hey guys, Forrest, you mentioned living in Tulsa. Did you ever see SV Seeker, the large research boat that the guy built in his front yard?
No, I never did. I heard about it, but I never saw such a thing. Tulsa is a very big, very small town. So like there's a lot going on. I'm not up to date on most of it. I just live in my hole in my house. I just live in this room. This is my office, and I stay here, and I don't do much else.
It amazes me that you're still happy.
My lab.
I think that's why I like envy you so much, that your happiness is so high. I find the more I stay in my workroom to do YouTube content, the less happy I am, which is why like everybody keeps having trouble getting a hold of me until like an hour before shows, because I've been leaving my phone places and going on adventures and fucking cutting shit with wood. If I ever hurt myself in my wood shop, I am fucked because I lock my phone in the other room. Bad idea. I need a flip phone for
well, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that, Jimmy. I mean, myself, I live in a rolled up newspaper under a bridge, but I'm still relatively happy. I mean,
I can't lock myself where I work all day long. It wears down on me, and also I'll start to think that Twitter is real life after a while, and that'll fuck you.
Yeah, I don't spend a lot of time on Twitter. I gotta be honest.
I just started getting into Twitter, and it's a nightmare.
It's awful.
Awful. It's terrible there.
Truly a hellscape. Oh, right. I'm supposed to read these things. Anton Gomez says, hypothetical, if either one of you were ultra gullible and bad at biology, what creationist claim would convince you? Ultra gullible. All of them.
I have no idea. You go first.
I was going to say, if it's ultra gullible, it'd be all of them.
Yeah, it's flip, dude. I think the one that is the most prevalent and the most persistent that I see all the time is the argument from perfection, the argument for design. So I think like if I didn't know like a lot about how evolution worked, I think that would probably be just statistically speaking, that would be the one that would sway me probably, because it sways the most people, is just this idea that it's all too perfect. And in order to get away from that, you just need to study, number one, how imperfect everything is, and number two, the history of that so-called perfection, and understand like how it was always perfect, because there's no such thing as perfection in this way. So yeah, it's I think that would probably be the selling point if I didn't know, if I didn't think about it too hard, or I didn't understand like how these things work, you know?
Probably like
this
DNA.
This is going to be a confession of my own embarrassing idiocy of my youth. But there was a time when I was taking a class on evolution, and I was arguing in favor of intelligent design.
Oh, wow.
And this would have been 1992. I was not arguing for a god so much as Gaia.
Yeah.
Because I was a New Age, neo-pagan spiritualist sort. And I was arguing for that Venus flytraps require all of these integrated things to happen all at the same time, and so that there must have been some intent there. I'm deeply embarrassed that I ever made that argument. And the way that my teacher dispelled that was simply by saying, but there's no need for that hypothesis. And he invited me to investigate that further, and I disproved my own argument by trying to look into it.
That's the beautiful way to do it. Also, I was born in 1992. That's fucking crazy. Yo.
I was literally going to say, Aron, in 1992, fun fact, I did not handle my own wiping.
I had already told Forrest, he's bragging, he was talking about how he just turned 30, and I turned 30 when he was born.
Yeah. Fucking craziness. Craziness.
Should I start talking different now? I don't know.
When you were
Get
going
off
through
my lawn, creationists!
Aron, when you were going through puberty and beginning to create sperm, I still wasn't a sperm. I was an egg, however.
I forgot I'm on a playground at the moment.
Oh, shit. I accidentally moved past this one. $15 from Bad Dad, who says, my first super chat, which we are always honored when people feel so inclined they want us to be there first. Thank you for that, Cherry. Perfect show. The three of you, including Jimmy in here, oh, that's sweet, have become three of my favorite people to watch and learn from in the last year. Thanks, and keep up the great work.
Oh, I am having fun, so I want to thank you, Jimmy, again for having me on with Forrest. This is every bit as fun as I hoped it would be. But you do have to have me on again. You do have to have me on again without him, so that I can get to these callers by myself.
Yeah, of course.
You can share in some people.
Of course. It's funny because with a lot of other shows, I feel like, well, I don't want other people to feel like shitty about it. But shows that I'm more involved in, especially, I feel like I have to get myself ready in a certain way. Pretty much any show with the two of you, I'm like, I'm going to go hang out with my buddies. We're going to do buddy stuff, and people will pay us to do buddy stuff together. Because this is literally, it's like you all are giving us cards with random topics, and all of them we have a lot to say about. It's like a social dating game, a friend dating game.
That is the hardest part about doing this show, is that like I want to ramble on every call for like an hour and a half, and I can't. I can't. I have to temper it.
Right. No, I totally get it. $20 from John Kennel, who says, thank you for pronouncing, well, I'm going to say primer because I'm a woodworker, correctly, but was there a different pronunciation during the show than that?
Some people also use primer, depending on the concept.
Uh-huh.
Premiere, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know who said it.
99% sure they pronounce it primer as well. So.
Okay, cool.
Somebody says, Peyton Dooley says, I was 17 in 1992 and Aron was old to me back then.
You've always been old. Always been old to one person. Michael Zarilla says, shower thought, if E equals MC squared, are we materially eternal, viewing universe as though it recycles everything, including our atoms, indefinitely? Inspiration for the myths, ? Love the line and all its hosts.
I mean, like, as far as, like, everything is made of energy, because, like, even atoms decay and fall apart and break down into pieces, but, like, yeah, energy can't be created or destroyed, so your history goes back at least as far back as the beginning of the universe and will continue until the end of the universe, but, like, I really hesitate to, like, draw any, like, strong claims there, because biogeochemical cycles are important. Connection to the universe and understanding that is really important. Just don't cross that line of being like, and that's why I know that I will live past death, because also your mind, your personality, your experiences, all of you is an emergent property of the particular shape that they're in right now. So, like, you will exist after death the same way you existed before you were born. You didn't. The stuff did, but you didn't know about it, and it didn't fucking matter. I don't think that's what this person was advocating for, but I know that that's something that I get a lot.
Somebody
it's like,
in the chat
the principle of thermodynamics says I have soul's eternal. It's like, no, it doesn't.
Somebody in the chat says, I'm the same age as Aron, born October 1962. The sad thing is his username is Fat Old Guy.
I'm sorry, that's just funny. I'm just waiting for like somebody famously old to come in and be like, it's like Dick Van Dyke super chatted $5 and says, I remember when I was a young man and I was watching Aron's first series on YouTube. Hey, what are quarks made of?
Yeah, I won't feel old until Ozzy dies.
Mm.
And then I will think that, okay, my entire time has passed.
What'd you say there, Forrest?
Quarks are fundamental particles. As far as I know, they are. That's as far down as it goes. They are made of just energy itself. Okay. What's cool about it is that because, and I am speaking outside of my area of expertise here. I am not a particle physicist. If somebody knows more about this, please correct me. But what I I'm pretty sure I remember from learning this is that because E equals mc squared, because energy and mass are related, and because quarks are held together by gluons, they're held together by the strong nuclear force. You have three quarks together to make either a proton or a neutron. 2 ups and 1 down is a proton, 2 downs and 1 up is a neutron. If you were to try to pull those quarks apart, there would be energy between them, trying to pull them back together. The same way as when you pull on a spring, there's energy trying to pull that spring back together. If you did manage to separate the quarks, like actually you did it, the energy there would coagulate to make new quarks to make sure that they weren't separated anymore. And that's a fucking crazy thing to think about.
That doesn't make any sense. That's one of those things where he's like, the fuck are you? How dare you? How fucking dare you? I know.
It's so cool. I'm 99.9% sure about I think that Neil Tyson did a thing about it on his he did a great courses thing called My Favorite Universe, and I think I learned it from that. But again, can't stress this enough. Anybody with a bachelor's in physics knows 10 times more than me, so please, if I'm wrong, tell me in the chat or tell me in the comments or send me an email, because I hate being wrong
pay with a super chat to make the correction.
Or pay a super chat. Basically.
Have you ever had gotten high and had like a true solipsistic crisis where you're like, what if I am creating everything, and if I can't come up with an explanation at every level, it'll all fall apart. If I can't explain quarks and gluons and all that shit, the entire universe collapses because I stop being able to. Don't do drugs, everybody, is what I'm trying to say. Don't do drugs. Do way more drugs. $15 from Fur Guy, the foot fetishist from 4chan. Say that 5 times fast. If evolution is a fact, then how come humans can't synthesize vitamin C like other animals can? It makes sense for us to be able to do it. So if there was no God preventing us from doing that.
Well, it's kind of because evolution is a fact that we can't synthesize vitamin C. I mean, it just so happened that because it's not just humans, it's like all monkeys, right? That's the monkey thing. We can't synthesize vitamin C, but as it happens, monkeys started out in the tropics where they were eating citrus fruits that supplement vitamin C. So we didn't even notice that we couldn't synthesize it until we started becoming pirates and realized that you had to have limes on board or you're going to get scurvy, mate.
Oh yeah.
So the lack of the ability to synthesize vitamin C, it's one particular enzyme that we're missing, and I just looked it up to make sure I got this right. In all cases so far studied, because it's not just us, it's all anthropoid primates, guinea pigs, some bird species, some teleost fishes. Like there's a lot of them that have lost the ability to synthesize vitamin C. And in all cases studied so far, it is due to a mutation in the, I fucking hate genetics for this reason, L-glucosamine gamma lactone acine. I fucking hate the way that we name genes, bro. But like, it is that one that codes for an enzyme.
What are you complaining about that for? What are you complaining about that for? At least it wasn't Sonic Hedgehog.
God damn, I knew you were going to say Sonic Hedgehog. That one's fine. I'm so fine with that. But in all fairness, I would be pissed if they were all named colloquially. But like, just, oh my glob, the way that we have to break this in. So it's just the GLO gene is what you can look up, and that's way easier. But it's always a mutation, this GLO gene. And we find that these mutations are seemingly irreversible. Some pseudogenes in bat species have been shown to be reactivated during evolution, so that's pretty cool. But it really does just boil down to a lack of necessity, and this mutation is not deleterious, and so it spreads. But there's a really cool paper on it. The genetics of vitamin C loss in vertebrates by Droen et al. Published in 2011 in Genomics by the Bentham Science Publishers Ltd. You can find it on Google Scholar. DMC 3144526.
Oh, thank goodness you shared the serial code.
Well, that way you can, well, the PubMed ID, if you're interested, is 222-94879. You can look that up and you can find it, and you'll read what they said about it.
This does remind me though of people who will sort of mistake humans for being quote unquote more evolved because we have certain features that other animals don't, and it's sort of like doing that in reverse, which is sort of something you shouldn't do to yourself, saying we're basically something's missing or we're less evolved. Like you could do it a ton. Like how come if humans are more evolved, how come dogs fuck ass to ass and we don't? Like,
but I just want to point out that even Darwin talked against the idea of something being more evolved or less evolved.
Right.
That something that is their point of divergence is lower down the tree doesn't mean that they stopped evolving at that point. They continued evolving along a different lineage, so they're just as evolved as we are, just as in a different direction.
Yep, that's the whole thing. Is like I think he did speak out against it. It's just like people fail to understand that everything is equally as evolved, and because you don't have a certain thing doesn't mean you're less evolved than anything else. And the big thing that I keep sharing, because like I feel like it's the biggest hang up, is that there is no perfect species. When you gain fitness in one environment, you lose fitness in another environment. It's always a trade-off. I remember when I was studying in my undergrad, I took a class in evolutionary biology, and there was this one thing we had to read, this paper about sexual selection in like rhinoceros beetles, and they were just showing like, okay, so like when the horn gets bigger, the eyes get smaller. And if the eyes get bigger, then the wings get less functional. If the wings get bigger, then the horns get. And it's like there's this perfect trade-off.
Well, I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying here. When the horn gets bigger, the eyes get smaller. I want everybody to pay attention to my lazy eye there.
I have tiny ass eyes, everybody. My eyes are so small. My eyes are so small.
So if my eyes are tiny, what does that mean?
But it's the whole thing just expanding on like the expensive tissue hypothesis. And it's just explaining that like you can't just be the super being, you know what I mean? It's always a trade-off. And it like, when you lose something like vitamin C, it's just because it was, even if it wasn't adaptive at the time, it wasn't maladaptive, and that's all that matters, you know?
Yeah, it wouldn't matter in a group of animals that eat citrus fruits regularly.
Right. I really thought there were going to be more people in the live chat saying, wait, dogs fuck ass to ass ? But nope. So we won't explain it. If you want an explanation, you're going to have to super chat. $10 from Shenanigans. Love the neurodivergent happy hour. Just nerd info dumping back and forth and getting excited over the weird science. By my favorite kind of content.
I think she meant by far, but I'm cool with that.
Probably true. Larry Fishman says, which dinosaur deserve... Wow! It's that extra salty popcorn. I'm sorry, everyone. Which dinosaur most deserves the name Derposaurus?
I think we're going to harken back to Therizinosaurus.
Yeah, one of the duck-billed ones for sure. One of the ones that look like Jar Jar.
It's not the T-Rex. Because when I was a kid, the prevailing wisdom was that dinosaurs were very, very dull-witted, that they had basically no cranial capacity at all. And it's now been, there's a recent studies now reflect that Tyrannosaurus had more brain capacity, more neural capacity than was previously estimated, so that tyrannosaurs were extra super fucking smart. But it doesn't matter because they've got tiny little hands that don't even reach their chin.
Charovipteryx or Vipteryx.
Charovipteryx is referring to a Triassic, a Triassic animal that was originally described as being a protopterosaur because they had the wings on their hind legs.
Yeah, I think you mentioned it a little while ago, and I wanted to bring it. I want to make sure I was pronouncing it right, so I looked it up. Yep, Sheriff Iptrix. Yeah, fucking just guys, I have a great I have a great idea. I'll put the I'll put the wings on my back legs. Is there any more weed left?
Did they fly backwards?
No, it looks like they were gliders, so they just hang down.
Weird. Hey, Forrest will like this one. He loves funs. Forrest, what do you call a dinosaur with boobs?
What?
A TT Rex.
Nice. Why can't you hear a pterodactyl use the bathroom?
Why?
Because the P is silent.
Hilarious. Love it. Sarah Dye says, I love watching you too. My Amazon wish list and Audible library get a sudden boost.
Nice.
That's true. I've given up trying to keep track of all the books that Forrest has recommended.
Since we're here, check out The Man Who Mistook His Wife for a Hat by Oliver Sacks. That's a great one. Talks about oh, have I?
I think so.
Check out The Song of the Ape, Understanding the Languages of Chimpanzees. I haven't read this one yet, but I hear it's good. I shared that one yet? I know this one's good. Check out Monkey Love. Monkey Love by Robert Sapolsky. I've actually pulled quite a bit of things from this. It's just a collection of essays about how weird it is to be a human. And by Robert Sapolsky, one of my favorite scientists.
And they called it Monkey Love. Susie Torbueno says, Forrest is one of my favorite science communicators, and Aron always impresses with the calm demeanor and critical thinking arguments he puts out there. Great show, guys. Your own channels rock, too. Yeah, Aron's much classier than I am. $10 from Tire Biter says, is it true that Homo sapiens are the only species who have chins? If so, is there an explanation for it?
Looking at the other ones, like chins kind of came along a little bit, but we're the ones who have the definite, like, for sure chins. Like, but when you look at like everything after, like Erectus had a kind of a flat funkadelic chin, but like Neanderthals kind of had one. I'm pretty sure Heidelbergensis had one that was okay. But like Homo erectus had a little bit of one. We're definitely the ones that have a serious one. And as far as the explanation for it, this is what's called a spandrel. It's just kind of something that happened because other stuff happened. There is no notable function for the chin itself. So that word spandrel has to do with... Sorry, go ahead.
And the chin isn't meaningful either, because, I mean, a Neanderthal in most physical contests would whoop our ass, and we would be making fun of their weak chin.
Right, exactly. Like the word spandrel is something that I think Stephen Jay Gould came up with. When you have like arches in architecture, the little triangular piece between two arches is called a spandrel. And so you ask, like, why did you build that little triangular piece? I didn't. I made arches. The triangular piece happened because the arches are there. And so spandrels are something that you didn't, like, this didn't evolve to have a chin. Our jaws reduced, our teeth, our dental arcade changed slightly, the way that our faces are structured changed, and so the chin happened because of those things. You do have a muscle on your chin, though. There's a muscle right here called mentalis, and it does this. It grumps your chin up. That's what that does. It's literally just attached from your chin bone to this skin right in front of your chin, and that's all it does. And I love that word mentalis, because this mental means chin, because you're thinking, you're mental, you're thinking about something, you're scratching your chin.
Yeah, right now on my chin, right now on my chin, I have a bull snake who's decided to occupy the position of being a lav mic.
Mm-hmm.
I love that.
That sounds nice, yeah. The chin bone's connected to the skin bone. Lloyd G says, sending love to Jimmy, Forrest, and Aron from South Africa, and sent that, let's see, that would be South Africans Rands, I think, are the name of their. Is that right?
Yeah, South African. I don't know. That's awesome.
What are you asking? I was in South Africa a couple years back. What?
I think the currency is called a rand, like Rand Paul, but not for Rand Paul.
Yes.
It is a rand.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
South African rands. Thank you so much.
I very much enjoyed my trip to South Africa. I can't wait to get back there again. That was a great fun trip.
That'd be a nice place
I was on
to go.
an expedition with 10 other people, all of whom were named Professor Blankety Blank PhD. And they were so accommodated. I mean, it was the only undergrad in the entire expedition. And
were they all siblings?
Were all, what?
They were all siblings? They all had PhDs? All of their last names were Blankety Blank? I'm just so many more questions about their names than anything else.
Try to imagine what it would be like for a handful of people who are all like the top experts in the world from different countries, and they have you on, and they treat you as an equal, as if you're a colleague.
Guys, that's this show. You guys are so nice to me. Like, I am always so much like, no one has figured out how stupid I am yet. That's not true. They say so in the comments. But most people haven't figured out how stupid I am, despite the fact that I have these two on.
Talk about it.
Forrest, you're not supposed to say it. You just undercut my compliment. How dare you? $4.99 from Nitsa Trap. Aron and Forrest, you have both been instrumental in my deconversion process. Thank you for all the work you're doing. People love the show. It's true.
Thank you so much.
That's incredibly meaningful. Thank you so much.
Tire Biter says, don't anthropomorphize things. They hate it when you do that. That's really funny.
Stop, I'm on the air.
That's funny. Kathleen Moncrief says, what's as big as a dinosaur but weighs nothing? A dinosaur shadow.
Nice. What do you call a dinosaur that won't accept defeat? A sore loser.
Tire Biter also says, they all laughed when I said I was going to be a comedian. Well, I became a comedian and nobody's laughing now.
Nice.
Yeah, we all saw the Joker.
Oh, right. Is that from that movie?
Was that in there?
It is.
Oh. I forgot. $50. Thank you so much from Sabiv Golden Calf. How did the mitochondria become part of the cell? My Bio 101 professor at BJU, I thought it was going to be a joke. Damn it. My Bio 101 professor at BJU said it disproves evolution. This has to be BYU, I assume. At BYU.
This was a concept that was brought up by the wife of Carl Sagan. So the woman who was Carl Sagan's wife realized endosymbiosis, and I think unfairly she was harshly criticized by the rest of the scientific community for what she was suggesting, and fairly the reason that they criticized her was because she was challenging evolutionary theory based on endosymbiosis. It turns out, in retrospect, endosymbiosis is a thing. It's perfectly valid and does not pose any challenge to evolutionary theory. They're not even related concepts. It's currently accepted that endosymbiosis is one of the mechanisms accepted by the modern evolutionary synthesis of, however they've categorized it for the 21st century. But it wasn't the argument that she was making. She thought she was overturning evolution with this idea, which it didn't. But it's not the threat that evolution that she imagined it to be. It's one thing that is outside of the actual evolutionary mechanisms. It is outside of that because with evolution you have descent with inherent modification, and endosymbiosis is not that. But what you have is a eukaryote cell that absorbs a particular bacterial cell. In the case of animals, well, in the case of all eukaryotes, it's mitochondria, and then in the case of plantae, it's mitochondria and cyanobacteria. And so they've absorbed both of these. Let's go with plants for a moment. They've absorbed both of these bacterial cells, and they live in. I'm talking now.
But it worked last time.
Yeah, so they create this like codependent relationship where, okay, fine, I can room with you, but I can also pay rent. And so the mitochondria or the cyanobacteria, pay their way, and the host then becomes dependent on those cells, and that's where you get these major organismal organizations. I mean, all animals depend on mitochondria. We depend on it. We can't function without them.
Yeah, so there's a few things here, and like Aron already hit the nail on the head that like mitochondria aren't the only example of this. Chloroplasts are also endosymbionts, but even that, And there's an enormous amount of evidence for this, by the way. This isn't just some guess that we're like, oh, fuck, these look weird. Maybe there's something else. They have a double membrane layer. One of them is a bacterial membrane. One of them comes from our cells. They have their own DNA. Their DNA is ring-shaped like a bacteria's. They reproduce on their own. They don't wait on our cells to reproduce. They reproduce by binary fission like a bacteria would. Like, there's a ton of things. The biggest thing is that they've, just like we were talking about vitamin C earlier, they've lost the genes to be able to survive on their own outside of a cell, so they're no longer considered free-living organisms. They are now organelles. And they have that awesome pathway to do that, but there are plenty of other endosymbionts out there that are just as interesting, that aren't ubiquitous, that are still technically free-living things. Rhizobium is these bacteria that live inside the root cells of plants and help those plants capture and fix nitrogen. Those are endosymbiotic bacteria that didn't get absorbed by the cell, that live just fine inside the cell, and there's a give and take relationship there. Talk about the photobacteria that live inside the lures of anglerfish. Those are free-living bacteria that are alive independently, that live inside the cells of an animal and don't get absorbed and still have a benefit. It's the exact same thing. So, like, just because something goes inside something else doesn't mean that it's getting eaten, doesn't mean that it's getting broken down. It's the same thing as when you look at, like, exosymbionts, like symbionts that are not within each other. Look at freaking lichens. Lichens are a symbiotic relationship between fungi and green algae. So you have the fungi eating just a little bit of the algae to extract nutrients, and the algae gets to live in this place where it didn't get to live before because it has protection by the fungi and it doesn't dehydrate. So there's a benefit for both of them. It's a mutualistic relationship where they live literally inside each other. This happens all the time, all over the place, throughout several kingdoms. It doesn't disprove evolution. All it disproves is that this person is really, really eager to try to get rid of the central theory of biology upon which all biological knowledge hinges. And that's really, really shady.
It finally happened. I knew that it would happen, that Forrest Valkai would give it such a much better explanation than I did, that he would show who the true scientist is.
No, man, you were great. Yours was great.
BJU is apparently Bob Jones University. I will also be launching my own BJU, but it'll be what it sounds like.
I made this joke at a conference in Tulsa, where I was talking about BJU and the obvious implication where that's the blowjob university, but obviously not.
Yeah, there we go.
The guy that was, what was his name? Oral Roberts, right? Oral Roberts was the one who's in head of BJU, and my joke was I thought that BJU was where we got oral.
Right.
I love me a good BJU head. Cliffhangers says, I have lots of science textbooks I would like you to talk about. I hope you do this again. I went to a Christian school and science was my favorite subject. Even at Christian school it was? Because I got to tell you, all that magic shit didn't happen. Lloyd G says, Jesus isn't better. He is supposedly a demigod that said, I did not come to abolish the law of Moses or the writings of the prophets. No, I came to accomplish their purpose. He can fluff off for all I care. It's true.
Love that. Love that.
Adam D says, $10 fake Aussie dollars for Jimmy going beast mode on Charlie. Well, thanks. And then $5 from Brian Newton for Charlie.
Flowers for Charlie.
Oh, flowers for Charlie. Bat Dad said, thank you, Jimmy, with a laughing emoji. You know what? The worst part, though, is that the two people who are actually hosting this show are like, God damn it, they're encouraging him. You're encouraging his bad behavior. Lloyd G says, Jimmy LMAO with laugh, laugh, laugh. Harry Chairstepper. I love you guys, Forrest, Aron, but right now, especially Jimmy. Go, Charlie. Wow. My bad behavior is being encouraged. And then David Evans says,
Charlie,
what an amazing
please
show.
Call back in. People love it.
Yeah, no shit. David Evans, what an amazing show. Please pair up again. You guys are awesome. And I both I follow both of your work. Also, Jimmy's interactions with Charlie, priceless. LOL. I get it. I'll make it a clip. $20 from Sheridan Bernasconi. Thanks for a great show, Aron and Forrest, and thanks Jimmy for setting this up. That you're very welcome. I was as excited as anybody for this show to happen. I know Matt has expressed that he's going to I think wait until he can dedicate the time to sitting down and watch the whole thing without distractions. He was excited for the show also. Yeah, what a good night.
Are we talking about Dillahunty there?
Yeah.
This was a lot of time. That man is busy.
That's true. He was expecting, he literally said yesterday on the Sunday show, he was like, that's going to be a 9-hour stream and I'm going to watch all of it. We got $20, 20 alleged dollars from D20. Thank you. Thank you.
Skipped one there too.
Did I? Let me go back. Hi, yes, from Electbase 100. Hi, Forrest, Aron, and Jimmy. I wreck exactly as many carpets as I want to. 0. I think that's a metaphor because you can't say some of those other words in in Super Chat. Joel, which is, and then the explanation of how to pronounce that.
Like a Kryptonian name, like that.
Yeah. The Raven 200 says, Reticulated Anuses is my band name now.
Love that.
My band name,
buy every album.
my band name back in the 80s was Brillo Tampon.
Wow. Now, Forrest, when's the last time you bought an album?
I literally can't remember. I think I bought when I was like at 13, I went to Vintage Stock and bought a Kiss CD because I thought that was a thing to do. And then I like, this is really, really terrible. I'm just going to continue to use the internet as the internet. And like life was good from there.
Do you know what's funny is I'm actually surprised because you, to me, strike me as the kind of person who probably collects like records. You seem like a record collector. Yeah.
At one point in my youth, I tried to, and I just got bored of it very quickly.
Go ahead,
I bought Evanescence. Evanescence was the last. Their first album was the last full album that I really liked.
Mm. I have friends who are musicians, so I periodically do buy albums to support them, but I'm not here trying to make you all look bad.
I'll do that. Like, I'm not trying to like buy a CD anymore.
$10 from Smart Alec Atheist. # make Jimmy pee. The joke's on you. I'm peeing right now. I think I didn't read what Harry Chairstepper said. I know you didn't mention him today, but my son is named Roland. I don't know about the closet, but I would describe as a goblin on some days.
Shout out to you, Roland.
Hi, Roland. Wintermute 740 winked at us.
Hell yeah.
From across the bar, I'm sure.
Somebody commented that Detroit Rock City was Kiss's only heavy song. No, there's one other good song, and the only reason it's good is because when they did the commercial cut, the producer decided to include footage from his own kids playing with a walkie-talkie, and the children talking to each other on the walkie-talkie that he recorded sounds so fucking creepy that it made the song. So if I ever hear the live version and it doesn't include that little bit of the kids talking to each other on walkie-talkie, then God of Thunder and Rock and Roll is lacking something core.
Wow. Yeah, wow.
I have a question. Also, this is completely unrelated to everything, but you just said God of Thunder and it reminded me of something. Earlier on, we took that call where the person was talking about writing a sci-fi book, right? And he was making a distinction that he wants to make sure it is sci-fi, that it has science in it, and all these things. Is Marvel Cinematic Universe Thor science fiction? Because he says in there that magic isn't real, it's just science and technology that you haven't discovered yet. So is his magic a hammer and the light bridge and the Bifrost and all these things, is that sci-fi, not actual fantasy?
No, that's science fantasy.
Including
the bullshit excuse that says that it's science fiction. Even that is science fantasy.
Are you okay? Forrest, can you walk?
I was fucking around with this when we were calling him old, and now I just have it.
Okay. I like literally like I keep seeing it come into frame, and I'm like, why?
Yeah, no, when Aron was talking about being old, I grabbed this and was like, "Get off my lawn, creationists!" And now I've just been fucking around with this whole time. Yeah,
you got yours.
Exactly.
I have one too.
Sticks.
Yeah, I have one too, but the reason I do is because it has this.
Nice. Oh, hell yeah.
We'll all just hang out with our pimp canes, and Jimmy won't be a part of it.
And yet I'll be the ones that slap you upside the head if you don't behave better.
I don't know. This thing is heavy.
But why do you have canes? Like, I don't get it.
Why don't you, bitch?
That's a good question.
Cane on.
I'm literally a woodworker. I could make like an amazing one, but I'm not gonna.
When I bought this, it was not legal in Texas to wear a sword. Now it is.
It's weird that it would ever not be legal in Texas to wear any kind of weapon. That would seem like their absolutionist right to bear arms totally invalidated.
Yeah, this was illegal when I moved here. It's legal now.
Right. In Texas, you're not allowed to have more than 6 dildos by law. That's true. That's a real law. You're not allowed to have more than 6 dildos unless you pack them with gunpowder. And then you can have as many as you want. But no, the 6 dildo law is true. I think it's Texas that has that because Ted Cruz supported it. There's a dildo limit.
I love you so much. You're such a sweet lady. Thank you.
Thank you.
My wife brought me snacks because I've been streaming for a long time, and she went out and she got me a big old tea, and she got me fucking takoyaki. Hell yeah!
That's very nice of her. Forrest, I ended up just steaming the fuck out of my bathroom. Forrest's wife helped me get over a sty this last week. Helped me steam it out. Yeah. I canceled the order of the individual steamer because it got super delayed, but I came up with a steam alternative.
Oh, by the way, that reminds me. I don't know why that reminds me, but Forrest, the next time you hear about somebody who's liquidating their entire snake collection, tell me before you tell Matt.
Tell you first. Are y'all going to become like dueling snake breeders? Raven 200 says, I can't wait to be the same age as D people. I want to be the eccentric snake grandpa. What'd you say, Forrest?
I just apologize. I'm so sorry that went sideways. I didn't. That was such a dumb situation that ended so poorly. I'll let you know how it updates. So we'll talk later.
Okay.
Larry Fishman says, Jimmy, we millennials didn't expect to live to 30 because W and Cheney were going to start a nuclear war. See, so here's the thing. Maybe, but I don't recall our generation, just like most generations in their teenage years, being that politically active and besides like memes and jokes and laughing at how W was stupid and stuff. Like you don't develop empathy until like what age? I'm trying to remember. I remember there was a study not too long ago that basically declared that teenagers are effectively and in practice psychopaths. They're like all not. They're all you aren't not a psychopath until adulthood.
It was more of a vibe. We were just like, I remember feeling like things were going to go so poorly and that like this world was falling apart and that I would never be able to find a niche in the world and like just generally feeling like I didn't want to continue on being here at a very early age. That persisted for a while. And like, I was surprised I got as far as I did.
My son, who's like about your age, told me that there's one significant difference between my generation and his. He said, you know what you had that we don't have? I'm like, what's that? And he said, a future.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there is fucked up shit. Like, our generation was the generation where the minimum wage went from being a minimum for extreme low-skill labor to the default wage for anything that didn't require a college degree. My first job, I made $5.15 an hour. $5.15 an hour. My goodness. Yeah.
I remember working for $2.60 an hour.
If you asked me, Jimmy, there's a chair. How much would it cost me to get you to just sit in that chair for an hour, it would be a lot more than $5.15. $5.15 isn't enough to ask me to do nothing. And yet, that was the minimum wage.
I remember when they raised the minimum wage to $3.10 an hour. I remember when I used to make $107 a week. Yeah. Can you imagine living on $107 a week?
No.
But then, at the same time, I also, and I said this in one of my speeches, I said I went to, back in the 80s, I went to see Ozzy and Judas Priest, and it was $15 a ticket,
right?
And there were dollar drafts.
Right.
But now, this last year, I went to see Ozzy and Judas Priest, and it was $150 a ticket and $10 drafts.
Yeah, there you go. I was going to say, Aron, you're saying living off of $100 a week, but that's back when you could get a steak dinner for 30 cents, but you'd also have to show the guy your butt. Now it's $20 and you have to go full dangle. Wanted Chaos says, "Yep." Wanted Chaos.
I was trying to find the actual numbers because, millennials, we are the best educated, hardest working generation and lowest paid generation, in American history. We make less than medieval fucking peasants, and it's insane, the wealth inequality. And when you look at
you're not wrong.
When you look at how much of the national wealth boomers had at our age, it was it was insane. It was I'm pulling these numbers out of my ass. I don't remember off the top of my head, but it was 30% or something like that of Gen X and baby boomers by age 30 had some massive double digit figure of the national wealth, and our generation has 4%, and it's crazy. Yeah. And I can find these numbers if I had more time, but I'm not going to. But I'm sure anybody can look them up.
Yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of shit like that. Not to mention, you have all these companies reporting record profits, but because the profits don't exceed the profits from the quarter before, but we're both profits.
Precisely.
They're not giving cost of living raises to their workers. And by the way, to anybody who's just well, that's a bummer that you didn't get not getting a cost of living raise, even just against natural inflation, not runaway inflation like we have now, that is a demotion. That is a lowering of your pay. The last time, if you get a cost of living raise, it literally is only enough to cover how the money, what the economy is that month. Because most months experience some level of inflation, your cost of living raise is already outdated by the following month. In many cases, it's fucking insane.
What it kills me that there is not a single state in the U.S. where you can afford average rent on 40 hours a week minimum wage. There's not a single place you can do it. It kills me that the whole point of the damn thing is that anybody should be able to work full time at this wage and live. And the argument against it is, well, you need to work and you have incentive to go up. If hunger is an incentive to you, you are treating humans like fucking dogs you're trying to train. Yeah. That's unbelievably evil. It's madness. You should be able to live and also pursue your dreams. Right. There are only so many McDonald's jobs to go around. If you really think it's a jumping off point, that there won't be enough, and we'll have to have it. It's a really, really fucked up way to say, I know this job has to be done. I think the person doing this job needs to be in poverty. The person who does this job needs to be starving to death. That is important for the job to be done, that they are impoverished and that they are living in squalor. That's important fuck off. Everybody deserves dignity. That's fucking controversial. I don't want to deal with it.
I can't help but suspect that anybody watching this on video is probably going to discredit my argument at the moment. But
I think you're about to get pink eye. I'm pretty sure that cloaca is closing in on your fucking eyeball there, buddy.
Hey, he's been pretty good. He's been sitting on my neck for over an hour, so that's pretty good. There are a number of leftist programs that can solve that problem. But we're not a country that will even consider leftist programs.
I'm only going to do this once every so often because I don't want to get on an extremist list, but I'm just going to start chanting revolution, revolution, Anyway, yeah, I was about to go off about like my parents, and they're like, stop complaining. When I was your age, I worked hard all summer, and then I paid for my next year of college. Fuck you in your fucking face. Fuck you.
Yeah, but you know what?
You.
When I was a kid, college, a semester of college was $150, not $1,500.
Where do you think it's only $1,500? That's like community college after scholarships. If you're in a state that offers state scholarships, $1,500 is a time of the past. And back when my parents were kids, there were only like 6 things to learn. People who got the same degree now as my dad have to learn 20 times as much. No wonder it was so fucking cheap. Anyway.
So I'm looking right now. I'm actually like at the university that I am at. I'm there on a stipend. Like I'm only having to pay for this last semester. Graduate tuition per credit hour for just a normal student is $1,349. So $1,350 per hour.
Credit hour. Yeah.
Usually you take you take 9 to 12 credit hours, and like that's oh my god. So like it's not fucking feasible. Yeah. It's unbelievably insane. And like it's a reason why there's a reason why my favorite fucking Pete Seeger tune, it was we who plowed the prairies, built the cities where they trade, dug the mines and built the workshops, endless miles of railroad laid, and now we stand outcast and starving midst the wonders we have made, and the union makes us strong. Fucking fuck that shit, dude.
Yeah, I hear you.
Stand outcast and starving amidst the wonders that we built. We make this place run. We grease the wheels. We are the wheels. And yet we're the ones who starve and go homeless. Something ain't right, y'all. Something ain't right.
This is an unrelated note. Who knows if I even said it or if it happened. If the left would buy guns, they wouldn't have to use them.
No, you don't understand. The left has guns. You go far enough left, you get your guns back.
Yeah, I know. And that's how far left I am. I'm saying we got to fill in a lot of the people in the middle. Buy guns so you don't have to use them. Otherwise, you're going to end up having to use them.
My son by himself has enough guns to arm a small force. He can do a platoon by himself.
Right. Dude. I think it was Walter Matheson did a whole thing about like this like Trump guy. He's like, yeah, we need to protect the Second Amendment. And then like, somebody like me comes on. It's like, yeah, we need to everybody needs guns because the more guns the people have, the faster we can bring about communism. Absolutely. And the guy, what is that? Second Amendment.
I've made the argument that total disarmament will come after everyone gets them too. Because I'd be fine with the totally disarmament.
Marx was the first one to post that, aside from the Second Amendment itself. Marx also mirrored that when he said that, under no circumstances should the populace be expected to surrender their guns. And under no pretense should they release them.
I mean, I hope eventually, because at a certain point you're bringing guns to drone fights, and you're gonna lose. Like fucking Christ! Even now, any of these like militias that are living up in the woods doing their little fake military training, like if we gotta take it back, January 6th is gonna come again. We're gonna 1776 this place, and then they're gonna march up on Washington and start heading, and from 10 miles above them, they're gonna get picked off one by one, right between the eyes, and never see it coming. It's fucking. Don't bring a gun to a drone fight, you fucking idiot.
See, I just been in a 5-day long argument with somebody over that, where I was complaining that the United States, that there was in North Dakota, when I was at the Standing Rock protest, I had to go to the Standing Rock protest myself because none of the American news would cover it. I had to know that it was really happening. I had to see it firsthand. So I went to Standing. I drove to fucking Fargo, North Dakota, and went off into the Tules to go find this demonstration against the Keystone Water Line, and I was able to actually participate in part of that protest that people that nobody in the news coverage would cover. So did you know that the fucking Super Friends showed up to help them? The actors who played Wonder Woman and Superman and Batman and Cyborg, and also Mark Ruffalo, who played the Incredible Hulk in the Avengers franchise, they showed up to bring publicity to that event. And Mark Ruffalo not only did that, he wrote a check so they bring in a power generator of some sort, a solar power generator, so that everybody could charge their cell phones, because they were supporting this movement that none of the news agencies would cover. And there was reporters from like Democracy Now! And other internet-based news agencies that had been arrested for reporting the news. Mm-hmm. So the state of North Dakota authorized the use of weaponized drones against their own people.
Jesus Christ.
In that Standing Rock thing. And so I complained that this was happening, and that if you're talking about the right to bear arms, just bear in mind that the United States government is willing to use drones against you, so you're bringing guns to a drone fight.
Yeah.
And so I have all of these Second Amendment defenders criticizing me as if I support the U.S. using drones against its own people, which clearly I do not.
Right. This is literally the same argument I have for the death penalty. I 100% think there are lots of people who deserve to die, but I don't believe you should give the U.S. government the right to kill its own citizens, period. And so you put them in prison forever, because I am not comfortable with it. It's not like
they've ever abused that power before.
Right. I'm not sitting here going like, no, the Boston bomber, it would be inhumane to kill him. I hope that fucker falls and dies by accident. Right, while he's in jail, but I'm not comfortable saying the government can kill people under its care. Fuck that.
Yes, exactly.
Absolutely. You don't think they're going to use drones against people? Look what happened at fucking Greenwood.
Oh, they're already doing it in Denver. They use drones. There are drones that basically fly above they fly above and along the light rail to like catch people. I mean, they're not the type of. So when I say drones to a gunfight, I own drones, but I'm not talking about those kinds of drones. Though those are scary too.
Drones.
I'm talking about like those planes that can, and they have such precision. The types of drones I have are also terrifying because they're programmable. It fucking amazes me that some crazy shit hasn't happened yet, where there's some huge crowd gathering and someone doesn't just go get one of these fucking like commercial or personal drones and strap something to it and send it off into those places. I don't know how that it's coming. Like, the future is terrifying, and that's why I want to live on a ranch and have neighbors that are cows.
So when I was at Standing Rock, one of the things we saw at Standing Rock was the U.S. government authorized. We can only assume that it was the U.S. government that authorized this, because who the fuck else would have? A crop duster comes flying over the Standing Rock encampment to crop dust them at night. Crop dusting?
Jesus.
A camp full of people.
Right.
This is nowhere near agricultural land. This is PSYOPs operations.
I see, like, my thing is, when it's something like that specific, I'm sitting here going, I can't actually, I don't know whether that's going to be the U.S. government or Earl. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
fucking Earl.
Yeah.
I'm going to go down there. I mean, every time now that we have those highway protests, which, by the way, I'm not a fan of, but highway protests, fucking Earl decides to just plow through the protesters. Like,
it happened to me a couple of times when I was out protesting for Black Lives Matter in 2020. People fucking plowed right through it. We had one situation where people went out of their way. The cops were like leading them on a detour, and somebody went around the barricade to fucking drive through us and then say, they attacked me, I was defending myself, and the police fucking let them go because of it. It's madness.
Ron DeSantis literally legalized that shit in Florida.
Yeah, it's funny.
It's fucking crazy.
I drive a Jeep Wrangler with horns on it.
Yeah.
I put horns on my Jeep, and for whatever reason, the right wingers think I'm one of them when they see me.
Yeah. I have a beard, but not a hipster beard. I get mistaken for a right winger from time to time.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, there's so many legitimate, actual things to be pissed off. I don't understand conspiracy theorists. Like, fucking the Wounded Knee actually happened. Tuskegee actually happened. MK Ultra actually happened. Like, there's so much to actually be terrified of and pissed off about. Why the fuck are we out here saying birds aren't real? You know what I mean? Like, that's what kills me. I can't.
The thing about when we tested black people and gave them syphilis, when our government did this deliberately,
yeah.
The fact that why the fuck are like common folk why the fuck are white people not angry about that?
Right. And then wasn't it in Vietnam when we like fucking locked our own black soldiers into places and like mustard gassed the shit out of them to see if their skin had some magical resistance to mustard gas? And it's like fucking they signed up to defend the country, and we were like, I have a good idea. Let's fucking hurt these people terribly. See what happens for America. And we're all like, yeah, patriotism. Fuck off.
I feel like we need to do we got to do like a stream one day that's not even worried about, maybe on my channel instead of this, or on my regular channel instead of this, but it's literally just gonna be titled like 3 communists walk into a stream or some shit. I'm just saying it could be a fun day. Anyway, we should continue on. Wanted Chaos 2033 says, thank you for the amazing show, everyone. I've been watching with my crested gecko Wyvern and freaked him out with laughter. I'm sorry.
Cresties are awesome.
I'm sorry we made it so serious.
They're some of the cutest, dumbest looking little things, and I'm so happy that they exist.
Yeah.
I think crested geckos come from the same place as gargoyle geckos too, and I freaking love them as well. They're beautiful.
Melody Kate says, okay, gentlemen, I love you all. And Matt and Shannon and Paul. Now what I gonna have to get a counselor to help me with my new addiction. Best shows ever. Love you all. Had to join Patreon just to make sure you never leave. Thank you. Yes, anybody who's interested in a future podcast form of these shows, the first thing we're going to do once there's enough support is hire like a proper audio mixer engineer person to make sure that the podcast form is formatted well for podcasts. So definitely support us on Patreon. Link should be in the description. Smart Alec Atheist says, hey Jimmy, do you ever get up in the morning to do some early woodworking and make some morning wood? Yes, unless I've been taking beta blockers for some health issues, and then anybody else who takes beta blockers probably already knows what I'm talking about. Melody Kate says, Jimmy, here is some money for Depends. Nah, I'm fine. I got cups around me and stuff.
Depends on what you need it for.
That's right. Harry Chariot Stepper says, Aron, you should dress as Professor Farnsworth from Futurama next time you host. I thought about Futurama several times during today's show, but I also watched a lot of it.
Me?
Just stuff that you would say would remind me of different moments in the show.
Well, let me point you out to my finger longer.
That's right. So that's what would happen if I invented the good news, everyone. I don't do a good Farnsworth impression. By the way, I was pretty angry at you earlier, Aron, because you told us a couple of shows ago that you don't do any good impressions. And then on this episode, you fucking nailed Ray Comfort. You did a perfect Ray Comfort.
I'm sorry,
really
that was
good.
a compliment to you because you do impressions. I always thought that I could do impressions, and then I heard you.
Oh, I see. Well, that's very kind then. Now everybody's thinking I'm going to do impressions because you said that, and I'm not. Thank you so much for the $50 from Aaron Day. I almost said Aaron Day. I'm so locked into it. Joined during Jimmy's rant about Charlie just before Forrest said, I hope someone tunes in right now. Priceless. Had to give you my first super chat. I love watching you guys rant. I learned so much. Keep doing what you do. Thank you so much. By the way, if you're watching from iOS and I think Android, and you've already set up Apple Pay or Google Pay, if you want to do a super chat, it'll just use that same stuff. So if you've ever thought like, I'd like to, but I don't want to set everything up, you might already be set up for super chats. Just saying. A Margin says, a snake and a cane. Is it Bible study already? Ha! You've been bested. Tyler West says, can you elaborate on genetic entropy and why it's crap?
Yeah, this is a word up with, or a phrase that creationists came up with, and what it means is that every time mutations happen, it's corrupting the DNA, and the DNA through entropy is like becoming more and more useless, and so therefore mutations can't be anything good. And number one, it presupposes the idea that DNA was ever like this perfect thing that is now being corrupted over time. And number two, it fails to recognize the fact that number one, or I should say A, because this is part A, part 2A, that beneficial mutations do actually exist and are very easy to find. And part 2B, that's not how fucking anything works at all. So like it's a ridiculous phrase that creationists came up with to try to sound scientific, and it makes no sense whatsoever.
When I did my book on the foundational falsehoods of creationism, and it came to the topic of whether there are beneficial mutations, I did list the 13 beneficial mutations that are commonly listed in textbooks, but I also added a whole bunch of my own that I had found independently that are not in any of the textbooks, just so that creationists wouldn't have any predetermined anti-apologetics or apologetics arguments against the science. And I forgot where I was going with that. Oh yeah, and then when we did it again, we have a whole new batch of arguments showing beneficial mutations, because that was 12 years ago, and there are now a whole new batch that we know of. So yeah, we can definitely verify that beneficial mutations do occur and are well documented.
Forrest, you have the little smile on your face like you're texting and flirting with your wife in between saying things, and it's adorable.
I am. She just texted me and said that she's got some ramen, and she was telling me that she's been watching the show all evening. I'm sorry, babe. You have to put up with listening to me even when I'm not in the room. You're so sweet, and I love your sweet face and your sweet cheeks. And
tremendously jealous of your relationship. You all are wholesome, and it makes me want to throw up. But
she's wonderful.
I'm not jealous of it.
She is. She's great.
I'm not jealous of it at all, because I have the same relationship.
What'd you say?
She just asked me if I wanted yakitori too.
Oh, what'd you say, Aaron?
I have the same relationship.
Yeah. I don't have any.
My wife of 13 years last night 4 or 5 times reached, just turned over and reached across the bed to make sure that I'm still there. It just petted me like I'm a dog. And then went comfortably back to sleep.
One time Aaron's wife...
I still do the same thing.
One time Aaron's wife was missing him during a show, so she started making curry, and it totally distracted him. He was like, gotta go. That's a completely true story. $20 from Nicholas M. Thanks to Jimmy for referring me to Pelagia. Dude is legendary. Thanks to Aaron for sharing so much knowledge on evolution. Thanks to Forrest for maintaining logic and reason despite everything. Love from Muskogee. Muskogee.
My wife hates Muskogee because every time we drive through there, I always play that song.
I don't know the song.
Muskogee from Muskogee type of thing?
Yeah, my son heard it once, and he stopped the recording midway through. He says, I've heard enough ignorance and bigotry for one song.
Oh. I really haven't heard it.
I have never actually... I know the song exists, but I've never sat through it.
Yeah.
It was always my worst. It was the song that I hated the most because it was so much bigotry.
That's what my dad felt. That's how... I'm not even kidding. That's how my dad feels about the song Imagine. He hates that song.
Oh, by John Lennon?
Yeah, because it challenges his Mormonism.
I have heard people say that it's a total socialist song. It's like, oh yeah, but like that's what makes it great.
That's the good part. Now let's get to the good part.
I spilled shit all over my lap, and it looks like I peed, and I've got fucking yakitori and gross pants, and it's a wonderful time.
Oh, dude.
I'll pee to match.
Can we be in the same geographic location at some point so we can do a barbecue?
Absolutely. Everybody come to my house.
Jambalaya. Yes, we'll all meet up at Jimmy's place at 3914 West Aspen Avenue in Jenkins, Texas. and we will.
I thought it was in Tyler, Texas.
That's right.
It might be. It might have moved.
I got a big empty house ready to just like have LineCon from. Let's do it.
I will bring our ghost pepper marinade.
I would love to do LineCon.
Fuck yeah.
Boneless beef ribs. They'll be live. And you'll feel it 6 hours later. Much better than you did when you first ate it.
Hell yeah. There are cows across the road from me. We can get fresh ribs. Dylan Fuller says, so upset I was working today. Really hope to call for a handful of questions. I'm so passionate about animals and evolution, and I'd love to pick y'all's brains for a day. Thanks y'all for the show. Dylan, thank you so much. I think what's going to happen is we're going to have to get the Patreon set up, and then we're going to have to start scheduling once or twice a month, like a Zoom with anybody who's on Patreon who can come in like one-on-one with whichever people are available for that sort of Patreon Zoom thing. We'll have to do something like that because I think that would be dope.
Yeah.
Smart Alec Atheist says the dinosaur that most deserves the name Derposaurus would have to be Kent Hovind. Solid. That's a solid joke. If we weren't already so over time, I'd wait for Aaron to get back to repeat it. Kim Wilson says, y'all are great. I'm so envious of people who are good at science. I was so bad at it in middle school that my sci teacher pulled me aside and said, so I think science isn't really your thing, Rip. Your science teacher is a piece of shit. I got to go here for a second. Your science teacher was the fucking problem. And that was your science teacher projecting that your science teacher was incapable of getting you engaged. And that was your science teacher's job. Your science teacher should have made science your fucking thing. Science is everybody's thing, and it was the teacher's fucking fault, Kim Wilson, and I'm sorry that teacher's words stuck with you for so fucking long. Fuck that. We're just going to call him Mr. Johnson because he's a dick.
Strong agree. I was told that I wasn't good at science, too, and I also failed literally every single class from 6th grade through 10th grade, every one of them. I just didn't try, didn't show up, didn't do anything. I was so incredibly underwhelmed, and the teachers, just didn't work for me, and I didn't work with them, and it was just a problem. I didn't realize at the time that here in Oklahoma, teachers work like insane, like 50, 80-hour weeks and make less than a manager at a gas station does. That's not an exaggeration. And so I didn't understand the problem, and I just knew that school wasn't cool for me, and I didn't like it, and I got a lot of shit for it. And I had teachers tell me I was stupid a lot, and I had one counselor who pulled me in to let me know that if I were out in the world right now, I would sink and I would fail, and I'm just not capable of surviving in the real world because I'm fucking dumb. And then I went to an alternative school and learned how to learn things with actual people and took education seriously for myself. So, like, don't ever let a shitty teacher tell you you're not smart, you're not good at something. You should absolutely.
I got to tell you, my wife.
If you're excited about science, you're good at science. If you're excited about it, you can learn it.
My wife, when I met her online at christianforums.com, she was an old earth creationist at that time, and she was working in a Christian school. And when, after talking to me for a little bit, she accepted that evolution was a thing and subsequently got fired for it. Seriously, got fired for that.
Wow.
And so she became a mainstream science teacher in public school. But she had no support from administration, from parents, or whatever. So, teaching evolution, you are constantly against even the students because they're programmed by their congregations that they're going to interrupt the class once they hear a particular keyword that they've been told to interrupt a class with. So I'm impressed that anybody is able to teach science in Texas with all of the adversity that is designed to go against them. Even if you're competent in science, even if you know what you're talking about, you still have, and even if you can counter the students, the administrators are going to come down on you for it.
Yeah. Kim, if you reach out to me on Twitter or Instagram, send me a DM, tell me what the name of your teacher was. I will send you a video of me telling that teacher to go fuck themselves, and chastising them for literally harming children with the way they give up on them, and then you can send it to the teacher free of charge. It'll be my honor, my privilege, and my absolute joy to do so. So reach out if you want. But please do send it to the teacher.
Anybody that chooses not to go with Jimmy but wants to do a similar thing with me, please.
Yeah.
If you're within,
he won't swear.
Go up to school.
Julie Cordova says, my daughter has okay, so I saw this chat, and I'm before anybody responds, I'm going to put a little thing on in the end. But my daughter has trisomy translocation 14. Can you explain the genetics? No one ever did. Should I keep her? People tell me she is a gift from God. So Julie, the thing is no one here is going to tell you whether or not to get an abortion. When you say should I keep her, I assume that is the context of what you are asking. That is between you and your doctor, and then whoever you consult is regarding your moral system and everything else. No one here is going to say yes or don't get an abortion. We all support the right to an abortion. That's just not coming. Yep. But if somebody wants to talk about this is one of the rarest conditions that exists. I think there's only a couple dozen confirmed cases that have ever happened. So I don't even know that anybody here could have an expertise on it, but if somebody does. Yeah.
My wife just sent me a message to say that she wasn't fired from the Christian school. So apparently, I don't know what the specifics are there, but I bet she felt it important to tell me that. So I need to tell you guys that she was not fired from the Christian school like I thought she was.
No worries.
Right on. So I can explain just briefly what the genetics are. So trisomy means 3 chromosomes. So usually you have 2 chromosomes in a pair. Trisomy is 3. Translocation is when a chunk of one chromosome gets moved to another chromosome. So, for example, trisomy 21, I'm 99% sure 21 is what you would usually characterize as Down syndrome. Is one of the different one of the kinds, the most common kind of Down syndrome is trisomy 21. I'm going to double check on that to make sure it is 21. Yes, trisomy 21. And so what we're talking about there with the number is just like which chromosome gets duplicated. So in Down syndrome, with trisomy 21, you have meiosis. Your gametes are splitting up. So you have mitosis 1, they split, and then you have 2 copies of your chromosomes, and then you go through mitosis 2 or meiosis 2, you split again, so you have 1 individual copy of each of your chromosomes. In trisomy, that split doesn't happen on that 1 chromosome. And so you have a gamete with all these single copies, and then one of these copies gets doubled up, so that when it fuses to fertilize an egg, you now have 3 copies of that 1 chromosome. And so this can happen in a variety of ways, and usually it's lethal. But there are instances where it isn't, one of which being that. And in trisomy 14, it is exceedingly rare. I'm 99% sure that it's characterized. It has like delayed development, failure to thrive type situation. But I'm not even close to qualified to give you like extreme details. What I would say is exactly parroting what Jimmy said. You need to talk to your doctor about the reality of what that child's life will be, and you need to decide if you want to give that child that life, and also if you want to give yourself that life. Because even if you decide to give this child this life, you are also now tied to this and responsible to it. And your ability and your sanity dealing with that will have an impact here too. So it's not selfish to say, I am not prepared for this, because that would make you the problem adding on to this. You know what I mean? If you
jumping in here real quick, because I just saw the clarification. That part apparently was a joke because the kid is 32 now. So that part was apparently should I keep her? Should I keep her? Wasn't I took it to mean should I get an abortion? I'm like, we're not.
That's exactly what I thought too. It's exactly what I thought.
We're not touching that with a 50-foot pole. Yeah.
Right. So I was trying to give just some general thought, food for thought, and then pass it on to your doctor and go there. But like, yeah, no, that's the basics of it. That's what that's all about. Is that trisomy is just it's what we call a non-disjunction event. So you have different phases of cell division, and during metaphase, all your chromosomes line up, and then anaphase, they get ripped apart, and then in telophase, they move. And that just didn't happen on one of those chromosomes. So this is a completely
it's important for us that
random
you understand that Jimmy is a Texas resident, so he can't say anything about advocating abortion because we live in Texas, where anybody and everybody can be sued for up to $10,000 because our governor is a complete dickhead.
Right.
Yeah, I can advocate for it generally, but certainly I can't do anything that could be construed in any way helping an individual achieve an abortion.
Right.
Otherwise, this fucking
I would say
toothless vigilante squad could come for me.
The one thing that I do want to say just really quickly is that non-dish-hooked events happen randomly to any developing gamete. There is nothing that anybody does to cause that. It can happen at any time. So like a lot of times people see things like this and they're like, oh, fuck, did I do something wrong in my pregnancy? Did I do this or that? It's like, no, this is something that it's just a thing that can happen. And you know, if
just imagine
don't put that on
how
yourself.
people are in
and especially
Texas.
Don't be like fucking Matt Powell who says that shit's caused by sin. Yeah, just
Matt Powell is a professional liar who knows that he is full of shit.
Excuse me, we only call him Cupcake on this channel.
I used to call him Ginger Twink, but I was told that was not appropriate.
No, yeah, I wouldn't use any of that sort of our word, us queers. You're not really allowed. Don't call other people twinks as a dig. Also, I'm into twinks and not with a 10-foot. I wouldn't fuck Matt Powell with your dick. So
brilliant. But I have seen that Matt Powell fully understands that everything he says is a lie. And that he doesn't give a fuck. That truth has no meaning to that man at all.
Where have you seen him say this?
He's basically fundamentalist Christian, ugly Logan Paul. I feel like that.
He never says this, of course, because he wouldn't know how to say that. But he's made it explicitly clear by other means that he knows that the truth doesn't matter. And it's all what you make people believe. The very first debate that I ever had, the very first moderated debate, my opponent, and it was a written debate, which was weird because it was moderated debate, he admitted that there were transitional species known in the fossil record, but he said that he wanted to teach students that there were none because, he said, it was important that they believe there are none. So he admitted it's fully acceptable to lie to students in order to control what they believe. And that is Matt Powell's position. He lies his ass off about every argument that he makes because truth has no moral value to him. It's all about making people believe shit that he knows is not true.
Socratic noble lie bullshit.
I watched him say to Russell Glasser something along the lines of, I was talking to a Christian and he was stomping on a Richard Dawkins book. And I walked up to him and said, why are you stopping on that? It's one of the greatest pieces of literature that proves creationism and God. And then he went off on his stupid thing about the eye and proved he had never actually read the book. And I'm just, you are just a plainly stupid person. And also, that story never happened. You didn't walk up to somebody who was stomping on it. Everyone clapped. Right, exactly. Everybody stood up and a little girl came up to me with tears in the eyes and said, thank you, mister, for telling that atheist what's what. Anyway.
And that Matt Powell was Albert Einstein.
That's right. That's a really good joke, man. That was really good. $10 from Jeff Meager.
You said that.
No, I just said in that man, Albert Einstein. You actually making it and that Matt Powell, Albert Einstein. That's structurally an incredible joke. And I just want to give you full props. And I'm going to take it.
Yeah, Jimmy seems to know his comedy pretty well.
I've studied the theory as well. I'm autistic. I'm not naturally funny. I learned it as a skill.
You want to learn? It is a good one. Fucking, what do you call a one-eyed dinosaur?
Do it.
Do you think he saw us? What do you call a one-eyed dinosaur's dog?
What?
Do you think he saw us Rex?
Do you think he saw us Rex? Yep.
Oh, yeah. That's awesome. That's awesome. Jeff Meager says, Jimmy, great lineup tonight. Forrest and Aron, great job and informative as always. There's been a number of super chats thanking me for putting you two together. And what it reminds me of is I keep seeing comments. I've sent them to the two of you before, but I keep seeing comments where people say something along the lines of, I like everyone on the line but Jimmy. We actually had somebody basically say that in the live chat earlier. And I was like, that's fine by me, because the programming you're enjoying are the people that I thought would be good to have on the line. So you may not like me, but you literally have, I can target your exact taste. Demographically, from a marketing perspective, I know you better than you do, you little bitch. Anyway.
I gotta inform you, Jimmy, that there's some harsh criticism out there on Twitter because some asshole said it bores me when atheism is just a bunch of dudes agreeing with each other. Boring. And that's not what I said. Jimmy Snow.
That's not what I said. I said it bores me when hashtag atheism is trending on Twitter and it's just a bunch of dudes agreeing with each other.
Trending is not in there. I'm reading the
fuck. Okay, so I fucked that up. The point of it was hashtag trending was on, or atheism was trending on Twitter. And so it meant this is my fault.
Okay,
it should have said.
You get a lot of excuses about what you meant to say, but nonetheless,
it bores me when
Anders responded to that saying, "I agree."
Yeah, but it is boring. But what I meant to say was it bores me when hashtag atheism is trending and it's just a bunch of dudes agreeing with each other. Boring, because it was trending. I wrote it when it was trending and I opened it and I was like, oh, I'm gonna get into some fucking fights. There's gonna be something like hashtag atheism is so stupid. How could you believe it? I'm like, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna start fights and then I'm gonna tell people, if you want to finish this fight and you're not a coward, call this show at this time. I've been doing this to market our shows before. It's been getting us calls from time to time. And I was so excited, and I'm literally scrolling hashtag atheism, and it's literally just a bunch of people I agree with. And if I'm going to do that, I'm just going to go masturbate instead. It's the same function.
Tell you, Jimmy, I've been on the Atheist Experience show 4 times, and those first 3 times were pretty productive, I thought. And the fourth time around, my daughter happened to be in Austin. And she was in the studio audience, and this was when AXP was still in that professional TV studio before they no longer had the studio and had to set up their own arrangement. And so my daughter is in his studio audience, and everybody that called in was, yeah, we think what you're doing is really great, and keep on being really great. And my response is, yeah, well, thanks, but that's really shitty TV. And it was literally the last minute of the show that we finally got a theist worthy of argument, and it was the last minute, so there was nothing we could do with her.
Yeah, so our screeners are literally told people aren't allowed to call in to tell stories. In other words, it's one of those things where it's like, you're not allowed to use our audience that we put the work to build up to basically distribute your content. And you're not allowed to call in to compliment us. We very much appreciate it. Put it in a comment, put it in a whatever, but you're not allowed to call in. Just be like, I just want to tell the creator or that I really appreciate them. We love that and we want to be appreciated, but I pay per minute when you're on hold and when you're on air.
Not worth the audience time.
Literally not.
The audience want to hear it.
And now we also limit the number of atheists that are allowed to be on hold. We limit how many atheists can be waiting in the queue at all.
Just in that same day, some asshole named Dustin Sink offered $20 and said, I love everybody on the line, especially Jimmy.
We're not there yet. You can't jump ahead.
Somebody, you talked about the thing you did on Twitter, and I looked to see how you were promoting, and I saw in my notifications somebody named Vincent just tagged me and said, "What do you call a dinosaur that's into fortune telling?" Pterodactyls.
That's hilarious.
That's hilarious. It's really good, Vincent. Thank you.
Us enjoying each other's puns tonight is going to reveal to people that it was all an act when we were giving each other shit that one time, like we hated it.
Yeah, I want to throw out one other thing. If you think that we are not adequately dealing with the creationist argument, if you think that there's somebody else that would offer us a challenge,
bring it.
Bring it on.
That's what I said at the beginning of the show. Literally, like, The number one thing we, more than memberships and Patreon and all of that, the number one thing you all can do to improve this show is free. Contact your theist family members and your theist friends and tell people in forums that are representing theism to call us. I should probably start making some graphics that people can print and distribute or something. Because I would love to find out that someone went to like Liberty University and flyered all the cars with like one of our flyers that says like, believe God exists, prove it, call this number on Sunday. Right. That's what I should probably end up doing. Anyway, SJL says nothing. Thank you though for the $5. Nancy Kazil says, I am a K-5 teacher. How to respond to students that say God did it as an answer about how space happened, the sun, etc., without getting in trouble? I'm pretty sure the answer is, and this is one of those times where I'm jumping ahead of, so I don't. I'm trying to model for the people who are here that we're not going to do this on this channel. You shouldn't. You shouldn't do anything in that scenario in kindergarten. It's not up to you to put kindergartners right. Don't preach. Don't preach at funerals. Don't go to AIDS funerals and tell them that their family members are just rotting in the ground, and don't try to tell 5-year-olds God doesn't exist. It's not your place.
Yeah, by the way, when I die, it's in my will that no one is allowed to say that he's in a better place now, or now he knows there's a God. No, I don't fucking know anything. I'm dead.
Yeah. Knowing is something I only was doing while I was alive.
I think that it's perfectly acceptable to say, like, if someone says, like, you know, how did the sun, all this stuff happen, you can just say, actually, there's really cool ways that happen. If they say God did it, just say, the way I would approach it is like, lots of people, or some people think that, and that's okay. But we also do know this other stuff as well. So that way you're not saying that's not right. There's this way that when I was in marketing school, the way they talked about this was feel, felt, found. If you're dealing with a combative customer or somebody who wants to be right, I understand how you feel. Other people have felt that same way, and we actually found that this other thing. And that's a good way to like make them not feel isolated, and then they feel like they're part of a group that's learning as opposed to in opposition to you. And so like I've used that in classrooms a lot of times, especially with younger kids, like, wow, yeah, I bet that sounds really cool. Some other people, lots of people do think that. But actually we found this, this is what's going on with these things. And that way you're not telling them they're wrong. You're teaching them some scientific truth. And if the parents come up and say, you told my kid God and blah, blah, blah. No, I didn't. They asked me about space and I told them about space. That's all that happened.
Yeah, some people think that, and some people think that JFK Jr. is still alive too.
Right. Yeah. No, I did that with a Christian school actually hired me to come teach something or other, and I got done with the lesson and I was like, we have extra time, what do you want to talk about? And they asked me about stars, and we talked about stars, and I was asked not to return to that school because the principal was very upset that the kids went home and talked about how atoms are made in stars, about nucleosynthesis, and why are my kids telling me that stars made them and not Jesus? And I'm like, bro, I don't know what to tell you. I just told them some stuff. I didn't tell them anything about your God. It's a wonderful tool.
I envy you that. There was one moment that I had to reach to connect with religious people. For whatever reason, I don't usually get this opportunity, but it was supposed to be that Children's Hospital here in Dallas that teaches a lot of child cancer patients. They were supposed to meet with a number of atheists. I was invited kind of like in the periphery that I could join with this group if I wanted to. And then it turned out that every other speaker had to cancel for whatever reason. So I ended up being the only guy. So I'm speaking at, I was not speaking. I was in a conversation of sorts with all of their chaplains at Children's Hospital.
Yeah.
And they were telling me things like, we've noticed that when we tell the children of atheist parents, that their child is in a better place now, or that God just needed another angel or whatever, that not only did it not soothe them the way it would for Christian parents, but they actually get angry. We don't understand why that is. And you explain that. I had to explain that. And I am somebody who lost a grandchild in that very hospital to leukemia. And I had to explain them that when you're dealing with atheist parents, we don't care about your bullshit platitudes because they are a bullshit. And if you try to bullshit it, you were just going to make us angry. We need your humanity. We need your compassion. That's all.
That was one of the biggest things that made me more anti-theist than atheist, because I used to be kind of like this weird quasi half-ass spiritual on the fence with like, oh, well, there's energy in the universe, and that's technically you could call that a god that is interconnecting, blah, blah, blah. And one thing that really pushed me over the edge was a friend of mine, their infant child died. The child was, a month or so old. And of course, we went to the funeral to support them. And they had a preacher there, and the preacher talked for a long time about how wonderful it is that this little girl died so early because she didn't have a chance to sin, and that means she's definitely in heaven. And I've never left a funeral like a fucking bad movie, but I just pieced. I was like, I'm so sorry, I have to go. I was so fucking mad about that. That's the most disgusting shit I'd ever heard.
I don't mean to extract emotional value out of this, but I mean, there was this guy that I worked with that I liked. He's an evangelical, young earth creationist preacher, and I know that he got into what he was because he's a good guy. He believes in the humanity of people, and so he has conflated good with God, and so he's adopted this religion for this reason. And so when my granddaughter was in for her second or third relapse, which, by then the odds are virtually nil, and he tries to put his hand onto my shoulder and console me by saying, I'll pray for you. As if that fucking means something. I said, I finally lost all my patience with the guy. And this is a guy I like. Despite the fact that he's completely deluded, I respect everything else about him. And I had to tell him, imagine that you have a serious situation that you have to deal with, and a 4-year-old child comes to you, and she's going to write a letter to Santa on your behalf. Now, you know that she believes it, but she's a 4-year-old child, and she's talking about fucking Santa, right?
Yep.
How much consolation are you going to get out of it? Are you going to get any consolation out of that at all? No, imagine that 4-year-old child is a 40-year-old fucking man who says the same goddamn thing. And so that put things into perspective for him.
$20 from I Killed Earl, and I assume Earl is they killed the Earl we were talking about earlier. Someone else asked this, but I thought it was poignant, and considering some recent callers, is there an evolutionary explanation for psychopathy? Can psychopathy be found in other animals? Love you, boys, and don't forget to floss.
Yeah, well, the thing is, you only find any kind of degree of morality among animals that have a social construct, so social animals. And we were talking earlier about lions, which one of the most social species, and yet they have this vehement evil against each other where a male can come in and just kill the children and just adopt the mother because she doesn't have a social structure that can back her up in this, right? But you have mammals raise their young from babies they have to care for, so you have the young that are born dependent on the mother. And so they have to understand there's a dependency that other animals don't get. So there's a lot of animals that won't ever experience that. The snakes that I had on this earlier this evening, they have no idea about this. They have no idea about compassion for other people, which is strange that I have an appreciation for snakes. But there's very few animals that will understand that. And you have to have the social construct and the intelligence together for them to begin to get this.
I always try to avoid topics about like general because I'm not a psychologist, and I understand that I could do a lot of harm by saying XYZ thing, but I do know I know the basics enough to say that I'm pretty sure psychopathy is characterized by like lack of like control, like a behavioral control, and like lack of empathy and lack of like emotional awareness and response and connection and things like that. And so as far as like that broad terminology is concerned, I think, building off what Aron said, it really comes down to where you draw those lines. A lot of things that you would consider psychopathic at face value aren't in certain circumstances. War is, by that definition, very much a psychopathic endeavor, and yet it's something that we understand has a context, and we make special allowances for. I would say that there are, speaking outside of the evolutionary perspective, there's a tremendous amount of really, really cool research in like frontal lobe damage in relation to, behavior like that. There are even some studies. Robert Sapolsky is a guy I mentioned earlier, is a really cool neuroscientist and neuroendocrinologist. And I think he just goes by neurobiologist now. But he did a talk a little while ago, I remember, about like, he was working on criminal cases with people with histories of brain damage, and then they do horrific things. And he had this one guy that he was studying and working with that did insane, horrific, like captured and imprisoned and raped and tortured and murdered, like dozens of women, and was only caught because after he had been done playing with this girl for a little while and torturing her and raping her, he just drove her home and dropped her off at her house and said, "I had a lovely time. Hope we can do it again sometime." Just like it was the most normal thing in the world. And when they were interviewing this guy, they would tell him like details of his case, like without using his name. Hey, we have this guy in the other cell here who did this thing, just listing off things he did. And he would say, "Oh, wow, that guy's fucking evil. You got to catch that. What a monster." And then they would tell him, "Hey, you did these things." You go, "Well, yeah, because I wanted to, of course." Yeah, like there's just, he couldn't make the connection that what he did was wrong because they're wrong, but he understood wrong, but not him wrong. And what's really cool about that is you can do experiments with people who have like history of frontal lobe damage like this. That is a little off topic, I'm sorry, but it's cool. Where like you can play this game where you have 5 marshmallows in one hand and 1 marshmallow in the other hand. And if they reach for the 5, you pull it back and give them the 1. And if they reach for the 1, you give them the 5. And like you can do this with kids and they'll learn pretty fast. You can do this with monkeys and they figure it out. You do this with somebody with a history of serious frontal lobe damage that can't have that impulse control, and they'll tell you, "I get it. If I reach for the 5, you're gonna pull it away, and and then they'll reach for the 5 because they just can't fucking stop it." And so like, as far as like psychopathy in the very, very, very broad sense of this word that I'm using, not in a serious clinical sense that I'm not qualified to use, evolutionarily, it really depends on where you're drawing those lines and what's beneficial for the species. In terms of society, holy shit, you have to look into people's brains. And you have to realize that there's a major percentage of people on death row that have a history of frontal lobe damage. If you can't handle consequence thinking and you can't handle like emotional connection and you can't handle like that moral judgment, you can still have all the morals in the world. You just can't implement them. And that's really, really, really important to think about.
I should probably implement that in my upcoming speech on why I no longer support the death penalty. But one of the issues that I have with our criminal justice system is that there are so many people that you put them in prison for a decade. And I can think of specific examples of this, and they just come out thinking, "I didn't do anything wrong. That was a stupid law." They never understand that they ever did anything wrong. How are you getting any kind of rehabilitation out of that if the person you've imprisoned for 10 fucking years never realized, never accepted, and never admitted that there was ever anything that they needed to redeem themselves for?
Yeah, exactly. And like that's the hard thing about it, is that like if the point of the system is to be punitive, then of course that's what you would do. But the point of society shouldn't be to be punitive. It should be cooperative and integrative and rehabilitative. And so like it just doesn't fit anybody. The very fact that the Innocence Project exists is testament to why the death penalty shouldn't exist. You know what I mean? If there's such a big problem that we can have organizations centered around trying to get people off because we realize that there was no fucking evidence for them to be murdered by the state, then maybe we should stop murdering people, huh?
Yeah, we need to talk a little bit more about that in another venue.
Agreed.
Bomber Fox says Parasite Eve was based on the mitochondria once being a separate organelle. Free the mitochondria. It would die.
It would not live. That's a cool thing to think about, though. We talked about evolution and mitochondria.
It will no longer cause rickets. I'm sorry, Forrest and I were just talking over each other. I didn't even hear that. Sorry about that.
No, you're fine. I was just going to say that, like, it's cool because we were talking about the evolution of mitochondria, and like it's interesting to think about the fact that because mitochondria can no longer be considered alive, they literally evolved to not be alive because they are still evolving, they're still reproducing, and that's the niche that they found, was being an endosymbiont that can't live outside of its host. So it evolved to be dead. What is that? What is that? That's so fucking cool, dude.
And it no longer causes a debilitating condition because the mitochondria's closest relative in life is Rickettsia bacteria, which causes rickets.
Mm-hmm. So cool. It's so fucking cool, dude.
Mage Grey Wolf says...
We are great. Thank you so much to the person that Jimmy rudely skipped over.
F. Gongora says, you guys are great. Mage Grey Wolf says, what resources would you recommend to learn more about plant evolution?
I don't remember what my textbook for plant bio was. I'm sorry, I don't have that one.
There's no apologetics arguments that give a fuck about plants. So I haven't been trained on that.
Right.
You can consult your local
let me look really quick and see
tree.
if I can find one that looks familiar.
The only apologetic argument that ever comes up with regarding plants is, so you think elephants and pine trees are related?
Right. Literally, yes, because that's how fucking thinking works. So I don't know which one. I think it was this one. This looks really familiar. Let me kind of scroll at it really quick. Hold on. I think this is the one. Because I remember the painting on the front of it. It's got like this Monet-looking painting. It's called Raven Biology of Plants by Evert and Eichhorn. This looks really familiar, and it's on Amazon, and you can buy it hardcover for $400. But you can buy a used one for like $100, and you can rent it for like $40. And I think this is one of the ones that I used. I don't know if I used this edition, but that painting looks really familiar. It's been a little while, but that seems familiar. So I'd check that guy out. I'll blindly endorse this book. Sure.
Isn't it weird how tree blood tastes nummy on pancakes?
Isn't that fun?
It is. SJL says, do humans have the ability to influence our own future evolution if we haven't already screwed ourselves over? Watching you guys is too fun to be free. Thank you.
Remember, evolution is all about selective pressure.
The concept of transhumanism.
And I'm here for it.
The actual influencing our evolution, remember, evolution's all about selection pressure. So you'd actually have to have a differential between which humans get to survive and reproduce, and that's called eugenics, and it's wrong. But in terms of like evolution in the broader sense of the term, of like where we go as a species and how we shape our bodies and things like that, number one, there are already trends there based on modern medicine and nutrition. We can see that we're getting taller. We can see we're getting heads bigger. We can see our wisdom teeth are decaying. We're getting a few things like that. I shouldn't say decaying because that's confusing, but like they're deteriorating. So we already have trends in evolution in that direction.
Is eliminating the superfluous additional molar.
CRISPR me,
exactly.
daddy.
So like that would actually change our dental arcade, and that would be really cool because having that molar is one of the defining characteristics of great apes. And so like when you look at great apes, they have a 2, 1, 2, 3 dental arcade, meaning they have 2 incisors, 1 canine, 2 premolars, 3 molars. If we were to lose that as a population, we would be 2, 1, 2, 2. So we would actually have a different classification of our dentistry, which would be a reason to not call us the same kind of ape anymore. And that would be really cool. And And you can tell that 2123 is great apes and old world monkeys, and it's depending on the shape of the molar. Great apes have a Y5 molars, old world monkeys have a bilophodont molar. That's a whole other fucking thing. But anyway, that's one of the ways you can literally look at a jawbone of a primate and tell whether it has a prehensile tail or not by which teeth it has in which order. How cool is that? So
do you have any
what
idea
I was saying
how
is
difficult it was to explain that to anybody when I do the 5 points and the Y-shaped crevice and all that, and it just goes right over the head.
Well, because it's fucking magical. Is that I can look at this and I'm like, oh, it's got 2133, must be a New World monkey. How cool is that? This I can tell because this thing has 3 premolars. It probably has a prehensile tail, and this thing has a tooth comb, which means it lives in Madagascar. You know what I mean? So you can like do that, and it's fucking magical for somebody who isn't good at or isn't familiar with that kind of like taxonomic classification and like understanding comparative anatomy in that way. It was wild to me when I learned it. I know a friend of mine. He's a history history master's person. He has a master's degree in history. I don't know how to say that, but like he is fucking super smart, and he's like teaching me all sorts of cool shit. And I showed him that, and he was literally like, "You just did that was witchcraft. How the fuck did you do that?" But anyway, as far as like guiding ourselves as a species, that, like I said, there's already trends there based on what we do to ourselves and where we take ourselves in the next 50, 100,000 years. Then it all comes down to how much responsibility we have as a species for our environment and each other. If we want to continue saying, "Oh, we'll destroy this ecosystem, we'll let this person go extinct, we'll let this person live in the cold," then yeah, we'll continue to suffer. But if we want to take responsibility and grow up and be like, "Hey, we're going to take care of this place because we live here," then maybe it'll be better.
Yeah,
that burping sound means we passed 4 hours.
Yeah, I don't mean to drag this out, but I want to comment on this for a moment. Natural selection is inhuman, and we as conscious people cannot allow natural selection to be the determinant on the survival of anybody. But at the same time, we also understand how genetics work, population genetics works. So we understand that deleterious mutations, if not naturally selected out, will become a thing that we then have to constantly fight against to an increasing degree. So that's what transhumanism is taking the evolution out of our equation entirely and taking command of it. And the best simple summary example I can give of that is the movie Gattaca, where we select our genes so that we don't subject people to the type of deformities that we can identify genetically before they're even born. And we can correct that before they're born. But some people think that that's monstrous to do that.
Do it!
I used to be one of those people. I used to be super against transhumanism. I was like, that'll change what it means to be a human, and like it'll change everything. And then I started thinking about it more, and I was like, well, being a human changed what it meant to be a great ape, and being a great ape changed what it meant to be a monkey. Being a monkey changed what it meant to be a primate, and being a primate changed what it meant to be a mammal, and being a mammal changed what it meant to be a tetrapod, and being tetrapod changed what it meant to be a fish. So like the fact that we're here right now is that's the fucking point. And now we just get a chance to grab the bull by the dick and take it where we want instead of just letting it be whatever it is.
What the fuck was that last thing you said?
My favorite thing he's said so far.
Is that not the phrase?
You've never worked on a ranch, have you? You are not going to grab a bull by its dick, not while it's awake. I'll tell you that much. Tyler Baker says, "Love you guys. Want to hear?"
Texas thing you've never said.
And yet, Texas isn't where I worked on the ranch. It was Wyoming. Tyler Baker says, "Love you guys. Want to hear your thoughts on classification of life regarding viruses. They freaking evolve. Why don't we consider them alive? Thanks."
Homeostasis.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. So there's 7 different qualifications for what a living thing is. There is no set definition of life that's universal and functional. There are 7 different qualifications for life, and that is form and function. I was going to say form and function means you can't just be a blob. You can't be amorphous. Even things you think of as amorphous blob, like slime molds, are very complex.
You have
the second one is growth and development. Yeah, growth and development. You can't just pop into existence and pop back out. You have to convert energy. You have to take in energy and turn it into something else. You have to reproduce. You have to evolve. And you have to respond to stimuli, and you have to maintain homeostasis. You have to be able to maintain a stable environment. Viruses do like 2 of those things. They have form and function. They evolve like fucking crazy. And you can say they reproduce, but they can't even do that by themselves. So 2.5 out of 7. Yeah, exactly. You can kill them, but they're not technically alive.
But you can kill zombies.
2.5. But you're right, exactly. And you can kill mitochondria, and mitochondria aren't alive either. And so, like, that's the thing. Those are the 7 things that you have to be able to do to be alive. And you'll notice evolution is a qualification for living things, but evolution doesn't happen to individuals. So what the fuck's that about? Reproduction is a qualification for living things, but if you don't have children, that doesn't mean that you didn't live. It's kind of a little bit fuzzy, but the whole thing is just 2.5 out of 7. You can't call it living. And so that's why they're not technically considered alive. However, viruses don't seem to give a shit what we think, and they're doing whatever they want. So, like, that's the best part of biology. Every single definition is fuzzy. Yeah.
Did viruses evolve to be as they are, or are they a subsequent reduction of protobionts?
I have no idea. I think that's still something that we don't know. I have no idea.
I was asking for a speculative opinion. It's just as good that you didn't give an answer.
Yeah, speculative opinion. I would say that they are something that can absolutely happen as long as RNA existed. Like if you like into the RNA world hypothesis, which I super am, then it makes sense that viruses would be a thing that would have just co-evolved alongside us. They could have been, just another thing that popped into existence with early RNA sequencing. As far as like a reduction is concerned, I could buy that. I would need some evidence for it, but like I think it's fair to say that they can just, if you have an RNA world, which again, strong proponent of the RNA world hypothesis over here. If you have an RNA world, then it makes sense that viruses would also exist just as easily as an early animal cell would exist.
Forrest wants to grab a virus by its papillomer protein.
Nice.
Thank you.
Nice.
Thank you. Rob Irwin says, no, I remind you, I have gone to college.
I thought you just looked up virus part that you could then throw at me.
We just went through COVID. Dude, it doesn't even matter that I went to college. We just went through COVID. They were talking about papillomer proteins fucking like crazy.
Bacteria overall. We were talking about bacteria earlier on.
A man-made chemical.
Okay, Earl.
You mean the plandemic? Fucking, we're talking about bacteria earlier on. Somebody in the chat's gonna be like, peptidoglycan, pooptidoglucone.
One of my oldest friends.
I'm pretty mad at you right now, Forrest.
With me in a public restaurant.
Peptidoglycan is one of my favorite numbers.
When I mentioned that people were getting they were turning to ivermectin instead of actual medical care against viruses, and he just went livid on me all at once, unexpectedly. That ivermectin is not an animal dewormer like you say it is, because you've just bought into the conspiracy. You bought into misinformation. You need to learn how to look up your sources. And I showed him my phone. Ivermectin.com.
I mean, also, do you not own ivermectin? It's not just a dewormer. You also use it to get mites off of snakes.
I haven't had that necessity yet. That's Matt that experienced that unfortunate situation. So far, that hasn't happened with us.
I see. Yeah. I was going to say, you're going to tell me it's not a horse dewormer? I will drive you to Tractor Supply. I don't live far. We will go to the back to the horse medicine.
Yup.
That's where I usually buy my condoms.
When I show my phone to my friend, ivermectin.com, and it says livestock dewormer. So which propaganda scheme am I buying into, or am I on ivermectin.com?
Yeah, fucking Christ.
God.
Wow. All right. Anyway, Rob Irwin says, hey guys, try Pandora's Star by Franklin. The aliens and the description of their evolution is fascinating. I enjoyed Starship Troopers as a kid. I got another burp, sorry. Starship Troopers as a kid, the book, the movie, and the Avalon Hill board game. Nope, it's hiccups.
I will look it up. Thank you so much.
I feel very emasculated by hiccups. Does anyone else have this experience when you get the hiccups and it makes you feel like a little wee baby? I do.
No, but like I can see where you get that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, at least it makes sense. What is THB? From Thailand. Hello from Thailand. Enjoying the conversation. I'm addicted to K-pop girl groups. I'm addicted to just K-pop groups. I don't even really particularly like the music, but again, gender totally aside, K-pop people are just so attractive. Gender notwithstanding. They're all, I know that they're all painted to look that way, but Jesus Christ. Anyway, does anyone know what the Thailand unit of money is called?
I don't. I know Vietnamese money is called dong.
I bet you know that. You're just looking it up, aren't you? It's called bots.
It's called a bot.
I didn't know that until today. I was just seeing if anybody else did. I Googled it too. Microskeptic says, endosymbiosis was one of my favorite parts to learn in cellular and molecular bio.
Dude, I almost went back for a second bachelor's in cell and molec, and I couldn't do it because the university literally, they had a policy that you have to take 30 credit hours within the particular thing, and I ran out of bio credits to take. So they would, because I didn't start another major, they couldn't let me take any more classes to it because I wanted to study it so bad. I wanted to know more about it, but it would be useless to do so.
Yeah.
And I don't want to start another fucking bachelor's. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing residency at another university. Fuck that shit.
50 alleged dollars. Thank you very much. That is a very allegedly generous donation. 50 alleged dollars from Josh. Hugh Ross states that the most intelligent non-human animal are ravens and crows. And if evolution were true, the advancement of intellectual capacity must match the morphological similarities of humans. What are your thoughts?
Well, this is another example of how we are not intelligently designed, because the most intelligent animals besides ourselves are all disadvantaged. So what the fuck can crows do? Yeah. They have nothing they can do with their wings except fly, right? So they're reduced to their feet. They have 2 feet, so they can only use one at a time because they have to stand on the other one. So they can't be very dexterous, can they? Dolphins, super fucking intelligent, no hands. How are they going to experiment with chemistry when they're underwater?
Yeah.
Right? Elephants, you got 1 fucking trunk. That's it. That's all. I could do more with my dick. So what can an elephant do with all of that super intelligence?
Okay, so wait. I've seen what elephants can. Can you paint with your dick? We're going to do a follow-up stream on OnlyFans, and we're putting this shit to the test.
But then
you can feed yourself with your Johnson. Amazing.
Don't fuck with those trunks.
Let's look at animals that have the ability to exploit the higher intelligence. Let's look at, again, my favorite animal, raccoons, right? They can stand, they have free hands, they have thumbs, they can hold shit, they can do stuff, right? So the Guardians of the Galaxy chose the raccoon character wisely. The problem is the super low mutation rate. You don't get raccoons with super intelligence. If you took the intelligence that you wasted on the dolphins or the elephants or the parrots or the fucking ravens and you gave it to a raccoon, we would have a competitive species for the dominance of this planet. But we don't get that because raccoons got all of the tools and none of the power, and everybody else gets the power and none of the tools. That's an unintelligent fucking lack of design.
I'm sorry, I was typing in the chat. It's also important to remember that when you talk about intelligence, you're comparing them to us, and there's that old famous quote about, like, if you judge a fish on its ability to climb a tree or ride a bicycle, it'll spend its whole life thinking it's stupid. Except for because of nested hierarchies, fish can climb trees and ride bicycles because we're fucking fish. But anyway, there's that. But the whole thing is that you're comparing to humans and saying, aha, well, it can do this simple problem solving super neat. But that's ridiculous to then say, oh, they have to have morphological characteristics similar to us as well. That's not how anything works. our human morphology, the hominin-specific adaptations that led to our evolution, right? Our tool use and our big brains combined, they went together. We were intelligent in that direction. We lost intelligence in other directions. We lack intelligence in other directions. We're good at tool making and not other things. And also, when you look at human intelligence today, go out and look at these indigenous people that don't have words for numbers larger than 3. They count 1, 2, 3, and more than 3. Those are the numbers that they have because they never need that. And you're like, they must not be very intelligent. But they have an insane encyclopedic knowledge of every fucking plant within 100 square miles of where they live and where it grows and how it grows and what it does and everything that would make any botanist in a Western society fucking blush with shame. So, like, it's all relative, dude. And to say that it has to be this way or that way is putting the cart before several horses. It's not how anything works.
I'll give you this. I'll give you that chimpanzees have, for example, a much better memory retention than we do. And a number of other animals do as well.
Short-term memory. Unbelievable short-term memory in chimps. Flashing some numbers on a screen and they fucking know them way better than any human can. Insane, yo. Insane.
But here's the thing: we have the physical capability, we have the dexterous hands, we have the environment in which we live because we're not underwater, we're not marine, right? And then we also have the brain that allows us to have this dexterous tools, and we can experiment with chemistry and all of this. Where all of these other animals were cheated. If there was an intelligent designer, they would not have given all of this super intelligence to animals that can't fucking use it.
Right.
Yep.
I'm now finally responding to this person that said something to me about college earlier on. I was like, tell up a thing. And then we got on this tangent.
Rask Wendigo Knoll says, watching from Massachusetts with my 9 tarantulas, spinning some OG black metal in the background with a delicious North American IPA. A perfect evening.
I
want to be at that guy's house
in front of like 2,000 people today.
This is about as this is about as good of an evening as I can imagine it being. I'm having lots of fun. $10 from I'm in Your Bushes. Hell yeah, my fellow Okie and brother in Seeger.
Absolutely, love that.
Thank you, David Farah.
One of the parts of the live stream that I did the other day where we raised money for the Human Rights Campaign, we played D&D and I played an anarchist bard, and I used Pete Seeger songs and just gave them a fantasy twist, and like it was so good. My favorite. So happy somebody else knows who that dude is.
Yeah. Lila says, religion. Let's talk Bigfoot. I know how much you guys love the logical missing link. No, we don't have to worry about Bigfoot. Bigfoot is Cain. I grew up Mormon. I can tell you who Bigfoot is. It's Cain from the Bible.
I was Bigfoot.
Well, and as we've established, you're as old as Cain.
I was literally identified as Bigfoot.
That's dope.
Were you?
It's a long story. I'm not getting into it, but yeah, I was cited and got into the newspapers as fucking Sasquatch.
That's awesome.
Let's see. $10. $10 from Amanda Vogel. My nephew's science teacher told them their tailbone was to hold in their poop. Christian Academy. I mean, I get the logic because I've been there where hitting your tailbone releases your poop. So I get the logic. Y'all ever taken a tumble down the stairs and fallen right on the tailbone? At least a little nugget comes out. Just me?
God.
Okay, let's all pretend this is just me.
I think it's just you, bro.
Sure, all right, fine.
I can't imagine actually saying that to a person. Wait, hang on for a second.
While he's getting that, thank you, T-Former.
You're telling me. You're telling me that this little doodle right there is gonna have a muscle attachment to fucking move your sphincter? What? What's going on with that?
I get
That's imagine saying that to somebody.
I don't know, man. I actually, okay, but think about how the actual, not even just the asshole, but like other sphincters work in our body, and tell me it's not kind of the same level of weird and somewhat stupid. Our constant
you do have muscles
source
wrapped
of
around that.
Yeah. No, I know. I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying don't fire that teacher. They're clearly stupid. But as far as like your sphincters are nuts. They are so stupid, and we so depend on them to work for our entire life, despite the fact that they are in a constant state of flexing. And if they stop working, your life is ruined, and in some cases you die, depending on the sphincter. Like, sphincters are fucking pretty insane. So somebody thinking that their tailbone had something to do with it is like the least crazy thing. It's less crazy than the things that are true.
You want to see a kyphosis?
Sure.
Kyphosis.
There we go.
Lordosis. Scoliosis.
Oh, God. It's making my back hurt just to look at.
Yeah.
I assume that Aron's gone to go get his own skeleton, and he's just going to be like, "This was my friend John. He donated a skeleton to me when he died." Where's Aron?
I did a video with this skeleton. I was like, I pulled this spine out, and I was explaining something, and a friend of mine stitched it. Was like fatality.
Now yours isn't made of real bone, I assume. Or
no. This is it's plastic. It's acrylic.
Aron, I legitimately thought you were getting your own skeleton, but it would be somebody you knew. Like, yeah, my friend John said when he died I could have a skeleton, so here he is. Anyway, Lure Reality says, Super Chat function engaged. Can you give me a dad joke?
What do you call a fish wearing a fancy suit?
What?
Sophisticated.
Disgusting. David Farah says, isn't Charlie responsible for every death from other people's sins after he found out how to save people from it? I don't think Charlie understands much of anything about anything.
Truth.
Yeah. I think Charlie thinks he is his own type of messiah. Tim Gill says, don't let anyone else tell you how smart you are. Everyone has more potential than society wants to tell you.
Truth.
I'll let them say it if it's a compliment.
I get that.
You can tell me how smart I am if you're being nice.
Yeah, I can tell you, my own parents, my stepdad, for example, told me that it didn't matter what I ever did, whatever I aspired to be, that I will never amount to anything. I would be the world's greatest ditch digger, and that would be about it.
Yeah. And look at you now, digging ditches on the internet. The world's greatest.
I know neither of you can relate because you're both married, but I'm scrolling Tinder right now, and I just need to tell anybody who's listening, if you use a haiku for your bio instead of just saying something like, I always return my carts to where the carts go, I'm going to automatically hit X. I'm going to swipe whichever direction is the wrong direction. I just hit the button. Don't use haikus.
Let that be a lesson to you, droves of men and women who are all signing up to fuck Jimmy Snow. Get those haikus out of your bio.
I'm trying to improve this for everybody everywhere. Don't put a fucking haiku in there. Don't put a fucking poem. Don't put a quote. Everyone else, or be yourself. Everyone else is taken. I'm not here for life lessons. I'm here to fuck. No, I'm here to find my true love. I don't do the walk of shame I strut. Anyway.
I got to mention that the stepdad that made that judgment on me also recommended that I read The Wisdom of Mein Kampf.
Ooh.
He's the guy who shows up to Thanksgiving. He's like, all right, guys, listen, we all agree Hitler's bad, but let's talk about his good ideas. That asshole.
We all agree that Hitler's bad. Or do we?
Right. Why are you trying to save Hitler? Why are you trying to make Hitler work? Yeah.
All of a sudden turns around and there's a PowerPoint behind him. Now let's get into the details.
What is the benefit of making Hitler like humanizing Hitler? Truly.
Right.
Because there's so much utility in having an almost real life Satan character like Satan.
My stepdad was not a member of the KKK, but he was a member of a peripheral organization that was closely associated with the KKK, if that makes any sense.
Mm.
Yeah.
If anybody would like to donate their skeletons, I'm sure everybody here would actually love to have a real skeleton. I think all three of us would love that. Yeah, fuck yeah. When you die of natural causes and stuff. Yeah, see, look, and by the way, to the person, I'm not going to call out who did this, because I know you're actually a nice and good person, and I've seen your other chats, so I know you're just sort of embracing the meme. But we're not going to let chats through which are Hitler's nicer qualities. That's not happening tonight.
He was a vegetarian who liked dogs and art.
Yeah.
I loved the one that said, I can change him.
Yeah. That's too good. Okay. Anyway, wait, did I skip this one? Micro Addict, who, if the two of you haven't seen Micro Addict's channel, it's just like microscope of under the microscope, just cells doing stuff, pond water and shit.
Hell yeah.
Micro Addict, great stuff as usual. Guys, even the small bits of evolution are fascinating, like the evolution of cilia in single-celled eukaryotes.
Love that.
Thank you for the $9.99 from Julie Cordova. We said skeleton. Please don't make creepy come-ons to the host. You know, don't say that's skeletons. That's the only thing we're asking for out of your bodies. Yes. Y'all guys, what the fuck are you people doing? Stop trying to make Hitler work. Jesus Christ. If people could see some of the things that we're not letting through. I will let Hitler wasn't all bad. He did kill Hitler through, but you also stole that joke and didn't ascribe it to. I'm trying to remember which comedian said that. I feel like it was Norm Macdonald.
My favorite one is my favorite bit of street art that I saw recently. I saw a little while ago, but I saved it in my phone. It's one of those things that I could never actually say myself, but I will happily say that I fucking love it. It was a picture of Hitler shooting himself, and it said, "Fascists, follow your leader."
Oh, that's dope. Yeah, that's funny. That's like I said, I don't believe in the death penalty. Do not mistake that from me saying some people don't deserve to die. Don't do it.
Right.
Anyway, Harry Chairstepper says, I only recently stumbled on this whole scene, but probably my favorite part of the line is the mostly incorporeal voice, Jimmy Snow. Do you know, when I first started doing it, it was not well received. And now I feel like it's one of those things where it was a change. And now if I take it away, people will miss it if it's gone. Anyway, not the host, though.
It's only because you don't have long, luxurious hair anymore.
Sir, it's because I don't have friends. Except for this show. Steve Areno says, you don't know me, Jimmy, at least not in the biblical sense. Well, there's long.
Not yet.
Life's long.
He's on Tinder right now.
Yeah, that's right. Good luck finding.
Is still young.
If you need to figure out which city to scroll for me in, watch the New Year's stream. Aaron will tell you.
Tyler, Texas.
Yeah, that's right. Tyler, Texas. Dustin Sink says, I love everybody on the line, especially Jimmy. We finally got to the one that Aaron read. I think that was 7 hours ago. Julie Cordova says, I love Forrest and Aron Ra. Jimmy, I love you too, and like you as well. That's very sweet. That's very sweet. I accept all of your parasocial love.
Yeah, I'm not even giving any bullshit when I say I appreciate being on shows like this, Jimmy. So I want to thank you in all sincerity.
Every time you get a new beer, you forget that you've already done this.
I was not finished, but now I'm not going to finish.
Well, I was always going to give you shit. I'm getting a thanks. I'm getting a thank you every time you open a new pale ale.
I don't drink pale ale.
Oh, I don't know. I just say words.
This is Revolver, Blood and Honey.
I don't drink beer at all because I have taste, and I don't drink alcohol. But I know you haven't been on the shows where I've said that I think that all the people who say beer tastes good are part of the same conspiracy to try and gaslight everybody else.
I've noticed that it's a class thing. That the upper class drinks wine. And my favorite sci-fi TV show ever was this Liverpudlian who says it's always beer. It's never wine. It was always the upper class drinks wine and the lower class drinks beer. And I grew up in so many trailer parks that I am doomed to only drink beer.
I grew up poor and Mormon. So I had the weird combo of only either
coffee is a trip for you.
When I was able to drink before I had to stop for other reasons, I liked either really fruity drinks that usually made people go, well, that's not very manly, or very harsh, hard whiskeys. Those were my two favorite. I wanted to either taste like I was eating Skittles or like I was treating a cut that needed a Band-Aid. Those are the two flavors I liked the most. Steve Areno. Go ahead.
I try once a month or every month or two. I'll go to the liquor store and I'll buy they have the single bottles, and I'll provide a variety of different beers because I want so badly, in my heart, I want to be a big, strong American man who drinks beer, and I can't do it every time. I keep learning about myself over and over. That if somebody pees on moldy bread, I don't like the flavor of it.
That's exactly right.
I don't understand why other people do.
Do you know what I think it tastes like? I think it tastes like somebody unsweetened a banana and then carbonated it.
I can feel that. I can totally get where you're coming from with that. It's just gross. It's just gross.
I grew up with shitty ass American beer. It was like Miller Lite and that sort of thing. So I know when I was a child, I remember when I was 11, my family was trying to get me drunk on Miller Lite. Make of that what you will, but I mean, I just couldn't deal with American Pilsner. And I went to the Czech Republic, and they were bragging. We invented Pilsner, and I said, you might want to keep that to yourself.
I loved when I was a kid. I loved the Monty Python thing where they're like, American beer is a lot like making love in a canoe. It's fucking close to water.
I'll tell you, Forrest, if you want the trick I had, which was the closest to being able to enjoy beer, was especially if you like getting drunk or at least pretty buzzed, it's Blue Moon with a splash of orange juice and a shot of triple sec. You'll get drunk much faster, and it's actually a pretty tolerable taste. It's like eating orange marmalade on toast.
Blue Moon is what I go to when I drink. There's so many restaurants that I go to. I always ask, what's the darkest beer you got? And they always say, here in Texas, they always say, well, we got Shiner. And I'm like, that's not dark. Shiner, for those of you outside of Texas, Shiner Shiner Bock is a local Texas brew. We have infinitely better brews just out of Dallas area, but you can't get them everywhere else. And we have some really, really good stuff that's really, really fucking potent, like 15% ABV. Really good stuff, but you can't just get it anywhere. So I ended up having to get Blue Moon when there's not any better options, which is normally.
There's a joke in here about Texas being a shitty racist place because the darkest thing they tolerate is Shiner. I'm just too tired to make it right now. I'll find it.
I feel like you did it. No, that was solid, man. You made it work.
It's connected. I'm just tired.
The pieces are there. We'll pick them up for you. Good job, man. I liked it.
That's what I'm going for. That's what I'm hoping for.
Don't sell yourself short. Steve Marino says, I'm legally required by Dapper Dinosaur to point out that pterodactyls are not dinosaurs. Don't get mad at me. Tell him to stop making me learn. That's right. As Forrest explained to us on a previous show, pterodactyls are hippos.
It depends on who you're talking to, because Robert T. Bacher, who is giving a lecture later this month in I think Lubbock, Texas, Robert T. Bacher wanted to reclassify Ornithodira to just change the name of Ornithodira to Dinosauria.
Just to make it easier.
Good enough.
Yeah, because he wants pterosaurs to be dinosaurs. Why?
So badly. Why can't you hear a pterodactyl go to the bathroom?
Okay, you already said this.
Because the P is silent.
Jimmy, will you remind Grandpa not to retell his old stories?
No, I know where it's going. I know what he's going to say.
It's because they're all fucking dead.
That's That's by the way, that's a modified Brian Regan joke. This is how much I've studied comedy. I know when you take where you're taking your jokes from. That's an old Brian Regan joke, which was, "Hey, Dad, I thought of a joke for your career." It was his son who said it to him. He goes,
and he had the walkie-talkie.
Why can't dinosaurs talk? I don't know. Why not, son? Because they're all dead. That's so dark and morbid and amazing.
Many of which can talk.
Which ones?
Except for birds, many of which can talk.
Okay, go fuck that. Go beat up that 3-year-old. David Farah says, future best show idea, Forrest Valkai, Gutsick Gibbon, Aron Ra, and the best disembodied voice, Jimmy Snow. Maybe a 24-hour marathon, though, still would watch. I'm really glad that people are appreciating the voice.
Can we make a show where we're all disembodied voices? Like, can you take me off the screen right now and have me just be a disembodied voice for a minute?
That's literally just called a podcast.
Yeah, but like, let's do it on the internet.
Have a creationist debating against us, and the creationist is physically standing in the room, and we are all in portrait mode on giant screens around them.
I think if I take you off, it'll automatically mute you. You wanted to go, oh, wait, that's the wrong one. Okay, now you're not on the screen. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
And now it's just this. It's just a picture of Aron's beautiful face and you and I floating in the ether.
But now I can't read the super chats.
This is the show. No, damn. Yes. Put it back. Put it back.
This is like that episode Seinfeld. Let's do a YouTube show about nothing.
That's what it is. This is the show now.
That's the show.
This is the show. Let's talk science, y'all. All of us together.
Dude, nothing will ever be. Did you see Aron's first episode? Have you looked at Aron's first episode of SkepTalk from back in December? Yeah. His cowl. Nothing will ever beat how iconic that was to me. But anyway, I'm appreciating people liking the voice thing. I've legitimately been telling people my YouTube career, I will consider going in a good direction if I can figure out how to not be in front of the camera anymore. And I'm starting to figure it out.
Yeah, if you ever do a show with Forrest Valkai and Gutsick Gibbon and Jackson Wheat, if I could be on that show, it would be an honor to me.
Sure. I mean, we've already done most of that. We've already done Forrest and Gutsick together. And now we've done the two of you together. I don't really know Jackson Wheat very well, but I hear his name from time to time. Mark Smith says...
It was funny. I was there when Gutsick Gibbon met Jackson Wheat, and I got to see I just watched them go off to the bar together, and they were chatting amongst each other. And all I could see was nerd, 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 nerd.
Love that.
Y'all are a bunch of fucking nerds. Mark Smith says, what do you call a caveman that always gets lost? Homo neanderthalensis. I don't know if I get it.
Neanderthalensis?
Oh, meander. Oh, yeah. Got it. Okay, yeah, I get it.
That.
Spineless Moderate says, favorite reptile and or amphibian, and go Herps rule. I think both of you will take a long time to answer that. So while you do that, I'm going to go and see too. I've been told my garage door apparently jammed open, so I'll be back.
Oh my gosh,
trying to go to the bathroom and trying to escape.
I'm not. It's legitimately my neighbor was like, hey, it didn't work when you tried to put your thing down earlier, so I'm gonna go do that.
My favorite reptile. What you got? What a challenging question. My favorite reptile in my house at this moment is my beautiful 6.5 foot long false water cobra. I absolutely love Abath. I named him after the singer in the black metal band Immortal. My favorite reptile, if it's not Abath, if it's not the snake that I currently have in my house and that I love, I'm interested in getting a Drymarchon. My wife wants a Mexican red tail indigo, and I want a Texas indigo. Specifically the one with the red chin and the yellow throat and the Ellis Cooper tears. I want all of those traits, and then my son-in-law, he wants a black-tailed Crebo. But we're all into Drymarchon here. Forrest, go ahead.
It's hard for me to say. I really, really like carpet pythons. I think they're beautiful. There's so many different morphs that are lovely, and I used to work with a carpet python who was just like the best snake that ever lived, and I miss him terribly. He was just such a good dude. He was real talkative. He'd hiss really loud just for all the time, and he would like get up in your ear hole and hiss at you, and he's just such a good guy. He's so sweet. I could hang out with him for days. But if I had to pick a different one, I also really like water monitors, Varana Salvador, because they're just and I love them.
I had Varana Salvadori. It was my favorite reptile ever for the longest fucking time, and I owned one until he grabbed the aluminum screen door in the back of our house and he bent it open. So I showed up with food one day.
Strong.
I showed up with food one day and I saw the back door bent open. Bent. He bent the door open. And so you can't close this anymore. I'm like, what the fuck now? And the police shot it in the biggest news media extravaganza in Des Moines, Iowa at the time. This was like 1987. And they fucking shot my lizard. And that story ended up in the Weekly World News. I don't know if you remember that old tabloid, but there was a tabloid called the Weekly World News.
Yeah, I used to buy them because they're awesome.
They posted the story, police do battle with giant prehistoric reptile. That was my fucking lizard. And when there was some expose show that was talking to the Weekly World News saying, did you ever verify any of your stories? And they said, well, we know that there's this one this guy that had this big lizard at the police shot. I'm like, I'm the only true story in the Weekly World News? Seriously?
Yeah, dude. You mean the vampire baby wasn't real?
I absolutely love that lizard.
World News.
They're venomous. They are man-eaters. And I was a young man in my 20s. I was testosterone poisoned. Somebody offered me the chance to take this lizard that was just the most magnificent representation of pure evil I'd ever seen in my life. And I couldn't help it. I was seduced. God, this thing was evil. And yet, this was before they were known to be venomous. And when it bit me, I realized immediately that it was venomous because the blood was pouring out of my body like water. It wasn't even red; it was pink. And
because it won't coagulate. It's crazy. And their teeth are fucking serrated like kitchen knives. They'll shred your shit.
I don't recommend them as
so
pets.
Cool, though.
But I don't recommend them as pets, but because I did not have the wherewithal or the responsibility to take care of something as magnificent and as enormous as this fucking thing. The fact that you said Varana Salvadori is your favorite fucking reptile, I love you.
Dude, they're so cool, and I've worked with several of them, and I've never met a mean one. Like, I know they can be mean, especially fucking Nile monitors, ape shit. But like, I've never met a mean water monitor, and like the last 3 or 4 that I've hung out with, like, you like grab their tongues and fuck with them, and they're just so chill, and they're good dudes. I love them. They're fantastic, and I love that they're known in Indonesia to fucking dig up recent burials and eat people's bodies and shit. They're just a pest, and I love them so much for it.
I like an axolotl.
Axolotls are great. Yeah. Are axolotls great animals, or are they the greatest animal?
They're pretty good.
My wife had one. My wife had one for a few years. It was her favorite pet for a while before she got into snakes. She had one of those special axolotls that was one of those that was genetically modified. So she didn't just have this rare endangered species. She had a genetically modified monster so that they put jellyfish genes into an axolotl so that it wasn't just an axolotl. It was an axolotl that glowed in the dark.
Whoa. Oh, yeah. I've heard of those.
They can regrow their spines. Like, they're so amazingly regenerative. There's really cool research being done on axolotls that are trying to like help like burn victims and amputees and shit. Like, if we can understand how they're able to be so unbelievably well regenerate, like even nerves, they can regenerate anything. Like, we could help so many people.
Yeah.
You watching this could be the geneticist that works on this project and could save millions of lives and literally regrow limbs.
I'm so nerded out right now that you said Varanus salvadori was your favorite reptile. I think
they're so cool, dude. I think they're so cool. They're beautiful animals.
They need their own goddamn bedroom.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they are not to be trifled with. You can't put them in a little box.
Dante Verona.
Strong.
Dante Verona says, Dr. Zhivago is a shorter movie than this episode of SkepTalk. That's mental, Jimmy. That's mental. Jimmy, seriously love what you're doing with the channel. Dig it. Yeah, we're approaching like the Lord of the Rings trilogy extended version.
I have school tomorrow. I've got to go to bed.
We're closing in. We're only half an hour behind. We're within 30 minutes of super chats now. Amni says, glad your style is better. I thought you were going to say style. I was going to say, no, I still dress like an idiot. My style, yes.
That's my wife.
Much better. Thanks to Forrest's wife. Yep. Thank you. Microskeptic says, I'm still waiting for Forrest to tell the dirty joke about DNA helicase. By the way, I wouldn't refer to Forrest's wife simply as Forrest's wife if I was sure whether or not Forrest ever uses his wife's name on the internet, because many people don't. So that's why I feel like someone's going to be like, wow, real misogynistic. She's a person and you're calling her Forrest's wife. Right.
No, I do from time to time. Her name is Amber. I usually just refer to her as my wife so people know who I'm talking about. But no, my wife's name is Amber.
Yeah, Amber's awesome.
She's a sweet bear. But yeah, no, that's helicase. And so you can tell right away what it does from the name. It has ACE, so it's an enzyme. It breaks things down. And it's helicase. So what helicase does is when your DNA is replicating itself, it untwists, and then helicase comes down the middle of it and breaks the hydrogen bonds that hold the two strands together. So you have now single-stranded DNA in two segments that then gets replicated. And so the joke that this person's referring to is, how is helicase like a 13-year-old boy? All they want to do is unzip your jeans.
I'd add some age to that. I'd say an 18-year-old boy. It just feels creepy.
I was that young. My God, I was perverted.
It took me till 15 to get to that level. I was still too afraid. I was horny and masturbating all the time, but I was too afraid until about 15 to actually unzip someone's pants. Anyway.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Oh, no, I realized I'm not even going to finish it. Never mind. I was going to say something, and I just don't even need to.
Yeah. It's one of those topics that's so fucking weird to chat about, too, and talk. And it's like, man, I'm not comfortable talking about... Past. Right. My own past, I kind of can. But then we get into, like, the general topics of, like, what age people become sexual. And it's like, man, there has to be some solution, because I'm uncomfortable talking about this, but they have to talk about this in school. They have to figure out how to talk about this better, because right now we've got a bunch of sexually illiterate fucking children and Gen Z is apparently not handling that in the most healthy ways. And that's scary.
You want to reduce teen pregnancy? You want to reduce teen pregnancy and the spread of STIs and abortion rates? Comprehensive sex education, y'all. There is data to support that.
I was going to say, sure, you say that, but you only have all of the data to back you.
You're talking to Texas. Nobody's listening.
Yeah, that's true. You're talking to Texas from Oklahoma. You're shouting into practically a void.
Dude, for real, when I was in school, I remember I was watching, so a friend of mine, Danielle, she's a certified sex educator. That's what she does. And she was doing a video about like these horrible fucking like actual public school lessons that are like taught. And like you can download these curricula off the internet and like they're designed for public schools. And the one that she was showing was you take a piece of tape and stick it to your arm and then rip it off and stick it on again and do that over and over. And you're like, this tape is like you girls. You stick to your man and then you go to another man, and notice now how dirty it is and how crumpled it is, and it can't stick to another person. So your future husband, you can't stick to him anymore because you've already stuck to all these men. Fucking gross. And I remember like when I was in 6th grade, I want to say, the actual lesson that was taught to us in 6th grade was the teacher brought out a bottle of Mountain Dew and they gave it to the first boy. They were all in rows. Gave it to the first boy in the first row and said, you can take a sip and then spit in it. And then hand it to the next boy. And if you want to drink it, you can. And then you have to spit in it and pass it to the next boy. And the question was, boys, how many times are you going to let somebody else spit in this bottle before you don't want to drink it anymore? How disgusting of you to drink out of a bottle that everybody else spat in. And girls, you don't want to be this spit-filled bottle. And like, even then, I remember being like, there's no way this is the lesson. There's no way this is what we're learning. It's so fucking gross, dude. Oh, the way that we teach this stuff to kids is insane.
Yeah. Speaking of, if you want a good purity culture
Look
show
up In Bed with Danielle, by the way.
Tomorrow I am returning with a new episode of HOSTility, and I will be hosting Eve Was Framed, and we'll be talking all about purity culture and the gum analogy and the tape analogy and taking purity culture calls. It's going to be a good night.
I'm so glad I didn't even comment on that, because I learned my morality on monogamous relationships and such from the Hells Angels.
Mm.
Yep.
I think my dad learned how to. This isn't a joke. I think my dad learned how to run a family from the mob. I'm not even kidding. That's 100%. I'm not even just saying like that it seems kind of mobbish. I mean, I know he knew the mob and our family ran like the mob. Anyway, Rask Wendigo. Oh, wait. I almost skipped Cedar Edwards. Cedar Edwards says, don't put haiku in your Tinder bio blurb. Jimmy will swipe left. I think I meant right. Whichever way is the bad way.
You read it wrong.
I use the buttons. Oh, don't put a haiku. Slash
in your
Tinder bio.
Don't put a haiku in your Tinder bio blurb. Jimmy will swipe
I wouldn't
left.
be able to tell you because I am strangely happily married.
That's right, and I am jealous.
That's excellent. I give huge props to Cedar Edwards for fucking coming up with that. That was brilliant.
Great. Yeah, that was nice. That was nice. Billy Cube says, automatically connected to the Bluetooth speaker at work when I decided to watch this, and that led to a lengthy conversation because I work at a Catholic hospital. I hope it was when I was saying, shut up, shut the fuck up, Charlie. Fuck you, shut up, Charlie, shut the fuck up, Charlie. Why are you still talking? Shut up. I just was doing it again in case anybody else was accidentally on a Bluetooth speaker. Anyway, I hope that's when it happened. I don't want to get you in trouble. Keep your job. Billy Cube, thank you for the super chat. By the way, to anybody who joined late, that is what happened in this show. So you're going to want to go back and check out Charlie's call or wait for me to put it out as a YouTube short. While in between says, thanks to Forrest for repping Okies and a positive life. Atheist Okie science believers unite. There are dozens of us. There are dozens of us.
There are at least ones of us.
There are tens, perhaps eights, probably fives.
Some of us are out here ready to take over the world. I think you skipped one as well. About somebody said something about seeing Pete Seeger.
What?
Go back to chats.
Okay, wait. There's Billy Cubed. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Rask Wendigo Knoll says, Forrest, I saw Pete Seeger perform on his 95th birthday with John Prime, Levin Helm, and Judy Collins. One of the most amazing shows I've ever seen.
Love that shit so freaking much, dude. If anybody ever has the time, go listen to the song The Banks Are Made of Marble. That's one of my favorite Pete Seeger songs, and it's so important that people just think about it for a second, Yeah. I've seen the weary farmer plowing sod and loam, and I've heard the auction hammer knocking down his home. But the banks are made of marble with a guard at every door, and the vaults are stuffed with silver that the farmer did work for. Fun to think about, right?
It's funny how often Pete Seeger's name has come up for me in the last 24 hours. How many times have I heard that name brought up? Usually in reference to, give me that old-time religion, give me that old-time religion.
Yeah.
Where he talks about Zarathustra and so forth in the old pagan religions.
Mm-hmm.
So good.
Eric Johnson says, hi, I'm like 3.5 hours behind now, Andrew, Florida, but it's been great so far, and I'm sure it's going to get better. Well, that's great. Oh, Eric is saying that Eric is currently on the Andrew, Florida call. I wonder if, so Eric sent this 20 minutes ago. Does that mean he's getting to Charlie about right now? I think so.
Probably so. Probably so.
That was... So, I mean, I'm extremely egotistical when I say this, but that was my favorite call of the night. We've got about 4 super chats left, unless you people want to punish us and keep us here, though it's not really punishment when you're paying us for it. Rask Wendigo Noel says, Aron, if you end up speaking at SatanCon in Boston, I'd love to talk metal. Check out Hell Ripper, one-man Lemmy-worshipping black thrash from Ireland.
You don't need to tell me to check out Lemmy. First off,
Hell Ripper. They said check out Hell Ripper.
Unfortunately, SatanCon, I so wanted to go. I originally planned. I had this beautiful plan that I was going to go to SatanCon. I was going to be there a week in advance, and I was going to go to the 3 states I haven't been to: Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont. And my wife and I were going to go to, we were going to go have some, lobster in Bangor or whatever. We were going to go to a bed and breakfast in Vermont. We'd have to go through New Hampshire and all that. And I was looking for this beautiful trip. And then my wife brought up and said, you know what? We don't have the money. We can't really afford that. So sadly, I'm not going to be at SatanCon this year. Much as I would like to be, I can't afford it. Sorry.
So what he's saying is... No, he's also saying give him money. Give this man money. Get him to SatanCon. Jesus Christ. Hopefully his cut of super chats will be enough. I don't know. We might need a lot more though.
If you can afford it, if you can go, the SatanCon that we went to in Scottsdale, Arizona, was, I thought, great fun. It was very diverse. There seemed to be more women than men, which I thought was impressive. Go figure, when you have an organization that is initially dedicated to the primary thing that women's bodily autonomy is as a fundamental right, that you're going to have a lot of women there. What a surprise, huh?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, hell yeah.
I would love to go to. I'm looking it up right now. I'm going to see if that's a thing. It's in April. I'm going to see if that's the thing I can do.
Right after American Atheist National Convention in Phoenix, Arizona. I will go to American Atheist, even if I can't afford it, because I have to, because I'm on the board of directors. But I doubt I will be able to afford going to SatanCon.
William Brown says, sad that I missed this live. I was watching one of Aron's videos on Pastor Beal or Bill. Love Forrest Valkai. Love Aron. Nice to meet you, Jimmy. Nice to meet you too, William Brown.
How do they know Forrest and me and they don't know you?
Maybe I kept my mouth shut once. I don't know.
That's unlikely.
Maybe they know you independently on your own channels, and they saw you. I don't know. Fucking sorry.
Well, they could have seen me because I was doing videos about the time that Forrest came into existence.
I was just a wee babe. I looked and sounded exactly like this.
Jolie Cordova for $19.99 says, parasocial relationship. I'm old and had to look that up. Jimmy, that makes me sound like a creeper. Geez, thanks, Jimmy. And I said I liked you. I was just trying to support the line and have some fun. No, Julie, I did not mean it as an insult. You should know there are actually 3 levels of parasocial relationships. And the bottom level is the one that I hope is the one that I have with everybody, because the bottom one isn't actually considered an unhealthy thing. In fact, there are a ton of people who have misunderstandings, misgiving, who don't actually understand much about parasocial relationships. For example, a lot of people don't know that the moment you actually know like say you and I became friends in real life, the moment that actual friendship begins, the parasocial relationship has ended, despite the fact that you may still hold certain feelings that you could say are delusion. But the bottom level of a parasocial relationship is called entertainment social. And that is sort of a person that you don't actually know, but you consider a part of your life because they are a source of entertainment. They entertain you. It's when it gets beyond that, when it's intense personal or borderline pathological, those are the unhealthy levels.
Yeah, I was thinking about that recently because like I I listen to the Game Grumps every day. I watch their stuff. I put them on when I go to sleep. I like some noise in the background. I'll just watch the Game Grumps and pass out. And like, I feel like I'm friends with them. It's how much I know about them. And like, I've heard them talking all day, just so often. I just hear them in the background. They don't know who the fuck I am. And if I ever met them, it would be a start of a new relationship. I would just know a shitload about them and their personal lives because they've told people, and I'm one of the millions of people that they've, you know what I mean? And so like, it's such a weird thing because now I have, like, I'm nowhere near as famous. I probably never will be, but like,
I actually doubt that. I think that it's wise we got you now because I think you're going to fucking skyrocket one day, and then I'll be able to guilt you into staying my friend.
That's very kind of you to say. But like, it's crazy.
Yeah, he's been invited to that VidCon for the second time in a year in a row.
I mean, I was invited once, but I never went.
But like, that's the whole thing.
I've never been invited at all because I'm just some peon that mops up in the background.
No, it's actually because you probably haven't sold out enough. Because generally, it's sponsors who put you on the list, and both of he and I have taken sponsors.
Yeah.
Okay. And like, I refuse to sing This Bud's for You.
Sell out, man.
I have people now that call in and like they're like, oh, I watched this thing and that thing you talked about, or I listened to you discuss this, whatever, and it's fucking like, it's very strange. Like, I'm not upset about it. Please continue to, if you see me in the public, come talk to me. If you want to call in and talk to me, talk to me. But like, it is very strange that like this is somebody who knows me a lot that I've never met. And it's very, very weird to think about it. You know what I mean? It's very weird.
Forrest, I'm seeing a lot. Maybe it's just the lighting, but at the moment, your hair looks very, very ginger. Is it?
No, it's dark brown, and when certain lights, it glows. I've got a lot of red highlights going on, so like it's real. You can see here when I get close, it's more brown, but up in the light, it's more red, and like underneath, it's like you see, it's like a chocolatey kind of going on. So
I have like things. We have almost the same type of colored hair, and then my beard is just in a lot of places red and then gray. But I'll pull these hairs out of my beard that are crimson red. They look like they're made of metal.
Yeah, like I've got like these streaks in there. It's crazy, dude. It's fucking nuts.
I love ginger hair, and so anybody that has ginger hair when they have it short, I'm like, dude, turn the volume up on that shit.
Yeah.
No. If it's like if I put a cover over it, you can see how dark it really is there.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, dark brown with a lot of highlights.
I used to use a hair light that would sort of illuminate my hair and stuff. And then people, when they would attack me, would always be like, who is this fat ginger saying abortion is? And I'm like, fat's one thing, but I draw the line at ginger. Anyway. Cedar Edwards says, be advised the original Nahuatl, maybe, pronunciation of axolotl is way cooler than axolotl. Ooh, I wonder what the original.
They didn't tell us what the actual pronunciation is. What is it? Axolotl?
Right?
Axolotl, maybe? I don't know. Axolotl. I'm just making fun. I don't know. Anyway.
I don't know.
Javelin says Dinosuchus. Okay.
Dinosuchus.
Nope. It's Dinosuchus. Anyway, became my favorite reptile after it murdered one of my friends to death in D&D. In a D&D time travel incident, popped him like a rotten watermelon. LMAO.
Dinosuchus is fucking crazy, though.
Say it right.
For real.
Say it correctly.
Dinosuchus.
What is the way
who
you
are
said
you,
it?
Gym teacher? Are you the teacher that says D nice?
Yeah, that's right. Aaron. Aaron. It's one of the best Key and Peele sketches of all fucking time. DJ Douglas says, love the show, join live, and excited to listen to Charlie. Forrest, I made the Roland shirt on TikTok.
Hey, yeah, I remember seeing that. Yeah, I made a Roland shirt on my merch store, and it was just like very simple, like very like I like kind of like the simplistic minimalist design. But like, yeah, this dude, I'm pretty sure if this is the person I'm thinking of, made like this really cool like Adventure Time style one. Beautiful, love it.
It's a funny thing being on a show with you, Forrest, because I'm remembering that the last time that I was carded for cigarettes when people didn't think I was old enough to buy cigarettes, and high school girls were asking me if I've graduated yet. That was the same day you were born.
July 22nd, 1992.
See, this is the shit that we talked about this, Aaron, and this is where like it'll come up with Matt and I when we talk about like being dead, and that sort of like I don't want to I don't actually look forward to dying. I do care about not dying and all that sort of stuff. I don't find the idea of dying comfortable because like even thinking backwards makes me have the same forward type of FOMO where it's like, Aaron, before I at my current age, you were already like, I think coming to the same atheist conclusions and everything. And I wasn't alive, I think. And cause I'm 32, I'll be 33 in March. And wow, it's closing in. I just realized, and I don't know, man, there's like so much of the past. There's so much of my friends' pasts that I feel shitty for missing that I'm thinking about like the future. And I'm like, I want to see what happens. I want to know how everything turns out. I want to know what happens after the thing that's coming with the fascists. I don't know exactly what it's going to look like. I want to know what it's going to look like instead of getting murdered at the beginning for being a public figure, which is probably what's going to happen. Like, I want to know what happens. I want to know if eventually the fascists get defeated.
The first people that the fascists take out is like intellectuals and those who have studied things and are willing to speak out about stuff. Yeah.
And the ones that they don't want to acknowledge their attraction to. So both of us are fucked.
Yeah, I look back at my generation, and I think that there's an awful lot that we got away with that I'm glad wasn't visited against me. It's like everybody that I knew growing up is apparently very forgiving. It traces back to certain people that I can think of. You were to put into prison, you can show that they've been found guilty on all 51 counts or whatever, and they'll never admit that they've ever done anything wrong.
Yeah.
And I've never been found guilty of anything. I just reevaluate my own youth, and I realize, you know what? A whole lot of the shit that I said and that I did and that I believed was all completely fucked up.
Yeah.
And I should have reevaluated it all. And it bothers me that other people never come to that epiphany.
Oh, yeah.
How assholes they were when they were younger.
Yeah, this is the weird thing of like, when I interact with people, I guess it's because people are launching like criticisms at me literally every day, usually by the dozens, if not hundreds, depending on what I've done recently. And it's crazy when this is an especially male thing. I'll be around some male and they'll like, we'll be having like a slight disagreement. And then I'll say something like, okay, can I get in a word in edgewise? I know you want to dominate the conversation, but I'd like to say my part. And then it all just becomes about this little jab you made on them, and they fucking melt down. They can't take the smallest amount of granted. It wasn't just a criticism. It was a little bit of a jab, but they'll just start yelling and, oh, how dare you? Like this concept of, have you ever fucking like been talking about abortion or something with somebody and somebody literally says like, you will talk to me with more respect, boy, or some shit like that? I'm like, no, I won't. I don't respect you. I don't even fucking know you. I wouldn't talk to my father better than I'm talking to you now. Go fuck yourself. The fuck are you talking about? You will speak to me with respect. And what respect have you earned from me? Die. But not literally. My therapist tells me when I tell people to die, I mean, stop interfering with my life in any way that I'm noticed. And then I tell her to die. No, I'm just kidding. I don't do
that. So Jimmy alludes to the idea, I'm not going to say fact, but alludes to the idea that he has a therapist, which I'm not entirely sure I believe in.
No, I talk about my therapist on air all the time. So the last time Charlie called, or was Charlie the one who called me mentally ill? Yeah. When Charlie called last week to talk to John, he called me mentally ill again, and I said, you think I don't know that? Every week my therapist tells me how disappointed she is in me. I know I'm ill. Like, she's real. She's just not succeeding.
So the sad thing is, we get a lot. I hear a lot of the criticism from the younger people criticizing the boomers, and I honestly didn't realize that I was a boomer until very recently, because I always thought my mother was the boomer generation and that I was the Gen X.
No, your mom is who boomed the boomers.
Yeah, it was a recent discovery to find out that I was in fact a boomer myself. I had no idea. But I'm just glad that I'm the one that evaluated myself to realize that the fucked up position that I have, and I know that a whole lot of people in my generation haven't and won't ever recognize the errors that they made, socially, politically, whatever. At least I have a concept of where I need improvement.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Because we were taught, in my generation, I can tell you, we were taught an awful lot of fucked up shit. We were taught that, that this is the right way, and all of it would be considered wrong today. The shit that my parents, all of my parents, my step parents and so forth, tried to teach me that this is the way things are. It was all fucking wrong.
Yeah.
I was taught, for example, just to give you a snippet, that thing about in the Bible about spoil the child by if you spare the rod, right?
Spare the rod, spoil the child.
I was told that you're supposed to spank your children.
Right. Right.
And I'm so glad that at some point in my being a parent myself, I realized that was fucked up information.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, most parents were taught to parent with fear, to rule with fear, make your child afraid of being bad. But I'm glad you brought that up. This is not a joke. It will sound like one. I am currently in the process of creating a line of paddles, hardwood, handmade paddles, which will have laser engraved on them the quote, "Spare the paddle, spoil the sub." Those will be available for purchase soon. And I think you'll all enjoy them. Rebus went.
In my generation, I was told to go out and get a switch.
Right.
I had to go. I had to.
We got the belt
off of a live tree. I had to strip off all of the bark and all of the branches, and then I had to test the switch to make sure that it made that voop noise when it whistled through the air. And then I would have to present this to my grandmother, who would then pull down my pants and never hit me on the fucking butt.
Always
she only
legs.
hit me on the back of my fucking thighs. Why do you have any better aim than that? But this was normal.
Yeah.
This was accepted. This was proper parenting.
Yeah.
There's still public schools here in Oklahoma that will paddle children. Like they send home. I think they get like consent forms, but like they're like, hey, just by the way, corporal punishment's a thing here. I know somebody. I'm not gonna say who because I don't want to like embarrass that person, but like I know somebody who, as a child, like was given the option of you either let us paddle you or you'll be suspended for a while, and it's like, how is this a thing? How are you negotiating with a fucking 16-year-old girl? Let me spank your ass, or you don't get to come to school anymore. And you're a fucking grown man who's not a relative even? Like, what? Like, what is that? It's like there are several states that allow paddling, and the location of these states failed to surprise anyone.
We didn't get the switch. We got the belt. And then my dad would, a lot of threatening, like, if you don't like my rules, we can step outside. And that happened many times until the day I said, okay. And then it never happened again.
Yeah.
Literally, that's such a, how do you not recognize you're a bully when that was how that went down? As soon as you,
I have people in the chat that are of my generation too, and know what that experience is about having to cut your own switch.
Yeah. My grandmother told us about the switch, but she never did it to us. Anyway, $669 alleged dollars from Rebus Wynn. Thank you for the free 5-hour bio class from two of my favorite bio people. Wait, if I send this super chat, it is no longer free. What should I do?
You should send another super chat. That's what you should do.
Join us in this capitalist hellscape, and we'll all ride the boat as it goes down.
Yep.
Henry,
it is like the Titanic, isn't it? We're all down here, and then the billionaires are like, "No, my side is going up. It's okay."
Right. That's a good metaphor. Henry
I
says,
want to comment on something that somebody in the chat, Ember, said that my dad threatened me with a belt exactly once. He was drunk, so I took it away from him. I remember when my stepdad decided to teach me a lesson out in the front yard of our house in front of all the neighbors while they were out mowing their lawns, and he wanted to have a physical fight with me.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like I've worked on not, as I get older, like trying to make sure that any of the toxic masculinity stuff that's still in there, solving problems with violent stuff that's still in there, that I work on it as much as I can, and yet I cannot get over wishing I had ever actually fist fought my dad. Like it's this weird thing that's stuck in me where I'm like, I really wish I had fucking made him feel the fear he made all of us feel.
This was my stepdad. He tried to take me on physically 3 times, and I humiliated him 3 times as a teenager.
Yeah.
And one of those times was out on the front yard in front of the whole neighborhood.
I just until it breaks, you really are afraid of something that's not as scary as they ever present it to be.
The first time he ever hit me, I remember thinking, that was it? That's all you got?
Yeah.
And a moment later, I shoved him through a door, a closed door that remained closed after he went through it.
I'm jealous of both the fact that you're in a loving long-term relationship and that you got to beat the shit out of your dad. You'll always have those 2 things on me that I'll never achieve. Anyway, Henry I says, fucking appreciate everything all of you do. Aron, could I ask any updates on the Phylogeny Explorer project? Super curious how it's going.
Oh, it's so frustrating. There's somebody on the team has been explaining to me that they've been doing these back end adjustments that they've been working on for years. For whatever reason, the Phylogeny Explorer project was taken offline, and I finally got why is it no longer available? Well, the database crashed. The 5th fucking database crashed because of the volume of information that was being put into it. And they're trying to plug it in so that they can just the idea was that they were just going to press a single button and they were going to bring in 2.6 million new taxa with the push of a button. But the push of a button meant that you had to do 2 fucking years worth of prep on back-end stuff. And then I found out that the primary engineer behind all of that is Ukrainian, and there's apparently some kind of a political thing going on in Ukraine right now.
I think I heard something about that.
Some kind of thing.
That is slowing progress down. It's enormously frustrating because I used to have access to this database. I could show it off to people. I said I could say that, hey, I contributed a lot of my own time and effort into building this thing, but right now I can't show any of it. And if Putin would just fucking die or grow a brain, then we can get this done.
Yeah. Fuck yeah. I'm all for Putin dying. That's fuck yeah.
If he would just die voluntarily, as an act of the common good, that would be all right.
There's an episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm where Larry David is talking to Richard Lewis, and Richard Lewis says something annoying, and they're both really old, and Larry just goes, "When are you gonna die? Would you just die?" And that's how I feel about Putin. Would you just die, please? Just die. Anyway.
Or retire someplace. There's got to be something like better you can do with your time than fucking up everybody else's life.
I know. It's literally like just you're so old. The dude's definitely got secret cancer that he's been hiding from people. I don't know if you've seen all the coverage about that. It's like cutting the worst fart and leaving the party. Fuck you, guy. You're about to go and you're literally letting out these cheese monsters. Fuck off.
At least brag that you looked good shirtless on a horse for a while. Okay? Live with that.
Okay, live with somewhere. That delusion. He didn't look that good.
He didn't look that good. It's a mess.
I'm queer as fuck. It didn't even give me a wiggle.
Hey, for a man of his age to be the type of person that he is, he's not a physical trainer. He's a fucking autocrat.
What are you talking about? He's ex-KGB. That dude literally had like some of the highest level physical expectations in training. Wasn't their level of expectation like the same as the Israeli special forces? That guy knows how to jog. He shouldn't look like me. I don't know how to jog.
Add another 20 years. Here's a really disturbing thing. Putin fired, and this was a couple of years back, which Americans don't know anything about this. Why? Yeah. I don't know. It should have been worldwide news. He fired the whole Russian Federation government.
Yeah.
He eliminated them. He rewrote the Constitution, the Russian federal Constitution, by himself without approval from anybody, and the entire Russian Federation government resigned on the same day, leaving him as the autocrat. Why the fuck is this not global goddamn news?
He's trying to have the Soviet reunion before Friends has their reunion show. Nice. Thank you. Martin Alex says, Jimmy controlling muting Charlie was epic. Everyone's laugh was contagious. Literally the most validating thing in the world to me is when people laugh at what I say. And
I had
was
to
a nice
walk
night.
away to laugh at that.
Thank you. Thank you. I had a good time. Did everyone else notice that I sound like Charlie Day when I yell, shut the fuck up? Shut up. What are you saying? Shut the fuck up. I should just do the full Charlie voice every time. Luid1110 says, unfortunate that I missed this live, but a live between Aron and Forrest is a collab I didn't know I needed. Been watching your debates against KH, Aron. You have patience I can only dream of having. No, he doesn't. He has a drinking problem. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. That was a joke.
I was about to say I don't have that much patience.
Yeah. I was going to go with he doesn't have patience. He has alcohol, and then I decided to make it way worse. I'm the one with the drinking problem.
Kent Hovind challenged me to a debate, and I'm not going to. I don't want to use my platform to give that guy more attention and money. You know what I mean? That's the whole thing.
I'm going to tell you,
runs a slave labor camp with a whole lot more worse than that about him.
For the record, Forrest, the reason you shouldn't,
worn out fucking,
you shouldn't do it because you're above that. I'm not, but you are. And so while I'm going to yell, do it, and I would love to watch you do it, the attention thing doesn't matter. He would be. It's not going to. It would just embarrass him, and the amount of eyes on it would help more people who are on the fence than hurt more people that are on the fence. You are specifically above it. I now lament things that I turned down in the past when I was doing Mr. Atheist. Like, I kind of think I should have done Jesse Lee Peterson's show. I feel like I had the opportunity. I should have done it, and I didn't do it. I might reach out and see if they want to do it still. But yeah, you're above that.
Somebody in the comments said that the only decent argument that Kent Hovind had was the accusation that I was drunk, except that I was drinking the beer of my own brand name.
Oh man! All right, let's wrap this goddamn thing up.
Is this going to end at some point?
I think so. We're getting close. I think we've only got like 5 left. We can try. Cedar Edwards says, I can't really type out the Nuahodl pronunciation because it has a sound that English doesn't have. It's Osholotl there where that TLH is wild. Okay.
Osholotl?
Osholotl? Is it like somewhat Hebrewish with the on it? I don't know. That was somebody's going to be like, Jimmy, I know you weren't trying to sound anti-Semitic, but you suck at it, so it sounded like shit. Anyway, that's true. Antifa Jesus says, a billboard going into Houston saying 6 letters can change your mind if you work in Mr. Deity. I think that might work. A good copywriter can help. Antifa, a billboard going into Houston saying 6 letters can change your mind if you work in Mr. Deity. I think that might work. A good copywriter can help. Boy, Antifa Jesus, reading it the second time made me more confused. Go ahead.
Somebody told me that they wanted to do a billboard exactly like that with the 6 letters can change your mind, except that the 6 letters were ARONRA.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah. Literally, if we were talking to somebody on yesterday's show about a billboard project they were going to do, and Matt and I kind of shit all over on his Wheaties, and we were like, this makes no sense and sounds like a waste of money. And then when the question came up of what we would spend it on, it was obviously an ad for the show. If anybody wants to go out and just buy billboards on our behalf, contact me and I will help you make the graphics. Anyway, 666 from Kathleen Moncrief. Please buy Roland a sandwich so he will grant my wishes.
Of course I will do this for you.
Tell me one more time who Roland is.
Roland is the magical goblin that lives in my closet and grants wishes and eats Subway sandwiches. If you buy a sandwich, he is interdimensional. He exists in all closets at all times as long as the closet door is closed. When you open the closet door, he voips from existence and goes to all other possible closets at every time. He's superpositioned in all the closets. And if you buy a Subway sandwich and you leave it in the closet, close the door, come back in 10 minutes. If the sandwich is still there, that means that Roland loves you and that your wishes will come true.
Wow.
Roland the magical closet goblin.
Wow, because usually I leave Subway sandwiches alone because they taste like napkins.
Well, that's Subway's into there. Roland is into it. Roland loves Subway sandwiches, and that's the thing is that like fucking, he doesn't want praise. He doesn't want worship. He doesn't want your money. He doesn't want your devotion. He just likes sandwiches, and he'll leave the sandwich there for you. He loves you more than anything. So if you put a sandwich in there and he doesn't eat it, that means he loves you. That means that you're a good person, and Roland blesses you.
I want to say that I never want to do harm to anyone, certainly not anyone I love, and yet I get so much joy when I watch Aron laugh so hard that I'm pretty sure we're hurting him. I don't know. I like it. That was phenomenal. I'm gonna
Roland
probably
is my go-to whenever people talk about faith and things like that. I always bring up Roland, and I'm like, do you believe in this magical goblin? And I've said it so many times in so many different shows that now it's kind of become this bit that people are like, calling in to like, oh, what about Roland? Can I buy a sandwich for Roland? I love it.
That's so funny. It keeps coming up, and I just felt like I was like supposed to know who it was, so I didn't ask. And I've been so confused because Roland, I've had several Roland pianos over the years, and so that was what confused me too. Yeah.
Well, it started out as this. It was a thing I did on TikTok where like Hank Green made a TikTok and he was like, say one thing that like is totally just normal for everybody else that makes no sense to you or something like that. And mine was faith. I said, I don't understand how anybody could accept anything based on faith. It makes no sense to me. And I gave a whole spiel about why faith is a problem. And at the end of the video, I said, like, if I tell you I said that if it's true that the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, but what you don't get to do is turn that around and say, you can't prove that it isn't real, therefore it might be real. That's not how that's not how thinking works. And I said, if I tell you that there's a magical goblin that lives in my closet, you can't prove that isn't true, but you shouldn't believe it. And like that was the bit that I did. And somebody was in there like, but like a lot of comments are like, but what about this goblin though? Like, well, tell me more. And I just made the joke like Roland is fine, like just adding a name to make it a bit like funny that I had thought, and it just has grown into this thing.
Oh man!
Like now there's so many people.
Aron, don't move. Seriously, stay completely still because I want to show you this. The way your shirt is folded from a distance makes it look like that fold. Sorry, from here makes it look like that's a nose. It looks like you have a picture of like a classy looking Alf smoking a pipe. Like what the fuck is Johnny Carson Alf doing over there? Anyway, Joe Wall says, Aron, you are many things and damn near all of it precludes you from being a boomer. Well, you're referring to boomer the slur, which is technically some ageism we just do and allow, but anyway. Eric Johnson says it got better. It got better. She turned me into
I think this is the guy who said I'm just tuning in late and I wonder if this show will get better. And he's saying it got better.
Oh, I thought it was a Monty Python reference. It got better. Eric Johnson says pen testing the YouTube algorithm because I'm not able to ask my question. Elon, YouTube, Twitter, evolution, Musk, communism, Marxist, Darwin, equality. Elon Musk used to say he was a socialist, and that just shows money corrupts.
Yup.
Godless Blessing says, my parents said if you get spanked at school, you will get spanked at home too. Yeah, my parents also had terrible levels of conventional wisdom. For example, did either of you have the parent who said, look, I'll be mad if you get drunk, but if you call me instead of driving yourself home drunk, you won't be in trouble? Did either of you have one of those like parents?
No, my parents got me drunk.
No.
Okay, because that's like a common thing that happens with parents, where parents will say, as long as you don't drive drunk, you call me instead, you won't be in trouble because you called me. My dad literally said, hey, so you're going to hear a lot of your friends say that they don't get in trouble if they don't drive drunk, as long as they call their parents. That ain't me. If you get drunk and call me, I will pick you up and kick your ass. That was my dad's conventional wisdom. And so he was like, so your only option is don't get drunk.
My family threw the parties for my teenage friends.
Well, you sound like you had a cool
laws
family.
in Texas at that time allowed that as long as you had a responsible adult, then teenagers of any given family, as long as there was adult supervision, then all the teenagers could get drunk legally in Texas.
Wow. There's like miniature versions of those laws in like the UK. For example, if you go to a bar which also serves food and you order a meal at 16, you can have up to 2, I think, pints of like a beer or related similar, a lager or whatever, shit like that. You can start drinking at 16. And then, of course, as the two of you, I'm sure know, because I feel like this is how biologists, everybody who's into biology usually hits these little anthropology pockets that they all love. Children starting at 2 years old, basically as soon as they got off the tit, thousands of years ago, were drinking beer or they would die.
So my baby brother, I remember seeing my baby brother drinking Miller Lite out of a baby bottle.
Oh my God, your parents. What the fuck?
Christ.
So the reason why babies used to drink beer is because water would kill you. And basically, like in Egypt and all of these places where humanity would have gone extinct and then these incredible civilizations emerged, it was almost always on a beer-like substance, a wheat-based or a barley-based substance that was fermented, that they realized if you drank that instead of water, you were less likely to die. And that's like so much of human history, and it makes the Mormons real uncomfortable to talk about.
See, I moved to Texas when I was 14. I moved from Los Angeles, and I've had to really fight down the Los Angeles accent. I really had to work on that, because that sometimes sticks out. My wife says, sometimes when I get really drunk, it shows up, But anyway, when I was 14, I moved to Texas, and I remember being in a bar. Because my parents are in the bar, that means that I'm legal to drink back then. And I remember being served alcohol by a 15-year-old pregnant waitress when I myself was 14.
Some of those laws are still in effect. Just Google Kyle Rittenhouse 17 Proud Boys, and you'll see the photos of a 17-year-old posing in a bar where he was drinking because his mother was present. Fuck Kyle Rittenhouse. Fanya Stalwart says. That's right. Fine. And I swear to God, if somebody's like, I thought you were for guns and self-defense. Yes, I also enjoy making arguments with zero fucking nuance. Go die, which my therapist says means go away. Fanya Stalwart says, I have to just say that every time, otherwise I'm telling people to die. Fanya Stalwart says, Forrest and Aron, I want both of your suggestions. I was taught creationism my whole life and need to learn, but too busy to read. What audiobook would you suggest for a starting spot to evolution? Can I also, it wasn't asked of me, but literally I would say the best audiobook, and because I've read a ton of these, to start is Bill Nye's evolution book. It's so good.
I heard it was, I have it. I just haven't actually, here we go. Undeniable. Yeah,
yes,
I've gotten nothing but like, I never actually sat down and read this.
It's
I grabbed it and I never had the time to go through it. But I've heard nothing but good things.
I feel like your knowledge is so advanced it might bore you, but you'll see the value in it.
Well, when I skimmed through it, like, geez, like,
I could probably recommend this one.
Foundational falsehoods. Okay, I also recommend that book after Bill Nye's. Do both. You actually need a foundation that Bill Nye will give you before the foundational book that Aron Ra is suggesting.
Jerry Coyne's Why Evolution is True is always like a huge one that everybody loves.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Personally, I fucking loved The Greatest Show on Earth by Richard Dawkins. It's all about the evidence that we have for evolution and like how to just understand and recognize it. It's a great book as well.
I wouldn't do the audio book of that one though. His voice is just so utterly condescending, even when he doesn't mean it to be. Let me tell you why it is true.
If you want to get the audio book of P.Z. Myers, The Happy Atheist,
that's a really good one.
Yeah, the voice that's reading that audiobook is not P.C. Myers. It's actually me.
Oh, I didn't know that. I haven't listened to the audiobook of that one, but I did read P.C. Myers' book because it was recommended to me a little bit back. Yeah, this is one of those few times where if we're just talking about lay people's grasp of it's weird because you two being advanced biologists with all of this credibility, I feel like makes you less credible than me being an idiot and being able to talk to somebody who's trying to start from ground zero and say, here are the good books you should read. I'm stupid. I
always recommend that people pick up go online on Amazon and look up like introductory biology textbooks like they would use for community college, like 1,000 level courses, and just buy ones that are like 1 or 2 editions out of date. That's helped me so many times. For example, my master's that is in bioanthropology, and I fucking went on Amazon and bought this bioanthropology textbook that was like 1 edition out of date, and it was fucking cheap. And I pulled so much nuance out of this that I didn't get in a different class, and was able to be a rock star and write like more advanced shit because I grabbed another book. You know what I mean? And so like this one's great, but this is the book that I started with, was Our Origins by Clark Spencer Larson. And so building on that, you know what I mean? It's like, this is the book I needed. I bought this one for cheap, and it helped me understand things better by getting another voice in there. You know what I mean? This is also really a really good book. I've taught out of this a few times. It's great.
My bookshelf is not on camera like Forrest's, but I have a handful of college textbooks.
You should see my fucking living room.
I have a head. Well, my living room is now dedicated to snakes. But in my hallway, I have my bookshelf, and I have a number of textbooks. I mean, just college-level course textbooks. And I have to say that I was originally complaining that when you go to course-level stuff, when you're going for a degree, they want you to take all these courses that I didn't think were relevant to what I was taking. But I actually got value out of every class except sociology.
Yeah, fuck that. Also, fuck the humanities. Fuck those courses. I'm teasing mostly.
No, seriously, the only class I didn't like was sociology. I mean, I got value out of every other one of those, and I kept all of my textbooks.
I hate that I had to. Oh, sorry.
I have 3 like $200 in edition textbooks, all on biology, and all of those were worth keeping.
I have never used the skills I learned in humanities courses to I never come across pottery where I have to go, oh, this was Etruscan. Not once have I needed to. I also cheated through most of those courses, but anyway.
If I get into a little bit of sociology, I think I have to take like an intro. I think I have to take intro to microeconomics and some weird ass sociology course. And if I did those 2 classes, I would have an associate's degree in fucking environmental science. And I want badly to do that, but it's like, do I want to spend the time? You know what I mean? Am I going to do it? But I don't know those things.
Don't you have a master's already?
I'm finishing my master's this semester. I have to finish my thesis.
Okay, so you already have a bachelor's then.
Yep, I have a bachelor's degree, 3 associate's degrees, and I'm finishing my master's. For fun. I got the last 2 because I had an associate's, and I was like, yo.
If I didn't do a master's, I wouldn't mind doing another bachelor's. But I mean, in fact, sociology, I'm a leftist, and I couldn't stand sociology. It was too left for me.
I actually kind of like sociology.
I just hate not knowing things, and that's the problem. And so, like, I want to go on to I'm thinking about doing a PhD after this. I've said for the past year that I'm not going to do a PhD because I don't want to do one thing for several years. But like, if I'm like, the next 4 years are going to pass anyway, and there's a really cool program in biomedical sciences with a focus on human anatomy and vertebrate paleontology in my city. And I know one of the directors of the program because I studied under him for my independent field research during my undergrad. So if I can get in there, maybe I'll do it. I don't know, dude. Or maybe I want to do maybe that or a second master's. Or maybe a second bachelor's. Or five more associates. I just love learning shit so much, dude.
I just thought of something.
I'm kind of inclined to do it, to continue degrees in philosophy, only because the only way to win an argument in philosophy is who has the higher degree.
Literally, yeah. I was like, oh, you want a degree in philosophy? I didn't know you enjoyed smelling your own fucking farts. Anyway, so one thing I just remembered, if you want to feel like you have a semi-academic understanding or direction when it comes to wanting your introduction to biology, you can go to Khan Academy and for free take essentially a freshman level biology course by Hank Green. And he is an incredible educator. He makes it very accessible. And then the second thing I will say is I would bet some money that 10 years from now, I will be saying one of the best introductory books to biology is this one here by Forrest Valkai. And I'll be extremely disappointed if that doesn't happen, but I have a feeling it will. Anyway.
I would love that. And like that's, Hank, I didn't know he did something with Khan Academy. I knew he did his Crash Course Bio on YouTube. I didn't know he did Khan Academy.
It might even be the same thing. It might be that it's just chaptered out.
Forrest, do you have a book out already?
Not yet. Otherwise, I'd have said now it's the best book.
Yeah, no, I haven't written a book. I may someday. But my problem with writing a book is the same problem with why I didn't want to do a PhD is because like I can't imagine just doing one thing for that long. I am hating this master's right now because as much as I'm learning, I'm having to. It's a research master's, and I'm doing one research thesis for 2.5 years now, and I want to die because I've read the same thing. It's the same thing. Guys. I know it, and I have to just convince a committee that I know it, and then I have to publish research, and my research is fucking cool. Yeah. But I've done it for 2.5 years. I don't want to do it anymore. I want to do something else now. That's why Freeman Dyson never got his PhD. He's like, I don't want to do something for fucking 4 or 6 years. That's why I'm not finishing in bioanthropology. If I did a PhD in bioanthro where I'm at now, it would take 8 to 10 years. If I go over to biomed, it'll be 4 to 5 years. If I stick to evolutionary biology, maybe 3 to 5. But like, I can't do one thing for that long. I hate it.
Forrest and Aron, look at the clock.
When I finally dedicated time to write it, I mean, it was just a rant. It was just, let me just start ranting on this shit.
Yeah. I'm getting better at like long format writing because I always start with like, I write a table of contents first. And I'm like, I want to cover these things, and then I'll bullet point those, and then I'll bullet point those bullet points, and then I'll add a paragraph to each bullet point, and then I have a chapter. You know what I mean? And like that's way easier for me to do than just pouring out on the. I used to do that. I used to just pour everything out on paper. It's so much easier for me to organize.
It's 9 minutes to midnight.
My publisher actually told me not to worry about an index. He said that your writing style doesn't require an index, and that was the number one criticism of my writing, was that there was no index because the publisher told me not to do one.
I feel like you could have an AI make your index now. Like all the shit AI is doing these days, the fuck do you need to do it for? Fucking just, I'm positive. Anyway, that was my way of interrupting so I could say, €5 from Rebecca Borg. Why is milk the fastest thing on earth? Because it's pasteurized before you see it.
What do geneticists wear on casual Fridays? Their genes.
That's right. That's good.
Jimmy is yawning.
It's so perfect for that.
That is a good one, though. 50 Swedish kroner from Petter Flemberg. I just woke up at 6:30 here in Sweden, and you guys are still going. I love it. It's for science. What would be funnier to me, because I sleep on an average 4 to 6 hours, so let's just say 5. that means that there is a world in which there are other people like me out there who went, oh man, I'm going to sleep right now. I wish I could watch this Aron and Forrest show. And they turned off their thing and were like, nah, I'm going to go to bed. And then they woke up the same amount of time, 5 hours later, and went, it's still going? Because we're approaching 6 hours here. I'm not complaining. Yeah. People paid us to do so. So it's good stuff.
I took my wife to Sweden once upon a time, and I made the mistake. I went to go to the hotel. It was close to the airport hotel, and I asked, can I get some laundry done? And they said, well, just give me the laundry. You'll do it. We'll do it for you. And I'm like, well, that's really nice of you, because you not have a machine here? Can I just put it in? And we'll take it to the other one, and we'll just do it for you. Oh, that's really nice. But they weren't really nice.
Oh.
They did the laundry and they brought it back to me, folded and everything. It was just, I just had a pillowcase full of laundry, and they wanted to charge me $1,200 for doing that pillowcase full of laundry.
My God.
My wife was so mad she refused to leave the hotel to go visit Stockholm. What the fuck else will they rape us about?
God damn.
God.
Eric Johnson says,
I did not pay $1,200. That's what they charged me.
Yeah,
yeah.
And so now you can't go back to Sweden. There's a warrant out. Eric Johnson says, removing all algorithm keywords. Where can I find you that isn't YouTube? I'm testing the algorithm. I think right now everywhere I am is if you're talking about the line, we're going to launch in podcast forms where podcasts are whenever we get enough Patreon support to do so, basically. And then what about you
gay bars in Tyler, Texas?
I don't go to bars. It doesn't make any sense. The gay part's spot on, but I don't go to bars. I'm sober. What is the advantage to go to places where it's like, did you poison yourself enough to think I'm hot now? Well, now you can't consent, so bye. No advantages for me. Anyway, where are you two that isn't YouTube? You got any non-YouTube platforms?
You can find me at valkailabs.com, and that'll link to my YouTube, my TikTok, my Instagram. You can find my Patreon there. If you go to valkailabs.com/links, it'll also have all of the places you can send tips and things like that. Sometimes I remember I have a Twitter, but Twitter fucking sucks, so I'm probably not going to go. I wouldn't recommend going there.
Yeah. I store old blog posts at aronra.com, but otherwise I desperately need all the support I can get. So go to patreon.com/ARONRA.
There you go. Yeah, go follow us both on Patreon and also the line on Patreon. Spend all of your money on these things, and then we'll continue giving you delicious science content. Also, so many people in the chat were talking about I could just go to Patriot University and get a PhD like Kent Hovind. I don't know if there are any lawyers watching this that can help me with this. Send me an email. Go to valkailabs.com. There's a contact box. I wanted to do this bit so badly where I would start a university, but it would just be a bullshit. It would be the same kind of thing, just a bullshit university that doesn't have any accreditation. A diploma, right. So I want to start an unaccredited university, but make it a legitimate business, and then have anybody, Valkai's unaccredited university of unaccreditable degrees, and anybody. It'll be like a Universal Life Church monastery where you can go and become ordained minister for free. Just you type it in and you're ordained now. Same thing, but you have a doctorate. And it wouldn't cost any money. I wouldn't charge anybody anything because I don't want to get sued for anything. And I'll make it and it would be like a printout certificate, like one of those old 90s computer games where you like play Magic School Bus and you get the You're Smart certificate, It would be one of those. It would be just, you can get a doctorate in any random thing. And I would do that. And then it would be like a thing. You can go there and now you are as qualified as Kent Hovind. And you can print out your fucking certificate PhD. But I don't know how to do that and not open myself up for getting sued. So if anybody out there is like a business lawyer and you can write to me and tell me how to do that, I would love to talk to you.
If you're ever in Texas, let me take you on a tour down to Glen Rose. Dr. Carl Baugh invented his own university in a foreign country that he thought nobody could trace, but until somebody discovered that his university didn't exist.
that gave him his own PhD. He created the university that gave him his own PhD. So he created the university to give him a PhD so that he's still claiming doctor, just like Kent Hovind did the mail order catalog and he's claiming doctor. Right? So you can just make up a university to call yourself doctor. Just do that.
Right. I don't know how to do it because like I could do it myself. I could go to Universal Life Church Monastery and buy a doctorate of divinity for $10 and be called, you know what I mean? That's a thing anybody can do. And that's funny as fuck. I love that because ULC is great. But I want to find a way to outsource it. Like, I don't want to be Trump University and make people think it's serious. I want to make it very, very obvious.
Valkai unaccredited university.
Okay, let me just clarify.
Yes.
I don't know if anybody recognizes the face on my shirt, but I have an ordination from the Universal Life Church. I am a Dudist priest from the Church of the Latter-day Dude. I have shown up in full pirate garb for the Pastafarian events. I have an ordination for the Church of the Subgenius, the Church of Bob. Guaranteed eternal salvation or triple your money back. And I also have, I don't even have an ordination. I have a $25 membership to the Satanic Temple, but that's the only one that everybody pays attention to. Oh, he's a fucking Satanist. I have an ordination for the Church of Bob.
Right.
I'm just saying it could be Valkai Academic Gobbledygook University or VAGU for short.
See, if I can find a way, some wordplay to make the acronym cock or something, like I would do it so fast. But it would be so fucking funny.
But your name isn't Kalkai, it's Valkai. So you got to go with Vag over cock.
I've got to go to Vag. It's I've got so much more that I don't want to say online that I thought this idea out so hard, and I don't have that first hurdle. I need the legal counsel to make sure it's right. But like I've got so much shit there that I want to do that would be so fucking funny.
I feel for you. I've also spent my entire adult life trying to decide between Vag and cock. I get it. Lua1110 says, I found you, Aron, long ago on YouTube. I've always been an atheist, but you made me not embarrassed to say it. I am from a very religious rural area, and we just hit 6 hours with that and have a few of these left.
Didn't you predict that we would do 6 hours?
Well, Matt said 9, but I prepared for 6 for sure. Eric Johnson.
The night is still young. Send your super chat.
Yeah, like I said, you can pay me to stay. That's the deal. Eric Johnson says,
I have a chapter to edit. I was trying to turn in by tomorrow. I've got a whole thing about servant evolution, but it's not happening now. I'm okay with it.
Okay, good. I was to say, I'm sorry. Eric Johnson says capitalism, and then Eric Johnson says Elon Musk. I think he's just trying to piss off YouTube. Eric Johnson says, I have a question, but it won't let me ask it, which I think was the question we had before about where can we find you that isn't the algorithm. Eric Johnson, you might not realize your super chats are going through, and you've sent us like 9 of them now. I feel like you think they're not going through. Well, not if it's unintentional. I don't want to take money people weren't meaning to send us. But $20 from Kraken Zero says, I hate that gender studies. That's the way you're supposed to say when people spell it like that, like SpongeBob, is used as an insult. Every subject, not everybody, every subject deserves scholarly study, increases shared knowledge, social sciences, help us to understand ourselves. Arts help us to express ourselves. Me equals BS, comp sci, MSA, AI. So here's the only thing I have to say about this. I agree with you that gender studies shouldn't be used as an insult. However, your specific argument for why it shouldn't, I would be a hypocrite if I agreed with. As I just said, a philosophy degree is a degree in smelling your own farts. Philosophy!
Contemplating your own navel.
Yeah. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Is there anything more fucking masturbatory than a YouTuber who starts a sentence with, actually, as a PhD in philosophy, die, which my therapist says means go away.
I actually had, no kidding, somebody counter argue with me. Well, I have a bachelor's degree in philosophy, so therefore your argument is invalid. Not even shitting you.
So wait, he missed the entire semester on fallacies, I guess? Fuck?
A buddy of mine has a PhD in neuroscience, and some guy was trying to like debunk what he was saying. He pulled up his degree and said, look, see, this guy actually has a doctorate in philosophy. See, it says right there, doctor of philosophy. He's not even a neuroscientist. And he's like, so let's explain what the word PhD means.
Right.
You've caught me. I only have the highest possible education in this field. You're right. And it's like, God.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. That's another thing too. Like, it's like the word love, the way I can use love to mean I love Mexican food or I love my wife. And yet I'm using the same word to describe hopefully two different feelings. We're really overusing philosophy as well.
Either way, you're talking about tacos.
Oh my, maybe my wife might be cooler than that. Anyway, No Channel Hero Bro says, scientists did a study where they removed snails' shells to see if they moved any faster. Turns out it just made them more sluggish.
Why did the bacteria cross the microscope?
Why?
To get to the other slide.
I live in a town where occasionally I have to stop my car because escaped chickens are crossing the road. I love that. Usually I'll take a video and send it to somebody and just say, why is this happening? Anyway, TF says, epic group of people. You are all awesome.
That's very sweet.
Donnie H says, is Aron kind of a dudist monk?
Nice.
Well, I prefer Dudist Priest because it sounds like the metal band.
That makes sense. Artyom Groshev says, you're still going? Well, you're contributing to that, if in fairness. Lua1110 says, I don't have anything else to say. I just want to see how long you guys will stay here if I send you $5 more. So here's the thing. It's not that we won't stay for much longer, but at a certain point, $5 is no longer the threshold. At a certain point, the threshold becomes $10. And then at another point, it becomes $20. And then at another point, it becomes... So if we are saying, let's stay all night long, I think everybody will do it if all of us walk away with a couple $1,000s.
I saw somebody spent $2 to ask if there would be more Reacteria or something like that. I can tell you for sure that there is going to be a video in January, but it probably won't be Reacteria. It might, I don't know. But there will almost certainly be Reacteria in February, like 99% sure. Yeah, it'll be, because I have a sponsor for it. It's NordVPN as usual, and we've scheduled one for February, and I like to do Reacteria for them, so probably going to be there. So, like, yeah, look forward to that. And there will be a different video in January. I don't know what it'll be exactly, but it probably won't be Reacteria.
What's funny is I almost did a series called Reacteria. Now, you did it because yours is academic, you're a biologist, and you were going to do a combination of reaction and bacteria to be very academic and whatever. For me, I almost did it. I almost did it because I react to virtual shit, and so it's a combination of react and diarrhea. Mine would have had an H on it. Yeah, I made that up just now. I just wanted to say diarrhea on YouTube at midnight. And I thought the pun was funny. Forrest,
this is our job. We say diarrhea.
Somebody
on
put in the comments,
internet.
could I be a Judas Priest if I like the Eagles? No, I hate the fucking Eagles, man.
Why are you responding to questions that people are sending for free? That's not how this works. We're not up till midnight for free. They can call in on the next show.
Spend money if you want us to treat you like humans.
No, call in. The free portion is the call-in portion, and then the Jimmy gets less sleep and has less time to shape his wood is the paid portion.
You heard it here first, folks, because we have so many free comments. Jimmy Snow is opening the lines back up. We're going to take a few more calls.
I believe you that you would do it. I believe you 1,000%.
I would take one. I would take one call right now.
One more call.
Would.
I kind of would too, but I'm not gonna. Eric Johnson says,
There's
Forrest.
There's 1.2 thousand people still watching. I bet we could find a caller.
My goodness, 1.2 thousand is the best way I've ever heard someone say 1,200. It just sounds, it blows 1,200 out of the water. 1.2 thousand.
Sounds so much cooler.
Yeah, fuck
Sounds
yeah,
so
it
much
does.
cooler. You have to think about it for a second.
I mean, what does the K stand for? Kilo humans. We've got 1.2 kilo humans. As opposed to kill a human, which I'm often saying also. Anyway, and my therapist says that it means, Eric Johnson says, Forrest, I'm done pen testing YouTube tonight. Thank you, system. I will pay you $500 for a degree as long as we can do at least one D&D campaign together. I have a level 2 tiefling rogue I want to work on. Yeah, I bet you do.
I will write the word degree on a piece of paper for $500. Absolutely.
And then just play
as
D&D.
long as we all understand.
Yeah.
And then just play a game of D&D.
Fuck yeah. I like that he's bringing a level 2 rogue to a game with a famous person.
I'm not famous.
You are. You're a star to me. You both are.
Oh.
I've been watching Aron for like, I don't know, 100 years? Roughly half the amount of time his channel has existed, which I think is 100 years.
At least as long as Forrest has been alive.
That's right.
At least that long.
That's right. My brother, who also lives here in the area, lives near Austin, is who introduced me to Aron years ago. And basically, when he first introduced me, he's like, "Yeah, I know you've been checking out like the atheist experience and stuff. There's this guy who does all this stuff. I'm sure you've heard of him, called Aron Ra." And I was like, "No, I haven't." He's like, "Well, his content's a little smarter than what you're probably watching." And I was like, "Fuck you, guy!" But it was true. Aron's got some of the smartest content there is.
Forrest, I just realized I started my activism when you were 5.
Yeah.
I also started my activism when I was 5, but it was for other cool shit like make the Power Rangers real. You know what I mean? That was what I was into.
Hey, what is the month and year? Well, let me get another chat up. So TF says more. And then is your birthday public, Forrest?
Yeah, I've said it during the stream. Yeah, it's July 22nd, 1992.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to use that information for a second while you react to this. Skeptics and Scoundrels says, I didn't steal this joke from Reddit. I'm thinking of becoming a defense attorney for cannibals. Your Honor, if you are what you eat, then my client is an innocent man. That's pretty funny.
That's really good. That's really good. What do you call a molecule with one central carbon, one hydrogen, one carboxylic acid, one amine group, and one variable functional group, and a bad attitude? You call it a mean old acid. Complicated. It's complicated.
Have you ever heard the song Emotions by Mariah Carey?
No.
Oh, that's too bad, because I enjoy telling people the song that was probably playing when their parents fucked them into existence. So, congratulations, now you know. That was top of the charts 9 months before you were born. Anyway.
My wife just texted me to say you skipped a nipple question.
Oh, I did? Hang on. A nipple question. Let me find it. No, I don't see a nipple question.
It's as she said. Jimmy skipped a nipple question. That's all she said.
I skipped a nipple question. Was it maybe a $2 question? I don't know.
It might have been. Maybe it was a smaller donation.
Yeah, we've got the $5 threshold on right now, but I don't see it at the moment. Sorry if I did skip it. Somebody get it into my attention or something, and I will. But I just searched for nipple in the whole chat. Let me see. Nipple.
Yeah, no, I see it right here.
Oh, this $5. Okay, wait. Jesse Fakit says, can we evolve to have no nipples and then regain nipples again if a small group with nipples still started breeding with us?
Totally. Yeah, that's how that would work. Yeah. You would have a loss of that structure, and then you would have gene flow bringing back in nipple genes. So, yeah, you could totally do that.
I hate having nipples. The only thing they've ever done to me is itch, and then one time I got an infection in my nipple duct.
Ugh.
That was terrible.
They've never been never been anything but just like present for me. It's never been, you know what I mean?
They drive me insane.
You should get rid of them.
Yeah.
No nipple gang. Cut them off. Be done with them.
My friend Dom, he likes his nipples. He's told that story online, and people here, many people here will know who Dom is. But he got his nipples pierced because his friend was like becoming a piercer and had to do some number of it, and he was like, and then he put it through, and I discovered a new kink. And it was a whole. Anyway, Captain Red Bull with a tremendously generous $99.99. Thank you so much, Captain Red Bull. Cannot express enough thanks to you. Captain Red Bull says, if I'm going to keep you here longer, I may as well make it worth it, right? Captain Red Bull, I couldn't agree more. Could not.
Captain Red Bull donated a huge amount of money during my live stream. I'm pretty sure I was the same guy. Donated a huge amount of money to the Human Rights Campaign during my live stream the other day. Thank you for being such a fucking active supporter of like all of the amazing adventures here of human rights and of promoting atheism. Very, very kind of you. I wish I had your kind of money to throw around for these endeavors. Wow.
That's amazing. Yeah. I got to say, I mean, the HRC does at least 85% as much good work as we do here. So that's awesome. Love it.
And I don't mean that to be snarky, by the way. When I said I wish I had your kind of money, I don't mean that to be snarky. Legitimately, one of my dreams is to be able to be as philanthropic as Captain Red Bull is being here. Like, that's what I want to be able to do with my life. It's like, this is fucking awesome. What a great cause. Have money.
It is kind of funny to have I wish I had your kind of money as he's giving you his kind of money.
Please continue. Please.
There's only one other thing I can say to this person besides thank you, and that is patreon.com/ARONRA.
Nice. Yeah. Oh yeah. Let's see. We've got $10. No message from Richmond Dies. We've got, and I almost said Richmond Dies, which my therapist says means, but never mind. That was just his name. Kathleen Moncrief says possible name for Forrest Fake School, definitely illegitimate college of kicking ass, which is the acronym is DICK. Let's see. I every time I see Moncrief, I always want to say it with a super French accent. Kathleen Moncrief says, Fania Stalwart says, Foreign, Aron, and Jimmy. What are your favorite Did I say I'm sorry, Forrest, Aron, and Jimmy. What are your favorite D&D class and why? I'm getting a little tired, is all.
The last game I played a bard, which I fucking loved doing because I just got to be ridiculous and roll a performance check for it, and it worked out really well. And the game I played last time where we raised money for Feeding America, I played a warlock, which was just like a play on myself because I get this guy that was like so desperate for learning, like he craved knowledge so much that he sacrificed everything, including his morality, to gain more knowledge, and like that was his driver. And I loved playing that guy as well. He was a lot of fun. And I want someday to play like a barbarian type thing. This is not my idea, but I don't know. It's like it was a meme a while ago. Somebody rolled like they played a luchador in D&D, and I want to do that type of thing. I want to play like a half orc or a Goliath, like barbarian type that just only wears sparkly pants and a mask, and like every roll will be grapple. Just I grapple the dragon, I roll to pin. Like that's everything. We'll be just wrestling every problem. I want to play that character someday too. That sounds like a lot of fun.
So I played a barbarian berserker, and I just made that a part of my life for a while. I didn't just play it in D&D. I also played it in live-action role-playing, both in AmpGuard and in the Society for Creative Anachronisms. Sent a few people to the hospital in the process. Had great fun. You know, that's what happens when you're testosterone poisoned in your 20s.
Yeah. I tend to play as a ranger. Every now and then I'll do a rogue character, usually like a dark elf rogue. But ranger I like because there are like beast companion rangers. You can usually have a little buddy.
I thought it was interesting when I realized that my alignment and my character was chaotic evil. I didn't realize I was such a dick.
I try to have some form of chaotic evil can be fun. Chaotic neutral can be almost like a type of role play. By the way, one of you has me echoing back, and I'm not sure who.
Probably me. Let me turn my volume down.
But chaotic good. I feel like I like the chaotics the most.
I am like, as a person, my actual alignment is neutral good, and so I tend to rock that way. But like chaotic good also suits a lot of what I try to do in games and in life, so I'm cool with that. I'm neutral good leaning chaotic. You know what I mean? Do you guys want to hear some heartwarming shit? Since you're talking about Rangers,
yeah.
Check this out. So I made a TikTok about this. but I'm going to share it with you too. I was cleaning out some boxes of old things that apparently my grandparents kept from my childhood, and I found this. This is a short essay that I wrote in third grade. I was 8 years old. This is in September of the year 2000. And I was asked what I wanted to do with my life, like what do I want to be when I grow up. And I wrote, I would like to build a camp in the woods and live the rest of my life as a ranger. And I meant a fucking D&D ranger because I didn't know that wasn't a real job. I just learned about that, and I thought it was the coolest thing that there are people out there that live in the woods and can heal wounds with plants and can help travelers along on their journeys. That's what I wanted to be when I grew up. And that way, I can have peace, and I can play with animals and study everything, and the environment, and the animal species, and climb trees and swing on vines, and invite friends over to join the fun, and have fun myself, and take risks, and be happy. I hope that this happens when I am about 16 and continues forever. And I do now. I study everything.
How old were you
and
again?
I study animal species. I was 8.
At 8, you were more articulate than me in writing. Fuck you.
Not only do I study everything, and I study environments, and I study animal species, I don't live in the woods, but I do all the other things, and I know how to spell all that shit now, too. Dreams come true.
Just
Jimmy
make sure
Snow,
you live in
dreams
the
come
woods.
true.
Make sure you live in the woods before you are double 16, because you
Right,
don't
right.
miss it by more than double.
In the movie Fiddler on the Roof, during the song "If I Were a Rich Man," exactly, he mentioned that one moment when he would, if I were a rich man, I would discuss the holy books with the learned men 7 hours every day, and that would be the sweetest thing of all. That's my fucking job.
Yeah. There you go. There you go.
My wife brought me a little sponge cake
Oh my
taco
God, that's so
with
nice.
cream and strawberries. This is from that awesome. There's a little a bakery down the road from our house, owned by this awesome Korean family, and they make these wonderful sponge cakes.
I'm gonna
Cool. Support your local businesses, y'all.
Your wife is
Support
now
your
in
local
charge of my Tinder. Amber, run my Tinder for me. Get with Aron's wife. The two of you get together and decide who'd be good for me, because I'm not good at picking for myself. That's for fucking sure. Kathleen Moncrief says, another option, serious collegiate higher learning organization for nifty geniuses, a.k.a. schlong.
Love that one. Love that one.
The Unprofessional says, $5 for Forrest Womanfolk. Thanks for making sure Jimmy didn't forget the nipple. Oh, I never forget the nipple. I hate male nipples. I hate my male nipples. But God damn it if I don't spend most of the day thinking about some nipples. Marco Hernandez says, Jimmy, what is your favorite hardwood and why? Both of them are ebonies. One is called gaboon, and the other one I think is just called black and white, African black and white ebony. And they are both extremely dense. When you, for example, when you turn them, instead of a wood shaving that you get, they're so dense you get more of a dust off of them. They almost only can pulverize into powder. You can't get these like, it's kind of weird because you'd think the opposite would happen.
Yeah, that's not what I expected when somebody suggested, what's your favorite hardwood? Not at all the answer I predicted.
Yeah,
the worst part is my
genuinely
headphone jack
surprised.
just fell out, so I didn't hear the dick joke I'm pretty sure you just made.
No,
What is it?
we were shocked that you didn't make this. We were commenting on. We were genuinely surprised that not a single word of your mouth was like, my favorite hardwood was this guy named Jess.
Right.
Like, what?
Yeah. No, you asked it.
he's
Somebody asked a
discussing
real
carpentry.
question about my absolute favorite thing in the whole fucking world. And so I skipped the dick joke. This is like
you're telling me dick isn't your favorite thing in the whole fucking world.
No,
I'm learning new things about you every day, Jimmy.
First of all, I'm bi. I like both. I like everything. I like it all.
I've only heard you talk about one. I've been your friend for a few months now. I've only ever heard you talk about one.
That's true. I stopped talking about it as much when I found out you weren't single. That was a joke. Everybody calm the fuck down. Anyway, no, I legitimately like woodworking is the reason why I would say in the last 6 months, I broke a toxic addiction to living online. And I now have a different outlook on life. I'm experiencing a different level of happiness. I wake up many days feeling like how I imagine Forrest feels all the time, where I'm just like, life's good and I am fucking killing it. And a lot of that is because I started basically dedicating time to where I put my phone somewhere not within reach and I go do something that brings me joy. And most of the time it's woodworking.
Nice.
Yeah. So, but also dicks are nice.
Off topic question. Did you see the video that I did about the cabinet behind me? Did you happen to see that video?
I did not, no.
Okay. I'm not a carpenter. I suck at woodworking, but on occasion
I'm not a carpenter
I like
either.
to build things just for the fuck of it.
Sure.
And this big piece of wood that you can see behind me was a cabinet that I built to house as many as 6 different snakes.
Nice.
And it has a removable divider. There's each enclosure, each level has a 3-foot enclosure, or you can pull out the divider, it becomes a 6-foot enclosure. And right away, I had to pull out the top divider because I put a 6.5-foot snake in there, and it needed the whole space. But I'll throw you the link to that because I didn't know that you were into woodworking.
I'm crazy into it.
I sometimes build furniture. I built a handful of things. I never do it well. But this was the most elaborate thing that I've ever built.
Hell yeah.
So I'd love to share that with you.
Yeah, it isn't very elaborate, but I actually, Matt messaged me one day that he was working on building for his rats a rack to breed. And so I literally put some tools in my car and popped over and we got it done much faster, I think, because I was there. And it's now housing that. But yeah, so by the way, I'm also not a carpenter. I'm a woodworker. Carpenters are people who joint wood for buildings and structures. Woodworkers are like cabinet makers, furniture makers, and the like. Just
okay, but that's what I'm talking about here. My father was a professional carpenter. He never bothered with furniture. He built stairways and houses and stuff like that.
That's carpentry. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and I mean, there's some shit over the years that have changed because back in the day, like Jesus being a carpenter, I think the conventional wisdom is that he was probably like making tables and shit, not building houses. But who knows? Who knows if he even existed at all in any form. Anyway, Marco, that was the one I just read, but it would totally answer again. Seriously, ebony wood, if you ever go to like a lumber place that has it, just go look at it and scratch it and feel it. It's extremely like sturdy and hard. I've made some wands out of it, like little magic wands that are, there's just something super satisfying about them. Oh man, it's the best fucking wood, but it's way too expensive to build. If I could build ebony cabinets, it would cost me like $5,000 for one. So I basically only buy these small blanks that I turn on a lathe.
Yeah, anyway. This thing behind me was supposed to save me money.
Yeah.
And it cost me, I think, $1,100.
Yeah, no, so if you do it right, it can save you money. If you look on my Instagram right now, I made what is called, what I call a hover bed. I made my bed frame recently. And if you go and look for somebody to make you one, they cost anywhere from like $800 to $1,200 to buy a similar one. And I made it for less than $200.
So if I were to buy this would be $2,000 or $3,000 easily.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's still savings. Eric Johnson says, "Hey, Jimmy, I'm really invested in my character. He democratizes information by stealing scrolls from the rich and donating them to libraries and universities. That's dope." Okay, so you're saying just when you said level 2, I was like, did you play one round? So you just have an unforgiving DM who doesn't distribute generously things like XP and shit. Anyway, I am still echoing, by the way, if someone was working on that. I'm still hearing myself, which is my least favorite sound. $20 from Sassy. So honored to watch you both and Jimmy. You have both inspired me to learn more about evolution. Do either of you have a book you would recommend on the topic? Thank you.
I can't think of one off the top of my head.
That's funny.
So I held this up a little while ago, but this was my textbook. This is actually an undergrad textbook, but I used it in my first semester in grad school, and I've taught out of this several times. Our Origins by Clark Spencer Larson. You can buy, again, this one is 5th edition. I'm sure they're on the 6th by now, and you can buy one of these and go through it. I always recommend getting textbooks because you can buy, I've got cool books on human evolution over here. Here's Lone Survivor. Here's the third chimpanzee. Here's the first human. Here's the monkey in the mirror. There's a bunch. I've got more on this side too. I've got a bunch of books. Diamond, Jared Diamond.
Yes.
Yeah, the guy who wrote Collapse, which is right here. And then here's Questioning Collapse, which is a book calling all of his hypotheses and collapse into question, which is a great fucking read if you want to get into that. But I always recommend buying textbooks instead of these things because these popular science writings are really, really cool and you should check them out. But if you want to have the background knowledge, get one edition out of date and it'll be cheap, and you can get one used for cheap, and it'll give you the actual understanding of not just what we know but why we know it. And then when you go read those other books, you'll get so much more out of them than just the oh wow that's cool, because that's what I do for a living. The oh wow that's cool is my job, but adding the background to it gives you so much more fulfillment. And this is a book on bioanthropology that anybody can pick up and get started with.
I want to back up what Forrest just said. I mean, I have a handful of textbooks that I bought from my college. I've actually read them.
I was going to say, though, intercept a college student. Don't buy it from the bookstore. Intercept a college student who will be stoked to not get 7 cents for the book they had to pay $800 for.
That's a great deal as well. And there's a bunch of old ones. What I like to do, always try to go 1 or 2 editions back, because I've got, these are old textbooks. Here's How Humans Evolved, On Becoming Human, Human Evolution Trials from the Past, Reconstructing Human Origins. But these are these ones are a few extra years out of date. Reconstructing Human Origins here was published, this is from 2005. So half the shit in here is because this is such a fast growing field. In my first semester, when I was reading out of that Clark Spencer Larson book, the professor, who's she's a bioanthropologist as a living, and she was like, I guarantee you by the end of the semester, at least one thing in this book will be wrong. And sure enough, we got to a chapter, and she's like, okay, so in here it says this is the most modern discovery of the species. We just found more last week. So ignore what it's saying in this paragraph, and we'll move on. So this is such a fast field.
And my bookshelf looks just like yours, and I've got stuff that I was taking in 1991 that the class, when we were taking it, was telling us that this is already out of date. Don't take what it says about Bautista to be too serious.
When Aron's so old that when he took biology, his professor was Homo erectus. It is now 12:30, so the threshold is now $10. We're not going to read. Besides a couple of $5 that have already come in, if you haven't super chatted anymore, it'll only be $10 and above that we read for the remainder of the show, as we are now past 12:30, and there are a few here. So $10 and up from here on out, minus the one from this moment. But if you already sent one of $5, we will get yours up. Future ones only $10. Anyway, Hillhugger says, driving with kids, look, a flock of cows, herd of cows, Dad. Of course I have just pointed out a whole flock. Gift that keeps giving when you can elicit groans on every trip for years. That's very funny.
It's a murder of cows.
It's a murder of cows.
Have you heard, I have a real good joke about oxygen and potassium. Actually, it's just okay.
Mark Smith says, for me, it would depend on the system. Second edition, Athasian elf, Zionist, fire priest wild mage. You're just you're chaos. You are chaos.
A whole pile of things.
That's a whole chaotic thing. You better be chaotic evil with that jam. Eddie Alive says, great show. I love the Doors. Aron, ever heard of Texas Radio and the Big Beat because of the Texas reference, of course? You have? Go. Bram Van Dijk, maybe, says, either of you, Forrest or Aron, dare to discuss reconcile the kin versus group selection debate.
It's not really my area of expertise. Behavioral evolution is something that I've touched on quite a bit, but it's not something that I've taken like in-depth courses on. I would say that there's an amazing series on YouTube. It's Robert Sapolsky, who I've mentioned a couple of times this stream. Love that dude. He is a neurobiologist at Stanford, and he taught a class on human behavioral biology. It's almost 10 years old now, but it's still amazingly relevant information. So if you go to YouTube, look up complete, in brackets, human behavioral biology. The whole class is free for you to watch, and he did several like hours of discussion on kin selection and what it is and what it isn't. And so like I would recommend that, because we have really cool evidence of like non-reciprocal altruism, even in animals or even in organisms that can't think about it, like bacteria, for example. But it is one of those things where the closer we look at it, the harder it is to pin down. And when I say one of those things, I mean most of biology. So it's
doesn't this also relate
not something that I'm
to
prepared to like dig in.
Selfish gene?
I don't know.
That's a long. That was a long. Steve Areno says, "No, don't tempt me with a good time." Steve Areno says Norman Jewison directed the 1971 Fiddler on the Roof. His next movie was Jesus Christ Superstar. Go figure.
Yeah.
$10, which rotate the other direction, says drinking game every time a Christian pronounces Aron Ra name. I assume you mean wrong. Pronounces Aron Ra wrong. That could be fun. $5 from Santa Cliff. Why did the mushroom go to the party? Because he's a fun guy.
What happened when the fossil went to the haunted house? It was petrified.
It's just what I'm more amused by is your database of them. That they're always ready. Is there a second monitor set up that I don't know about that's got just some puns ready to go?
You don't have to worry about anything. You don't have to worry about anything.
Shut up, Jimmy. Jesse Fakit says, who would win in a mud wrestling match? Jimmy and Matt versus Aron and Forrest. I'm a visual learner. In a mud wrestling where, I think I would just lay back and let people wrestle me. I mean, I'm a little chaotic.
I think between, if all four of us were to compete, I think Jimmy would win, because you've got 30 years on Aron. You have a fully functional heart on Matt. And if it comes down to you and me, you have much more experience holding down dudes. So like, it's going to be you.
Though Matt is on my team versus the two of you. And
I misread. I thought it was just versus.
I was going to,
so you'd win in mud wrestling?
I'm just going to win.
I fight dirty.
All right.
But I don't think the two of us
mud
could.
Wrestling. We'll all be dirty.
Put it to the test, but don't throw Matt in there because he's got the heart thing. So just me against you two.
Right. I'm sort of way down. Oh, if it's you against the two of us, Aron, I think I keep telling you this and I don't think you believe me. You are going to meet me and go, oh, I thought you would be short and slim. I am neither. I am a fat, large man. I have weight and I can anchor it. I gotta lug fucking giant sheets of plywood around all the time. I'm not saying I'll win. I'm saying I'll give you a run for your money.
I'm game.
I don't know. Everybody expects me to be 5'4" or some shit. Everyone's always surprised when they meet me. They're like, you look short online. The fuck's that mean?
I'm game. Let's do it.
Let's just do it. Let's just get it on. The mud wrestling.
I loved fucking. It was that Game Grumps. It was they were doing a 10-minute power hour, and Aaron said that because like Dan put on a shirt and he's like, people keep sending me larges and they're too big. You got to send me mediums. And Aaron's like, people keep sending me smalls because they think that I'm a petite little boy, but I'm in fact a large fat man. So it's the same energy that I got from you there. It's so good.
Mama Dr. Jones sent me a shirt after we did a collab together. I don't know if you two know her, but she's amazing. She's a gynecologist. She does a lot of medical pro-abortion sort of stuff actually like corrects a lot of people. She's one of my favorite educators in the world.
You know her.
Yeah, and we did it. We had her on. We've had her on a couple times. It's been a while, and I should reach out and have her back. But she sent me a shirt after we did a COVID show together, and I said, "Thank you so much, not just for the shirt, but the compliment, because you sent me a medium, and I wear a double XL." And I was like, "The fuck, a medium? What version of me do you think is on the other side of this? Your medium can barely fit on my head, let alone my torso." It was a good night. Anyway, only two more. Again, $10 and up will be red or yellow message and up. If you're wondering what the conversion rate is, the yellow message and yeah, it's Del Luna says, I want to Jimmy Snow Kendama. Great show. Could listen to y'all chat forever. So people have mentioned these before. They look like they're fun. I will probably make some kendamas for fun. Those are basically like the sort of like ball in a cup looking things, but they're not a ball. It's just a little bit of a hemispherical thing it lands on. And it's a Japanese toy, and they do look like a lot of fun to make. And I probably won't make them for like mass distribution or anything like that. Cause anything that I'm turning, I take a lot longer time on than a lot of other things. Like, and I don't mean I don't take my time on other stuff. I mean, I take too much time on turning, and there's no way I could do it in a way as a job that would turn a profit. I'd be working for $2 an hour, but the satisfaction of having done it. Like that's what it would come down to.
I grind deer teeth and I hate it. This is my job right now.
You know what? There are similar things because I have a fucking grinder. I have 3 different types of grinders here, and one of them's probably what you're using to grind teeth with, because there's a lot of crossover.
I use a Dremel rotary grinder with diamonds and
I have a Dremel rotary grinder.
Do you want to grind some deer enamel for me? Give me some time.
I sure don't.
I'll send you some samples and some microcentrifuge tubes.
Is yours a benchtop or a handheld?
It's
a handheld, right?
It's a handheld, but it's got the stand and then the long noodle that comes off with a little hand guide so I can get real fine detail work.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't use it much, but I have one. I might even have the exact same thing you are describing.
Yeah, you probably do. It's a very popular model.
Yeah, it is. Yep. You know what? I think Matt has a similar one too, because he does.
I'll ask him if he wants to grind some shit. I need more data. I've got like 100 jaws left to sample, and
his are for cutting like wireframes for like covers on rat enclosures and stuff, and then also because he makes his own props for his magic shows.
Yeah, I just sit there. I grind one, and then I take the thing out, and I soak it in nitric acid, and then I sonicate it, and I put in blue tip in, and I grind another one, and then I take it out, and I dip it in, and I have like 10 bits, 10 burrs that I'm just rotating through, and I just fucking sit there, 3 milligrams off of that one, take pictures of it to show the sample site, box it up, bag it, put the things in a microcentrifuge tube, label the tube, put the tube in a bag, label the bag, put the bag in another bag, and then I got to take all those bags to Arkansas and put those in a fucking gas digestion on a fucking gas bench and acid digestion.
Do you ever wish I don't know whether you want kids in the future, but do you ever have things like this happen and go, I wish I had popped out a kid or two 10 years ago? Because right now would be the time I could bribe them with candy to do these chores for me. Because I think about that all the time. When I'm like sanding, I'm like, I don't really want kids, but I kind of wish I had a 10-year-old about now that I could say like, all right, there's a conversion rate of sanding you can do for me and candy I can give to you. Let's
do what Herschel Walker does. Rent one.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing anything that Herschel Walker does. That's really nice of Amber.
I had to deflesh like 50 deer jaws, and so I went to Dollar Tree and bought those like takeout containers like you get from Chinese restaurant, the plastic rectangles with a clear lid, and they had them 2 for $1 at Dollar Tree, and I bought a fuck of those, and we set up a big table in my living room, and I just and I put a fucking rotten, stinking deer mandible in each one and filled it with a saturated solution of Dawn and dish soap and let them sit there for like half a month. And just the whole house smelled horrific. And then we took every single one of them and we scraped them and peeled all the rotten flesh that flaked off them in the sink and cleaned them off. And then we let them out to dry in the garage for a week. Oh, she helped me so much. Oh, love that woman. I'll marry her again.
You should. I literally just listened to all of my, like, same thing with Shannon and Paul. I listened to these
She's
people.
in the chat right now. Just said it was more than 50. It probably was. It was probably closer to 100 of them.
I listen to all of these people who have these most amazing relationships, and then we get done with the show, and I go lay alone in my bed. Anyway, Lauren A says, just got back. Has Jimmy peed himself yet? Love the line. I love that one time after 6 hours, which by the way, where you know, we did tonight. But after 6 hours, I really had to pee one time, and now I'm the pee guy. What the fuck? Like, sometimes you gotta pee. But no, I haven't peed myself. I did cut my penis a little on the lip of...
SkepTalk. I'm your host, Forrest Valkai, joined today with Aron Ra, the pee guy. Thank you so much for calling in.
You interrupted as I said I cut my penis a little and didn't finish the story. I was going to say, I cut my penis a little on the lid of the can that I peed into. It's not actually true, but it was funny in the moment and then got interrupted. So I'm just now I'm not just the pee guy, I'm the cut my penis guy. Oh, fuck. Eric Johnson says, if I die and I don't get the chance to play D&D with Forrest or Aron, that will be a normal thing that happens all the time. But I'll still be mad. Eric, I'll bet you get a chance to play at some point. In fact, I don't know. There's something that we can do here because this D&D thing comes up all the time, and I know there are virtual ways to do it. There are VR ways to do it. So we'll have to do something at some time, and then we'll have to also make a couple of guest spots that people can buy their way into, or maybe lottery their way into. But based on tonight, I'm going to guess Eric can buy his way into. Also, to answer your other question, which usually I wouldn't do a free one out of the chat, but your Oh, wait. No, but Captain Red Bull. Sorry, Captain Red Bull is the one that I was thinking was asking to buy their way in. I don't know. We'll give you a chance to buy your way in, but it wasn't. It was Eric. Captain Red Bull, who has given us a ton of money tonight, asked if I do wood burning by hand or just laser engravings. Sometimes I do wood burning by hand, but it's more often like... it's usually laser engraving. I guess the second most thing I do is I use what is essentially a guitar string that I will hold against things on my lathe to burn round lines into them. But that's about, I don't do a ton of burning otherwise. Well, no, I use torches sometimes for charcoal colors, but anyway, not a ton. Fat Mongoose says, howdy folks, I left the Mormon church a year ago and all three of you were so hopeful in my deconstruction and recovery. You were each supportive and empathetic in your own way. Thank you so much.
I just got one question. Was that at the beginning of this podcast?
That's when you left the Mormon church a year ago when this began. That's good. That's good. That's funny. Yeah.
By the way, since you can apparently break the rules and take chats that aren't there, I saw somebody in the chat said, "Will you please interrupt Jimmy with a cool evolution fact?" So now I have interrupted you, and here's a cool evolution fact: humans are the only great apes without penis bones.
Wild.
Other apes have penis bones, and we don't.
Not entirely true.
Uh-oh, you're in trouble.
What other ape doesn't have a penis bone?
There's two exceptions. One, chimpanzees, the baculum is so reduced that on some chimpanzees it does not even appear.
Wow.
I love that you know the word baculum because I avoided it.
Yeah.
On very rare occasions, humans have been born with one.
Ooh.
Well, fuck, bro.
You just got
generally speaking, humans don't have penis bones. Fuck you, Jimmy.
Forrest, how's it feel to get fucked by an asterisk? And in my defense, Captain Red Bull has given us hundreds of dollars, so Captain Red Bull gets a free chat every now and then. Pepper Dan says mud wrestling and Roger Spur poking at Aron with his feather. I don't get this. I don't get. Oh, wait. I also just skipped accidentally by saying Brom Van. What did we say this is? Is Dyke or Jeek? I don't know how to say it. Oh, that's pronounced Dyke. Okay. Ha ha ha. Love the E as an answer. I'm one of these folks studying altruism, etc. in bacteria, so I find myself in fights at conferences when every once in a while. P.S. It's pronounced Dyke. Okay, cool.
There you go, yeah. Cool. Yeah, no, I remember when I was studying community and invasion ecology, and we did one whole thing over bacteria that would produce toxins to kill other bacterial species in their petri dish, and in so doing would also die. They would basically self-immolate to produce these toxins that would kill all the other bacteria around to allow their species, their population, to then spread out into this new living space. And it was really cool to talk about because clearly this is a selfless, altruistic, self-sacrificing action for the good of the species. And you're like, how the fuck does that happen? But it makes sense that a species where any one of them could do that would have the benefit over one where all of them definitely did that. They would die off, right? But if it's possible and there's a lean towards it, that actually then becomes adaptive. And that's fucking nuts to think about, dude. Love that so much.
Fucking nuts.
Fucking nuts.
Guess what?
What?
It's over.
Was that the last one?
That was the last one.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that was the last one. Thank you, everybody. That was great.
Since that's the end of the super chats.
There's another one.
You thought it was over. Somebody send it in.
You know what though? It's $20. It's double the number I had said. I'm waiting for it to pop into my system over here. All right, there we go. Here we go. Pepper Dan says Roger Spur, Mud Fossil University. Well, that explains it. I'm still confused. I don't know. Anyway.
I've heard about
a number
it.
of people have been asking me to address mud fossil, and if I remember correctly, mud fossil is finding mountains that look vaguely like animals and just assuming that they are the animals that the mountain looks like.
Yeah.
So that it ends up being like the last Godzilla movie, where a mountain that looks like a kind of an elephant is actually hiding an elephant. I've
seen what you describe, and a lot of them, it's a very generous thing to say, that's Bear Mountain. Not like any bear ride you've ever seen. Anyway, go on.
This is the same guy, if I remember correctly, if this is the same guy who is a appointed expert in paleontology, in chemistry, in biology, in botany, in organic, in evolutionary, in every possible field of 80% of all physical and natural science. He is an expert and knows more than the people who know. And it's I wouldn't. If I finish my PhD in biology, I would never ever say that I'm an expert in biochemistry, which is the same fucking field with just a little different over here, right? And it's the same vibe, but I would never do that. Today, I don't like to be called an expert in anything because I know more than most about evolution and bioanthro, but I certainly am not the smartest person in the room. I would never, ever say I know so much about organic chemistry, even though I fucking aced organic chemistry in college. I would never do that. And this dude is out here saying he's an expert in this field, in this field, in this field, in this field, in this field. Fuck that. Fuck that.
I think if I put ads every 2 minutes and just 100 people watch the whole show, I think that'll make us millionaires.
Tell you what, here's what we're going to do. We're going to decide right now for the people watching this, you are in the know, right? Put ads every 2 minutes for the last hour of this, and put on the screen a pop-up explanation incoming or something. You know what I mean?
You can't edit. You can't edit like that after the fact unless I take the episode down, do it in Premiere, and re-put it up. But I can put
all
ads.
non-skippable ads and put just one after the other.
By the way, we just got $50 from SB. Aron is awesome. Forrest is a new favorite. I love Jimmy's commentary. Thank you for everything. I can't think of I can't think of a better chat to end on. Forrest and Aron, why don't you say goodbye?
Hey, why did the marine biologist drop out of college? Because she couldn't get her grades above sea level.
D's get degrees, my friend.
D's get degrees. I've been there. We've all been there. The only class I ever got a D in for my degree was fucking field botany. I suck at fucking tracking and identifying plants. I'm not good at it.
Forget me going to Mars with you and relying on you to grow us poop potatoes.
Dude, potatoes. Don't feel bad. I took calculus 3 times.
Yeah, bro. It's fucking tough. It's fucking tough.
Aron, what are your parting words of wisdom?
Well, I've been doing this for almost a quarter century now. I've been doing it professionally for at least a decade. And I really do need all the help I can get. So, patreon.com/ARONRA. If you appreciate what I do, because I'm not just out trying to educate people, I'm also trying to counteract the fucking imposition of the Christian nationalists who seem to own and control everything at every level of state and federal government, and in my state, certainly.
Oh, yeah. Awesome. Thank you both so much. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Forrest.
No, that I was going to say that I similar business was all. Just go to valkailabs.com, find all my things. That's all.
Find them both, support them both. Catch me tomorrow on HOSTility with Eve Was Framed. We're going to talk about purity culture. I think you're going to really, really love Eve. Thanks, everyone, for coming to SkepTalk. I'm Jimmy Snow, and I'm the P-Man.